to me. Like, I don't know, because I don't understand this.
Hey, your attorney will explain it to you right afterwards, but let me read this. You have a stay away order, okay? That means you cannot have any contact with Teresa Rodriguez. Do you understand that?
Yeah, yes, but what about my check where I live?
Listen to me.
You took my check.
Listen to me.
You know, in my check, I had to
Just
pay.
stay away,
Didn't
ma'am.
tell
I
her
need you.
nothing.
Can you, Madam Public
Because
Defender, can you please calm your client down?
Sorry, Judge.
Okay. All right. You need to listen to this. These are my instructions to you. You are not to engage in any criminal activity. You are not to use or possess any illegal drugs. Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. The defendant, which is you, is prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the following person, Teresa Rodriguez, including contact in person, in writing, by telephone, through social media, or any other electronic means, or through third persons. Defendant must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, the place of employment, and/or school at all times.
Okay. So can you, and now what that means?
The defendant may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of the entry of this order, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve her personal clothing, personal health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. Going to the home or remaining at the home without the police will subject the defendant to arrest. The police officer shall request all keys and garage door openers to the home from the defendant and turn them over to the victim.
Okay, can I talk now? Can I have a chance? I'm sorry, can I talk?
No, not yet. Do you understand that?
Okay, can I speak now? Can I speak?
No,
Please,
yes or no? Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand. But
Okay,
can I speak now, please? Please, can I
Yes.
talk now?
Ma'am, you need to wait because I have these instructions I have to read to you. Okay?
Okay.
So your bond for count one, the court found probable cause for assault is $150. Your bond for count two, which is the resisting without violence, is $500. When you post your bond, you'll be able to get out. If not, you will be taken to see the judge. When will she be taken to see the judge? That's like within 2 days. Tomorrow. You should be taken to see the judge tomorrow, okay?
Okay,
Now
so
you can say whatever you want to say. I can't hear her. Is she muted? Okay. Anaya Brantley.
Stand right in the box.
Okay, Miss Brantley, you're charged with 1 count of battery, domestic violence. Okay, I find probable cause.
She has no local priors. She does have an open misdemeanor petty theft case with no future hearing. We'd be fine with pretrial services, alternate bond standard 1,000.
Okay. All right, so pretrial services, alternate bond is 1,000. You also have a stay away order, ma'am. Okay. You are not to engage in any criminal activity. You are not to use or possess any illegal drugs. You are not to use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapons, weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with Naisha Roberts, including contact in person, by writing, or by telephone, or any other electronic means, or through third persons. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and/or school at all times. Okay? Did they live together? Let me check.
No, they don't live together.
Okay, all right. So there's no reason for you to go back to the victim's home. All right, ma'am.
Was that straight bond, Judge?
Pay attention to the mail. You're gonna get another notice in the mail. The other case that
It's
you said
corrections, it's PTS alternate 1,000. Sorry, what, Judge?
Thank you.
that case that you said she had no future date for, is it recent? Okay, just make sure there's not a bench point. Okay, perfect. Okay, Howard Castro Gonzalez.
Judge, we need the assistance with this
He has an immigration hold, Judge.
I'm sorry, what?
Was that an ICE hold?
Yes.
Does he need an interpreter?
Yes, Judge, he needs a Spanish interpreter.
Okay, can we use the Spanish interpreter, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Castro González, usted tiene una retención migratoria.
All right, so the first case, M254086. That's one count of misdemeanor battery.
Muy bien, la primera causa es la M25-4086. Se le imputa un cargo de agresión como delito menor.
Corrections, is F254248 on for the felony calendar today, or is that an open case?
It's on calendar for today.
Okay. So it appears the felony, we will be filing a motion for pretrial detention on that. We would just ask for standard bond and a stay away order on the misdemeanor battery.
Usted tiene otro caso que está puesto para hoy, que es el F25-24-24-8. La Fiscalía va a entablar un recurso de detención preventiva, así que en este caso de agresión como delito menor, le solicitan a su señoría la fianza estándar más la orden de alejamiento.
Okay, so for M254086, PC hold. PC found. Okay. Yeah, for 86. And that you said, what was the standard bond on that? And $1,000 bond, okay? And a stay away order from Carmen Zayas. Sir, you are not, go ahead, ma'am, and then we'll go through the stay away order.
Absolutely, Your Honor. Muy bien, encuentro indicios criminales para el caso M25-4086. La fianza estándar es de $1,000 más una orden de alejamiento a favor de Carmen Sáenz.
Okay, so that you are not to engage in any criminal activity. You are not to use or possess any illegal drugs.
Usted no puede participar de actividades delictivas como tampoco consumir sustancias ilícitas.
That includes while you are in detention.
Esto incluye cuando usted se encuentre detenido.
Okay. Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Usted no puede usar, comprar, portar armas, armas de fuego o munición. De tener alguna de estas, tiene que ir a la comisaría más cercana y entregar toda arma de fuego, munición o permiso para portar arma oculta que usted tenga. Luego ir al tribunal y demostrar o dar el recibo de la entrega.
You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the following persons. Carmen Zayas, and Salvadora Zayas.
Ujú.
Go ahead.
Vale. Usted tiene terminantemente prohibido tener cualquier tipo de contacto, ya sea de manera directa o indirecta, con las siguientes personas: Carmen Seas y Salvadora Seas.
Including, you are not to have contact in person, in writing, by telephone, through social media, or any other electronic means, or through third persons.
Usted tampoco puede tener contacto con estas personas, ya sea en persona, por escrito, vía telefónica, a través de las redes sociales, a través de cualquier otro medio de comunicación electrónica o a través de terceras personas.
You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times.
Y en todo momento usted tiene que mantenerse a no menos de 500 pies de distancia de las víctimas, los lugares donde ellas vivan, trabajen o estudien.
Okay? You may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of the entry of this order.
Usted puede retornar a la vivienda donde se encuentran las víctimas una sola vez dentro de un periodo de 48 horas una vez se emite esta orden.
With the police.
Puede
With-
ir acompañado por la policía.
Okay? If you
Sí.
go without the police to retrieve your personal clothing, your personal health items, your medication, your business-related paperwork, and or your work tools, you will be arrested.
Vale, si usted decide retornar a la vivienda sin ser acompañado por un agente policial para recoger sus artículos personales, sus artículos de limpieza, sus medicinas, documentos o herramientas de trabajo, usted va a ser arrestado.
Going to the home or remaining at the home without the police will subject the defendant to arrest. The police officers shall request all keys and garage door openers to the home from the defendant and turn them over to the victim.
Vale, si usted decide quedarse en la vivienda o ir a la vivienda sin ser escoltado por un agente policial, esto va a hacer que el acusado, usted, sea sujeto nuevamente al arresto. Una vez usted vaya con la policía le va a solicitar a usted que le dé todas las llaves que tenga de la vivienda o los controles para el garaje, y él entregará estas llaves a la víctima.
Okay. Now, on case number M254048, the court finds probable cause, $1,000 bond. And the stay away order that I already read.
Muy bien, entonces go ahead, Your Honor. And?
All right. And on case M254085, the court also finds probable cause. Standard bond is 1,000, and also the stay away order.
Muy bien, entonces, en la causa M254084 encuentro indicios criminales, fianza $1,000 y una orden de alejamiento que ya le di. En la causa M254085 también encuentro indicios criminales, fianza estándar $1,000 y la orden de alejamiento que ya leí.
Okay. All right, sir. Make sure you keep in touch with your attorney.
Listo, señora, asegúrese de mantenerse en contacto con su abogado.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Okay. Andio Bong Ubom.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. You are charged with 1 count of battery.
Yes, ma'am.
What's your number?
Sorry.
Number.
Well, my phone number 470-357-4917.
Thanks.
And Your Honor, is it possible that I could explain the situation?
No.
Well, anything that you say can and will be held against you. Everything is being audio and video recorded. You should talk to your attorney before you say anything to the court.
The state would just ask for standard bond. He's from out of state, so we would object to non-monetary release.
Okay, so he's, I don't have any priors, but you say he's out of state.
They were visiting from Georgia.
Right. Madam PD,
Yes, Judge?
he's not, I don't think that he would qualify for pretrial because.
No,
he lives-
right, because he doesn't live in the state of Florida.
So then I'm just gonna issue the standard bond and it's gonna be a stay away order. It's $1,000 for the standard bond.
Yes, Your Honor.
I do find probable cause. Sir, although you are you live in Georgia, you have charges to answer to in Florida, okay? So make sure that you are keeping up with this case. If you do happen to go back to your state of origin, this case will not disappear or go away, okay? That
That's right.
doesn't happen. This will continue forward until you get a specific resolution, all right? You also have a stay away order. You are not to engage in any criminal activity. You are not to use or possess any illegal drugs. You are not to use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. That includes that if you have firearms at your home in Georgia, okay? You understand that? That those have to be returned.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Also, the defendant is prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the following persons: Khalil Mason or Kalia Mason, including contact in person, in writing, by telephone, through social media, or any other electronic means, or through a third person. Defendant must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and/or school at all times. I didn't see any indication that they resided together.
Ma'am, the defendant has my vehicle. I'm actually stranded here. And she was supposed to be the one to actually come and get me. She agreed to tell the officers that it was a false statement that she made, and none of that happened.
I don't know
don't
what to tell
have
you
a way
about that.
back
There's nothing
home.
I can do about that. You, that's something that you're not even allowed to contact her. She hasn't appeared to change, or ask for any modifications to this. So
Well, she
until
said-
you're a judge, you're gonna have to stay away from her. I don't know what to tell you about that. Okay? All right, so make sure that also, you stay away from at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, or school at all times. I didn't see whether they cohabitated. So I don't think that number 5 would apply.
Judge, they live together out of state.
I'm sorry, what?
Judge, they live together out of state.
I couldn't
I'm
understand.
sorry, Judge, they live together out of state.
She said they lived together out of state.
Oh, okay. So then you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of the entry of this order, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve your personal clothing, personal health items, medication, personal and business related paperwork, and work tools. Going to the home or remaining at the home without the police will subject the defendant to arrest. The police officers shall request all keys and garage door openers to the house from the defendant and turn them over to the victim. Okay, the next one is Raheem Carr.
This is
The next one we should be on should be Ready Howard.
All right,
Yeah.
Raheem Carr, you're charged with 1 count of battery.
Raheem Carr.
Are you,
You're Raheem?
any objection to pretrial?
Yes, Judge, the state would object to pretrial services, just, he doesn't have any priors, only no process from 2015, but given the, allegations of the A form, the repeated punching of the victim in front of her child, we would just ask for standard bond and object to pretrial services.
Okay. All right, so, $1,000 bond. Sir, you also have a stay away order from Jada Stokes. Do not engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess any illegal drugs. Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. The defendant is prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the following persons hereinafter: the victim, Jada Stokes, including contact in person and writing by telephone, through social media or any other electronic means, or through third persons. Defendants must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, or school at all times. They cohabitate. It doesn't state whether they cohabitate.
Judge, they do not live together. So we will be requesting pretrial services.
Okay, I'm not gonna grant pretrial services. I'm gonna set $1,000 bond, okay? All right, sir, so. Howard Ready.
Howard right now. No.
There should be a victim on the platform who wishes.
And Mr. Carr gets straight bond?
Yes, straight bond, 1,000. One second.
Okay, so
Althea Walters.
where's the defendant?
Ready, Carr? I'm sorry, Ready. Howard Ready.
Ready, I'm sorry, Howard Ready.
The victim is Althea Walters.
What did they talk about?
Althea Arlene Walters. Althea Arlene Walters. That's the victim. Okay. Okay, I do find probable cause. I'm also going to issue a stay away order. Sir, you are not to engage in any criminal activity. You're not to use or possess any illegal drugs. You are not to use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. The defendant is prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with any of the following persons: Althea Walters, including contact in person and writing by telephone, through social media or any other electronic means, or through third persons. The defendant must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, or school at all times. Let's see, it looks like they do move together. Okay. The defendant may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of the entry of this order, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve his personal clothing, personal health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. Going to the home or remaining at the home without the police will subject the defendant to arrest. The police officer shall request all keys and garage door openers from the defendant and turn them over to the victim. Okay, you understand this, sir?
Your Honor, my wife ain't working and she have an eye problem. She not seeing.
So Judge, they do cohabitate together. He pays the rent for that. apartment.
Corrections, is the
I'm
B20
sorry, I'm not able to, I didn't hear what he said.
Sorry.
And my wife ain't working and she got a eye problem. She cannot see. And we live up the stairs. I have to hold her and take her down on how the stairs. She ain't working. I'm the sole provider. I have to pay rent, everything, car note, everything. So if I leave, I don't know if she's gonna, we have no kids or nothing like that.
Why do I have two of these?
So corrections, is the B25 case on the jail arraignment calendar?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
All right, so that one was as to B254064. I found PC and I'm setting $1,000 bond. You said you had an objection to pretrial or no objection?
No objection to pretrial.
Okay, so alternate bond, so pretrial services, alternate bond
1,000.
on M254064. Okay, and then on B254065, that's a misdemeanor in the second degree.
They'll hear that on the,
That's on a misdemeanor calendar, Judge.
Okay, so we should put it to the side then, right?
So that happened from 2023.
I don't know why it's here then.
I guess they have to hear the DV and then the misdemeanor part of it.
Okay, all right. All right, then let me go on to the next one, Benton Charlotte. M254069. But because this is all just DV, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm. All right, so we'll call him back up for the other case, for the misdemeanor case, all right? I'll just put a note that I gave him PTS on. All right, Benton Charlotte,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Sir, you're charged with 1 count of misdemeanor battery.
He stay.
No objection to pretrial services.
Okay. All right, so it'll
So
be
he stayed, right?
probable causes found, pretrial services, alternate bond 1,000, stay away order. All right, sir, you have a stay away order. Thank you. You are not to engage in any criminal activity. You are not to possess or use any illegal drugs. You're not to use or possess any illegal drugs. You're not to use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearm, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. The defendant is prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the following person, SC, a minor, including contact. Including contact in person, in writing, by telephone, through social media, or any electronic means, or through third persons. Defendant must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times.
Question though.
So this is kind of an interesting situation because the alleged victim is his child. And I'm sure that Who else lives at the house?
It's me, my father's, and a couple of family members, and her that my daddy brought over to the house. It caused a problem. Ever since she came over here, my social security got missing, a couple of stuff got missing. So it's like I stay there, I pay bills, I pay rent and everything. Oh boy, my daddy brought fire gas to the fire. So like she ain't supposed to be there. My name, ID, everything is on my ID, 941 Opalaka Boulevard. She don't stay there, I stay there. I pay rent, pay
You
bills.
stay there, she's not there, so she doesn't live there.
Exactly. And I'm getting charged because she tried to kill me with
You know,
This was 45.
I think that, yeah, but also, I don't think that there's necessarily enough here for probable cause. How is this? I think there's. It doesn't say, it says that he struck her in the face and on the head with his hand.
That's a battery.
Right, but it's in response to her allegedly being disrespectful towards her older brother and whatnot. And he's the father I mean, there's no indication of any marks.
I mean,
And don't, like, I may not agree with, physical punishment, that's my choice, but there is a certain level of punishment that is allowed, I
mean,
think, under the law, right?
there's no indication from the facts in this A form that the victim was an aggressor in any way. It was a verbal argument that escalated when the defendant chose to use his hands and strike the victim. It says there were no serious injuries that were observed, but the victim didn't consent to.
Yeah, but she's a child. I'm not sure if what happened here. I'm trying to envision maybe like a slap across the face or something. She's talking back, and although that may not be condonable to everybody, what does the law say about something like that? I think there's a borderline, probable cause here. Where is the line that goes from discipline to abuse?
Your Honor,
It's probably a very fine line,
Right.
but it's enough we contend there's enough for probable cause. It's a very low standard.
Madam PD, did you have any argument?
For PC judge, no, none this time.
Okay. All right, well.
But it does appear though that the altercation, it was just an altercation between the parties, and then the act occurred. But
And then the location of the victim is the address. The victim is currently in the custody of the Department of Juvenile.
No, Your Honor.
Does the victim allegedly live at this address?
no. She don't stay there, she don't live there.
All right.
I stay there, I live there. I pay bills, I pay rent.
What about, so where does the victim allege, because that doesn't state here either. It doesn't say whether she lives there or not. Yeah, we don't have an address. So I'll allow you to go back to your home. You still have a stay away order from your daughter, SC, and you can't have any contact with her. I'm gonna put not applicable because, so what is her address? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know nothing about it.
Well, you should know where your daughter lives.
That's not my daughter, that's my little sister.
Oh, that's your sister.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did it say?
I don't got no kids.
I think, Judge, the confusion is the A form states witness one.
Yes, I see.
Siblings.
Now, okay, so yeah, being that he's not the father, then I do find PC because he's a sibling. He shouldn't be disciplining the child. Okay, that's not your job to do. Don't say anything because, all right, so But the victim, so my question is just the victim, if she resides there or not. Her father resides there too. And she's a minor.
She's supervised home detention right now with an electronic monitor.
And do we see the address of home detention? Because this address is 941.
The address is. I don't see one.
Are you able to see that, Madam Clerk?
No, Judge, I don't have access to juvenile.
It should. It should say the address, right? You know, Madam Pretrial?
No, I don't have juvenile. Okay, I can find out. I'm looking it up.
The address should say in CJS.
Okay. Her address on CJS for her juvenile case is 2500 Northwest 23rd Avenue, Miami Gardens, Florida. 205.
Okay, perfect. So it's not the same address. All right, so then I'm gonna put not applicable for number 5. You don't have to worry about that then. Okay, just make sure you stay away from her. No contact, no third party. Okay, so pretrial services, alternate bond 1,000. And a stay away order. Thank you. Mibson Perez. 1 count of battery. Okay, I find probable cause. Any priors?
He has one withhold for resisting without violence from 2012. We have no objection to pretrial services.
Okay, pretrial services, alternate bond 1,000. Sir, you also have a stay away order from Aaron Valdivieso. You understand English?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. So don't engage in any criminal activity. Do not use or possess any illegal drugs. Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. The defendant is prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the following persons: Aaron Valdivieso, including contact in person and writing, by telephone, through social media, or any other electronic means, or through third persons. Defendant must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times. The defendant may return to the victim's residence 1 time within 48 hours of the entry of this order, accompanied by police officers, to retrieve his personal clothing, personal health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. Going to the home or remaining at the home without the police will subject the defendant to arrest. The police officer shall request all keys and garage door openers to the home from the defendant and turn them over to the victim. Sorry. All right, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
George Manuel Alvarez, Jr.
Morning.
Do you speak English, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, you're charged with 1 count of misdemeanor battery. Okay, I find probable cause. State.
So he has some priors. They're all from the year 2006, but many convictions. One for burglary with an assault or battery. He was sentenced to 505 days. We have several long prison sentences from 2006, convictions for grand theft, burglary, grand theft, criminal mischief, burglary, grand theft. We just asked for standard.
Judge, we will request pretrial services. Those are old priors.
I don't think he'd be
20 years
eligible with that prior. With the Berg that prior.
Yeah, no.
And he also has several probation violations.
Okay, there's no indication that they reside together.
I think they do reside together, Judge. It says the incident occurred outside the front of the residence, and on the, I don't believe Your Honor has this page, but the victim is identified as a live-in, ex-live-in. So
Okay. Well, if they do, I'm gonna give the stay away order regardless, the instruction of being able to get his stuff within 48 hours. But the allegations in this are strong. And it also indicates that there is possibly a broken leg. Two broken legs from being kicked. You know how hard it is to break a leg? I mean, that's not something that's just easy to do. And the priors for this gentleman are significant, even if they're people think that 2006 is so, long ago. It's not that long ago. When you think about, nobody should be committing criminal acts.
we'd ask for an elevated bond.
So at the end of the day, this person has a violent crime, an F1 Berg bat, which he was sentenced. There's multiple probation violations. What were you said you were gonna ask for an elevated bond?
Yeah, we'll ask for an elevated bond of 2,500.
Judge, we'll object. I mean, these priors are old. They're
not really that old.
I understand, Judge, but
not-
also the allegations of broken legs.
thinking
It
that
says
it's okay
possible broken
to
legs.
commit a burglary battery that you closed out in 2007, 5-year probation with multiple violations. It's not that old. People shouldn't be committing crimes in the first place.
As to the allegations, Judge, it
No.
says
I'm not talking about the allegations. I'm talking about.
I know, Judge. I was just saying.
I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about the convictions. He has
Right, Judge.
multiple convictions for violent crimes, an F2 burglary, and the Berg assault, grand theft, multiple probation violations. The allegations in this, I think that honestly, if it comes out that, these legs, this poor woman's legs were actually broken, I mean, I don't think that that's a misdemeanor battery.
Yeah, we will be reviewing this for a potential bind up based on the severity of the injuries.
All right, I'm gonna set a $2,500 bond, a stay away order. Okay, you're not to use or possess any illegal drugs, do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file the receipt. The defendant is prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with Emily Castro, including contact in person, by writing, telephone, through social media or any other electronic means. Defendant must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, or school. The defendant may return to the residence one time only within 48 hours of the entry of this order, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve his personal clothing, personal health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. Going to the home or remaining at the home without the police will subject the defendant to arrest. The police officer shall request all keys and garage door openers to the home from the defendant and turn them over to the victim. All right, Reginald Watson.
Corrections, can I confirm we're only hearing the battery case right now? M254094. Well, he has two misdemeanors. I think will be heard on the jail arraignment calendar.
So which ones are the two misdemeanors?
The two misdemeanors are M254092 and M254093.
Okay, I'll put them here to the side. All right, so we're here, Mr. Watson, you're here for a charge of misdemeanor battery. Give me a chance to read the A form. Okay, so I find PC. I'm gonna issue a stay away order against the defendant. You must stay away from Betty Connie. Is it Connie or Conway?
Conley. And
Conley?
corrections, does he have an open felony? F24-17562.
F24-175. I have 20.
What was that number?
The open case that I have for him is F24-17562. Which one do you have, corrections?
All right, let me read the pretrial release conditions, okay? Do not engage in any criminal activity, do not use or possess any illegal drugs, do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearm, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. The defendant is prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the following person here and after the victim, Betty Conley, including contact in person and writing by telephone, through social media or other electronic means, or through third persons. Defendant must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times. Okay.
Well, what I don't understand is how she tell the police one thing and it. Bullshit, man.
So today's not the trial on your case. Today is just the first appearance where the court finds probable cause. And I do find probable cause.
How you gonna? I can't talk.
You want to talk about your case?
I don't talk about my. That's a straight up lie. I never.
Corrections, can I get that other felony case number?
The case that's on the jail card is incorrect. What's the case you have?
I have F24-17562, a burglary of an unoccupied conveyance and grand theft, set for report in Judge Jean's division on April 24th. So we'd ask for a felony hold on that case.
All right, and you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of the entry of this order, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve your personal clothing, personal health, personal medication, and business-related paperwork and work tools. Going to the home or remaining at the home without the police will subject you to arrest. The
Well, I'm
police
supposed to
officer
stay there.
shall request all keys and garage door openers to the home from the defendant and turn them over to the victim. You understand this, sir? All right, so like I said, PC found his priors.
Don't find probable cause, and everything is a lie, man. I never touched it. I ain't even read the A form yet. I don't even know what the A form say. Oh man.
What's the bond?
A form. Did you want me to read it out loud to you?
Read it out loud.
Sure. Okay, on Saturday, March 1st, 2025, at approximately 13:42 hours, Officer M. Warner and Officer G. Sepulveda were dispatched to 6417 Northwest 3rd Court, reference a domestic dispute. The victim, Betty Connolly, age 05/24/1965, stated she currently resides with her son, Reginald Watson. Ms. Connolly stated on today's date, during the afternoon hours while she was standing in the living room, she got into an argument with Mr. Watson, referenced drugs and food, in which she was threatened by her son. After the argument, Mr. Watson walked up to Ms. Connolly and hit her twice on the forehead with an open hand. Mr. Watson fled the scene on foot southbound from the incident location. Shortly after, Mrs. Connolly called 911. Mr. Coley had no visible, I think that's a typo. This says Ms. Coley had no visible injuries and refused fire rescue. Polo was issued, written domestic violence statement was obtained on scene, shelter was offered, card was issued. At approximately 20 hours, victim Betty Connolly called 911 stating that the defendant, Reginald Watson, was back on the scene, referenced the previous stated incident. Members of the Little Haiti problem-solving team arrived on scene and positively identified the defendant based off the victim. Defendant arrested.
Okay, but I should just say I hit her. I never touched her. That's great. I never put my hands on my mama.
That's for later, okay? That's a different dispute.
But it's a lie. Y'all holding me for a lie.
Set standard bond, which is $1,000. PC found.
Are you placing a hold?
Is Your Honor placing a hold on F2 form 17562?
What is that for?
He has an open felony case for burglary of an unoccupied conveyance and grand theft. He's out on felony bond?
Yes. Hold. Okay. All right.
And the misdemeanor cases, he gonna see be heard tomorrow. They didn't print for Jolly McClellan today.
Okay, thank you for letting us know.
That was for the felony?
The two criminal mischief cases are for tomorrow, Judge.
Tomorrow.
These will be, okay, so let me give them back to Madam Clerk. So these will be reset for tomorrow. What's tomorrow's date? 3/3.
My birthday Thursday, man. Fuck this shit, man. Straight up lied on me, man.
Okay, here you go.
They don't give a fuck.
All right, Garcia Fernando Garcia. Case number M254095. Any objection to pretrial? Okay, Mr. Garcia, you're charged with 1 count of battery, domestic violence.
No objection to free trial.
Habla inglés? Judge, we need a Spanish interpreter.
Okay. We have the
Señor
Spanish.
García, yes, Your Honor. Señor García, buenos días. A usted se le imputa un cargo de agresión en forma de violencia intrafamiliar. La Fiscalía no se opone a servicios previos al juicio, pretrial services.
Okay, and I do find probable cause. I'm going to issue a stay away order from Yesli Posas Dubon.
Your Honor, will you mind repeating the name, please?
Yesli Posas Dubon.
Okay. Encuentro indicios criminales para el delito que se le imputa. Emito una orden de alejamiento a favor de Yaslin Posas Dubon.
Okay, so, sir, you are not to engage in any criminal activity.
Señor, usted no puede participar de ninguna actividad delictiva.
Okay, you are not to use or possess any illegal drugs.
Tampoco puede consumir o tener sustancias ilícitas.
Okay, you are to stay away from the victim, Yesli Posas Dubon.
Usted tiene que mantenerse alejado de la víctima, Yasli Posas Dubon.
You are not to use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition.
Usted tampoco puede usar, comprar, tener o portar arma, arma de fuego o munición.
You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Usted tiene que entregar de inmediato cualquier arma de fuego, munición o permiso para portar arma oculta que usted tenga a la comisaría más cercana y luego ir a tribunal a dar la prueba de la entrega.
You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with Leslie Posas Dubon.
Usted tiene prohibido tener contacto directo o indirecto con Jasly Posas Dubon.
This includes contact in person, in writing, by telephone, through social media, or any other electronic means.
Este contacto está prohibido e incluye contacto en persona, por escrito, vía telefónica, a través de las redes sociales o cualquier otro medio de comunicación electrónica.
You may not contact her through a third person. You must stay at least 500 feet away from her, her home, her place of employment, and school at all times.
Usted tampoco puede contactarla a ella a través de terceras personas y en todo momento usted tiene que mantenerse a no menos de 500 pies de distancia de ella, el lugar donde ella viva, estudie o trabaje.
You may return to the residence one time only within 48 hours of the entry of this order, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve your personal clothing, personal health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools.
Usted puede retornar a la vivienda una única vez dentro de un periodo de 48 horas una vez se emite esta orden y tiene que ir escoltado por un agente policial para recoger sus artículos personales, ropa, artículos de salud, medicamento, documentos personales, documentos de negocios y o herramientas de trabajo.
Going to the home or remaining at the home without the police will subject the defendant to arrest. The police officer shall request all keys and garage door openers to the home from the defendant and turn them over to the victim.
Ir a la vivienda o quedarse en la vivienda sin ser escoltado por un agente policial hará que el acusado sea sujeto a la detención. A la vez, el agente policial que lo escolte va a solicitar que usted le entregue todas las llaves de la propiedad, incluyendo los controles remotos para el garaje, y se los entregará a la víctima.
Okay, sir. Have a nice day.
Listo, señor, que tenga buen día.
Pre-trial alternate 1,000.
Yeah, it was pre-trial.
Gracias. Una pregunta.
No hablé español.
The next one is Freddie Torres. Mr. Torres, do you speak English?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I haven't read the A form. Do you have any pre-trial, any probable cause arguments?
Yes, Judge. I mean, based off of just the facts of the A form, it just seems that both parties agreed that nothing happened, and then there was an anonymous tip that came in. We don't know who that anonymous tip is and what, if or anything, if they actually witnessed anything. It was a call from 911. But it appears as though both parties retracted any, well, never mentioned that anything did occur.
State.
I would certainly argue that there is probable cause. I think the fact that an anonymous complainant called 911 and said he observed the defendant punching the victim multiple times in the face while they were in the car, and then the officers followed up and saw that the victim had redness and bruising on her lips, on her cheek area, forehead, and right forearm to directly corroborate what the anonymous complainant told the police happened.
Yeah, after reading it, I will find probable cause because the police officers were able to observe the
I recall this name.
the issue is also the follow-up though. Was there any follow-up with the anonymous complainant? You know what?
I'm not
Let's
sure whether the
reset this for a probable cause hearing. Yeah. 3-3.
That's
Okay.
on 3-3, Judge?
3-3. Reset for probable cause hearing. All right. Okay. Sir, you'll be brought back tomorrow. We have to have a hearing to determine probable cause. Andres Felipe Rojas.
Right here.
Okay, Andres Felipe Rojas, you are charged with 1 count of misdemeanor battery, domestic violence against Clara Torres. Okay, I do find probable cause. State.
The state is asking for standard bond on this case.
He's not eligible for trial? It doesn't look like he has.
He had a prior no action battery from M21 10558 in which he was given pretrial.
Okay. So is that make him ineligible again? He can't have pre-trial. I thought pre-trial was just. Is it the same victim?
That's I can't tell.
Okay. All right. So they're saying he's not eligible for pre-trial. So I'm going to go ahead and set standard bond 1,000. And a stay away order. Mr. Rojas, you speak English?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. All right. So you have a stay away order from Carla Torres. You are not to engage in any criminal activity. You're not to use or possess any illegal drugs. Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. You're prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with Carla Torres, including contact in person, in writing, by telephone, through social media, or through third persons. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, the place of employment, and or social media, and or school at all times. You may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of the entry of this order, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve your personal clothing, personal health items, medication, personal and business related paperwork, and work tools. Going to the home or remaining at the home without the police will subject the defendant to arrest. The police officer shall request all keys and garage door openers to the home from the defendant and turn them over to the victim.
Yes, ma'am. May I ask a question?
Sure.
If my wife is to take that order away, may
Your
I?
wife can't take it away. You must go before the court, and the court may modify it. But your wife can't just say to you, okay, I don't mind you coming over, because if you do that without a modification of the stay away order, you can still be arrested. So make sure that you have everything organized before you do anything like that. Also, okay, if you have any type of violent contact with her or whatnot, you'll just face more charges. You already have a previous domestic violence that has been
It was a miscommunication.
but you can still choose to go ahead and proceed against you. So it just because your wife says she doesn't want to go forward, that doesn't mean the case won't go forward. All right?
Understood, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Have a nice day. Jesse,
Standard bonds, Judge?
Standard bond.
I'm sorry, it was alternate bond was 1,000. I mean,
Can I
sorry,
pay that much?
1,000. No free trial. It was $1,000 bond.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Jesse Lozada. Okay, Jesse Losada, you're charged with 1 count of battery and 1 count of criminal mischief, more than 200, less than 1,000. Both are misdemeanors in the 1st degree. Okay, I find probable cause. Date?
The state is requesting standard bond.
Not eligible for pretrial?
He does have priors, Judge. The state would object to pretrial services. I'm not sure.
Okay, so let's see, standard bond on battery is 1,000, right?
Yes, and the crim miss is 500.
500 for the criminal mischief. That's straight.
Judge, we will be requesting pretrial services. These, I mean, 2 were dismissed out of the different charges. I believe it's just 2 priors. 1 was dismissed, and then the other 2, some of the counts of the other charge was dismissed. So we'll be requesting pretrial services.
The dismissed counts are traffic infractions. He completed PTI on a felony 3rd degree attempted fleeing and eluding, and then has withholds for fleeing and eluding, reckless driving, and drag racing. The dismissed are infractions.
All right, I'll give them pretrial services, alternate bond 1,000, alternate bond 500, stay away order. From Marjorie Martinez, you're not to have any contact with her. You're not to engage in any criminal activity. You're not to use or possess any illegal drugs. You're not to use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. The defendant is prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with Marjorie Martinez. Marjorie, sorry, including contact in person, in writing, by telephone, through social media, or any other electronic means, or through 3rd persons. Defendant must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, and the place of employment, and or school at all times. Okay, it does not appear that they live together, so there's no need for them to have any contact like that. All right. All right, sir. Have a good day. All right, so that's that for the morning. Well, not the morning, the DV calendar.
Your Honor, good morning.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, this is Joanne Hennessy. I'm here with the City of Miami Beach for the jail arraignment calendar.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
This one.
Oh, wait.
I don't have the files yet. Yeah, wait, okay. We have to wait for the clerk. I'm good, thank you. I have this ready one here too from the morning that they had put together.
Okay. What is the news?
That was the one that he was there for misdemeanor battery. I mean, sorry, for domestic violence, but he has a, that's a misdemeanor.
Okay.
Hey. How are you?
Didn't get enough last time.
Well, at least I got it divided in two. Makes it easier. How's it? Good, good. Sorry, I'm getting a white in because I haven't even eaten breakfast.
That's one.
There's a file that we had, the ready one. I don't know if you guys have the paperwork because we had it for DV, but he's got a misdemeanor. So I just gave it to her. I don't know.
Did you add it? Right.
No, I mean, they just,
Separately?
yeah, I didn't do anything with that one. We did his DV case, but we didn't do.
Got it.
Mhm.
One today. Okay.
She must have was here till 7:45.
No? Yeah.
Okay, so last night. Sure. Weren't you with Rachel before?
No, Ledge.
Never been with Rachel? Oh, I
I
just.
left last year to go to DV and I came back. Now I'm an assistant.
Oh, good for you.
Thank you. Yes. You ready though?
I'm waiting for them. They told me, they asked me for a moment. I'm trying to get my hand on the control.
You live out there though, you know what I mean?
It's like a big sponge. All right, wonderful. Let's get started then. Okay, so last night. You guys ready?
Yes, Judge, we're ready.
Okay, perfect. Miss Knight, you're charged with 1 count of trespass after warning. It says that while conducting a patrol of Miami International Airport's Trial Rail Station flagpole area, I observed the defendant singing and dancing around. I approached the defendant and asked the defendant if she had any identification. The defendant refused to speak to me and walked away. It should be noted that the defendant's property was laying in the front of the no trespass sign. The defendant refused to answer any questions. The defendant was told numerous times that she was being trespassed and she needed to vacate the premises. The defendant, after numerous times, left the flagpole area and proceeded to stand in front of the parking lot. The defendant began to bathe on the fence line facing the parking lot, which also had a no trespass sign. The defendant was taken into custody and transported to DGK without incident. Any PC arguments?
None at this time, Judge.
You sure about that? What is she being arrested for? Is it because she was there singing and dancing or because she started dancing afterwards?
From the A form, Your Honor, it appears that the defendant was arrested for trespassing despite the officer telling her to leave.
But why did she have to leave? It doesn't say within the four corners. They said that they saw her singing and dancing. And then that was enough for them to be bothered by it and then tell her to leave. It doesn't say anything about them asking her why she was there, if they asked to see if she had any tickets to board the train. There's nothing there. It's, they see a woman, she's singing and dancing. She's apparently, very happy. I don't understand this.
Our state would stipulate the R1.
Okay. All right. So you're going to get, I find no PC.
We're gonna release outright, Judge.
Release outright. Now, I need to know if you have a home address.
Judge will request that she be placed on the homeless calendar.
Well, she's getting released outright, so
Right.
they would have to file an information to be able to proceed with charges if I found a PC. And then they'd have to serve her. All right. All right, so you're gonna get released today.
Judge, she does have an address. One
I don't
second.
have the address.
Oh, you do? Okay, so that you can keep in touch with her. Make sure you have that, because if she's,
When you go there.
if they do decide to file an information, you don't want her to just get picked up by,
Right.
okay? Okay, so Yvonne Maria Ortiz, B23 23729.
Judge, you don't have Mr. Estrada before you? She should be next. Anna Estrada.
I have Miss Anna Estrada. You call her first?
Yeah, Estrada.
Okay. Ana Estrada.
Judge, you should have 2 bench warrants and 1 in case. She's also
Oh,
known as Maria Ortiz.
she is also known as Ortiz. Okay.
Yeah, the police told me, and I don't know why.
Last one's Ortiz?
Does she speak English?
Yes, Judge, she does.
Okay, so you're charged with 1 count of petty theft and 1 count of resisting an officer without violence. And then you also have bench warrants on case number B23-023-729. Bench warrant
But, can I talk?
issued August 9th, 2024 before Judge Julie Nelson for failure to appear and picking up a new case. And then you have M24-9372. Bench warrant was issued for you also failing to appear before Judge.
I'm sorry, Judge. I apologize, but can you get a Spanish interpreter? It'll be just better for her to understand.
Okay, we have an interpreter. Madam Interpreter, we need you.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right, perfect. So Ms. Estrada is also known to the court as Maria Yvonne Ortiz.
La señora Ana Estrada, este tribunal también la conoce como María Eva Ortiz.
There's 3 cases. There's this new case, which is M25-04, sorry, 004084.
Usted tiene 3 causas y esta nueva causa que es la M25-004084.
You are charged with 1 count of petty theft and 1 count of resisting an officer without violence.
A usted se le imputa un cargo de hurto de menor cuantía y un cargo de poner resistencia al arresto sin violencia.
The court finds probable cause for both counts.
Este tribunal encuentra indicios criminales para ambas causas.
Okay, and what are the standard bonds?
Your Honor, for the petty theft, it's 150, and for the resisting an officer without violence, it's 500.
Okay.
For the
So count 1 is 150 and count 2 is $500 bond
then the state would respectfully request a felony hold.
and a stay away order from Walmart at 8400 Southwest 24th Street, Miami, Florida 33155. You are to stay away from there. If you go there, not only will you be facing new charges based on trespass, but also contempt of court for failing to obey my order.
Muy bien, entonces vamos a aplicarle la fianza estándar. Cargo número 1 son $150. Cargo 2, $500 más una orden de alejamiento a favor de la tienda Walmart. Usted no puede acercarse ni ir al 8400 Southwest 24 Calle, Miami, Florida 33155. Si usted se acerca a este lugar, a usted se le van a entablar nuevos cargos por entrada ilegal y por desacato a una orden judicial.
Okay. You also have case number B23-23729, which is a bench warrant.
That's
Sí,
a
también
probation
tiene-
warrant, Judge.
Sorry, it's a probation warrant.
Okay. Y el B23-23729 es una orden de arresto por un quebrantamiento de la libertad vigilada.
Okay. All right. And then you also have another case, which is a bench warrant, which is M249372 for failure to appear on November 18th, 2024.
Y tiene una orden de arresto y captura por no haber comparecido ante el tribunal el 18 de noviembre del 2024. Esa causa es M249372.
All right, so I'm gonna leave the probation warrant at $1,000 bond.
Okay. La orden de captura por libertad vigilada o libertad probatoria es de $1,000.
Okay, and for the M249372, which is this is an F3, so would we have that on this one only?
Pero ¿cuál fue la que me
Oh,
quitaron?
that's right, it is a
¿Cuál
petty.
es, señorita?
So the bench warrant was issued in the amount of 3,501. And I'm gonna leave that amount as bond.
Your Honor, $3,500.
And $501.
Okay, Your Honor, thank you. Y la orden de captura y arresto por no haber comparecido ante el tribunal el 18 de noviembre se mantiene a cual lo estableció el juez de división, que es $3,501.
Okay.
Okay, you'll be taken before the misdemeanor judge in just a few days, if not tomorrow, okay?
Your Honor, there's
Usted
also
va a ver al juez de delitos menores en un par de días o si no mañana.
Hold on.
¿Puedo hablar?
State has
But
something.
may I say something?
Hold on a second. The state has something they want to say.
Your Honor, there's also an open felony. There's an alias capias. The state wanted to ensure that the defendant would be held until the defendant goes before the felony judge.
Okay, there's an AC on what case?
F24234 grand theft.
F24. What was it?
F24234, Your Honor.
234. Corrections, do you have that?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so we'll put a hold on that. All right.
También se mantiene detenida ya que usted tiene un caso de delito mayor abierto en el cual se emitió también una orden para su captura y arresto. Hurto de mayor cuantía, causa F24234.
Okay, pero ¿puedo decir algo?
May I say something?
Anything that you say can and will be held against you. Everything is being audio and video recorded. You should talk to your attorney who's next to you before you say anything.
Por supuesto, usted puede decir, pero todo lo que diga puede y será usado en su contra. Todo está siendo grabado, no solo en audio, sino que también en video. Le recomiendo hablar con su abogada que está parada al lado suyo antes de decir algo.
Porque es que yo tenía un bench warrant y yo contraté a un abogado y él me lo quitó. Pero de los otros dos yo no sabía nada. Cuando yo
So this
fui
is the thing.
abogada-
I was aware that there was a bench warrant against me, but I hired the services of a private attorney and he took care of it. Then about the other two cases, I wasn't aware.
Porque uno sí me quitó, y ese fue el que yo contraté el abogado, porque fue cuando hubo lo del huracán, que me cerraron la corte, yo tenía el día fecha para ir a ese que yo perdí, porque yo estaba viniendo a todas, pero menos a eso, porque fue cuando cerraron la corte.
So I hired this attorney for him to fix the issue with the bench warrant because it happened during a hurricane. I remember I attended or I was present to all my court appearances.
So ma'am, at this point, I have the case and I have what is in front of me. The issue is not only those bench warrants, but that you continue to commit crimes allegedly while you are out on conditional liberty or facing other crimes. So I don't really think that, you know, anything that you say at this point is going to affect my decision to change the bond. That's something you're going to have to reach out to your private attorney to find out what happened with that, or to your public defender. Okay? Have a nice day.
Okay, última cosa.
Is she waiving interpretation?
Yeah.
Counsel? Okay, Your Honor.
Well, she understood.
Oh,
No.
she did. Okay.
Next defendant, she can leave.
Okay, go ahead. Sean Thomas Minor.
Your Honor, Joanne Hennessy for the City of Miami Beach.
Morning. This is for unlawful camping. Was the defendant brought to court?
He was scheduled
Coming now.
yesterday, Your Honor. He refused
He's
yesterday.
here. He's here, Judge.
Right here, right here.
No, don't.
Right here.
Right there.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Minor, you're charged with 1 count of prohibited camping.
Due process was not met, ma'am. My name is Dr. Sean Thomas Rainier, United Nations Ambassador, active United States Secret Service, 25 years.
I'm sorry, I can't hear what you're saying.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. My name is Dr. Sean Thomas Manier. I'm a United Nations Ambassador, active United States Secret Service, 25 years, currently active. Health and Human Services active, sworn in by Alex Azair for the 10th time, one of my attorneys. And also, I'm a U.S. Texas Ranger, sworn in by George Bush and assigned his badge number, active duty.
All right. Do you have anything that could confirm what you're telling the court?
Due process was not met, ma'am, on that. I was not Mirandized and I was on private property at a beach at 4:30 in the morning to 6.
So a lot of people mistake, they think that they have to be Mirandized. You only be in Mirandized if the officer is asking you questions that could be incriminating. If there's no questions being asked that could be incriminating regarding the investigation or not, there's no need to Mirandize somebody. Now, what I was asking you is, do you have any documentation of the allegations that you're making that you are working for all these services?
Because I am a United Nations ambassador, ma'am, they would have to have paperwork from the United Nations or verification. They were so required to contact Secret Service. However, there were questions asked on site.
Well, that's something for your attorney then to go ahead and look into a possible suppression motion.
Would
Okay.
be Bridget Brennan,
Brennan,
Brennan, Special Prosecutor's Office, New York City, DEA prosecutor, my attorney.
Okay, so I do find, well, let me see, what is this? What does the ordinance say?
Your Honor, the ordinance suggests, if you give me a
What
minute,
does
I'll
the
pull it up, but
ordinance say? Can you read to me the ordinance?
yes, if you give me a minute, I'll pull it right up.
Okay, thank you.
I do hold the power of Congress, Your Honor.
Sorry, Your Honor, I pulled up another one earlier.
It says violation of section 70-45.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, just give me a second.
Do we have a copy of the ordinances here? A legal copy? I don't think so. Yeah.
Your Honor, the camping ordinance says for purposes of this section, it describes camping as sleeping or other being in a temporary shelter outdoors, sleeping out of doors, and or cooking over open fire. Camping is prohibited on all public property, except as may be specifically authorized by the appropriate governmental authority. Camping is prohibited on all private property. And then indicia of camping, the local court rulings have held that in order to camp, the suspect must do more than simply fall asleep on city property. There must be some indication of actual camping. One or more of the following should exist.
Yeah, so
before
where is the indication of camping? Because this happened, this is according to this, it's 6:53 in the morning. Okay. So the beaches are usually open from sunrise to sunset. I don't have anything here that tells me when sunrise was, and it only says that he was asleep. There's not anything else.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, he was fully covered by a blue-brown blanket.
It's cold in the
The
morning.
defendant was laying next to a stack of chairs and under a closed cabana umbrella. The blanket and umbrella provided him temporary shelter from the elements. He removed the blanket.
Probable cause.
You do not, Your Honor?
I don't find probable cause. I'm gonna release outright. Anybody can go to the beach in the morning and bring a blanket, especially during this time of year where it gets so cold. It's nice to fall asleep on the beach when you're watching the sunrise or whatnot. The fact of the matter is that the officers did not put enough information within the four corners of the A form for the court to state that there was actual camping. And even upon the hearing of the ordinance, I don't find that there's probable cause. Release outright.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go to the next thing. Okay, Frandy Brito Gonzalez.
Brandy.
Was reset from yesterday. He was not brought. Ward D. Okay. So, Mr. Brito Gonzalez, you have a bench warrant that was issued for your failure to appear.
No, he's in Ward D, Judge. Reset for tomorrow, Mr. Brito Gonzalez. This is Navarro Blanco before you.
Thank you. Reset 25. Navarro, Cesar Augusto Navarro.
Yeah.
This is a bench warrant that was issued on August 13th, 2024. You failed to appear before Judge Lisette Martinez. This was a petty theft. Why didn't you come to court?
Oh, Spanish judge, sorry.
Señor Martínez, señor Navarro, usted se encuentra acá debido a una orden de captura y arresto por no haber comparecido ante el tribunal el 13 de agosto del año pasado para responder al cargo de hurto de menor cuantía frente a la jueza Lisette Martínez. ¿Por qué no fue al tribunal? ¿Qué sucedió?
Oh, estaba metido en un shelter, mamá, madre, se me olvidó.
Mom, I was in a shelter and I forgot about it.
Okay. State, did you have any objection to pretrial?
No.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and give you, well, I guess it wouldn't be pretrial, it would have to be TAP if he's homeless. So, TAP, alternate bond 500. Sir, just because you're in a shelter doesn't mean you get to avoid court. It's your responsibility. Look what happened. You got picked
Muy
up.
bien. Usted califica para el programa TAP o de manera alternativa paga una fianza de $500. El estar en un albergue no le da razón para evadir responder ante el tribunal. Es importante, mire dónde se encuentra ahora.
Failure to appear.
Por no haber comparecido.
So when you have a case and you know that you have an open case, you should know you have an open case. You need to be proactively calling and finding out about your court dates and making it to court.
Cuando usted tiene una causa abierta, usted tiene que ser más proactivo, llamar, preguntar cuándo son las siguientes audiencias y presentarse.
Okay.
You also have a stay-away order from Walmart at 9191 West Flagler Street, Miami, Florida, 33174. You are not to go there. If you go there in violation of my stay-away order, you will be facing new charges and contempt of court.
Vale, recuerda que también existe una orden de alejamiento a favor de la tienda Walmart ubicada en la 9191 de West Flagler Street en Miami, Florida, 33174. Si usted quebranta esta orden, usted va a estar enfrentando cargos adicionales más otro cargo por desacato a esta orden judicial.
And in the future, it's not mama, mommy, it's su señoría or judge.
Y para la próxima, cuando esté frente a un juez, no se refiera a él o a ella como mamá o moma, es su señoría.
Okay.
All right. Clinton Zuccarini.
You giving him tap, Judge?
Yes, tap alternate 500.
Because his jail card has a physical address, just to let you know.
Oh, okay. I think tap can still take. And after that, this still have.
What's the next one?
Felon.
Oh, Clinton, okay.
And how many felonies?
62.
The weekend in Miami. Some kind of garage is closed or banana. Something banana, and I don't know what it is. Okay. Clinton Zuccarini, do we have him?
He's coming in, Judge.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, sir, so you are charged with criminal mischief and disorderly intoxication. You allegedly broke the windshield wiper of a Miami-Dade Transit bus while it was parked.
Judge, do you have a PC argument for the amount? It's a criminous 200 or less. I don't see the amount listed, correct me if I'm wrong, on the A form.
Any response?
Yes, Your Honor.
That doesn't have an amount listed.
The state would argue that there's PC for the M2 criminal mischief. It's $200 or less. It doesn't necessarily need any sort of monetary value for the M2, not to mention a prima facie case is not necessary for probable cause under State v. Harris 999 Southern 2nd 1068. The standard of probable cause is only the probability of probable cause and not a prima facie showing of criminal activity.
Right, so I find probable cause as to both counts. What is the recommendation for bond?
Your Honor, the state would actually request an elevated bond based on the lengthy priors that I am looking at right now. State would request 300 for the criminal mischief and 300 for the disorderly intoxication.
Judge, we'll be requesting a dollar bond and for this to be for the alternative ROR, so he could be placed on the homeless calendar. He is homeless.
That would be nice. You can't.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and set the standard bond. So count one is 150, $150, and count two, $150, okay?
Ma'am, Your Honor, thank you, Your Honor. Is it $300, Your Honor?
Yes, $300, or I don't know, maybe 10% with the bondsman.
Ma'am, I have $300 in my property. God bless you for that. But how do I get it and pay it?
So you can probably talk to corrections about that, but if you're not able to pay it, you'll be taken to the judge either tomorrow or the day after. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I have that much money.
Okay, Quinones, Rocky Quinones.
Here? No?
Okay, Mr. Quinones, do you speak English?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Yes, Judge, I do.
You're charged with trespass after property. Allegedly, this occurred at the Hard Rock 401 Biscayne Boulevard.
Yes.
The allegations are that you had been previously trespassed that evening by the officer and then were seen back on site. Any priors?
No, ma'am. First time this ever happened to me. This is the first time this ever happened to me. Judge, I apologize about what happened. Yeah, that's what happened.
Don't say anything that you
All
can,
right.
if you say
Yes.
anything, even
Okay.
if it's an apology or anything.
All right. Okay. All right.
Used against you. Everything's being
Okay.
audio and video recorded.
Okay. No problem.
Your Honor, yes, the defendant does have priors. He was convicted of DUI manslaughter in 1990, or in 2000, pardon me. He has a probation revocation in 2000 as well. He was arrested for marijuana in 1998. Disorderly intoxication charge was dismissed in 2017. Cocaine possession conviction 2017 with a drug paraphernalia charge, and then an assault with hold in 2015.
Yeah, those are the ones I forgot
So,
about.
is he eligible?
That was so many years ago. That's the reason I didn't say anything. Judge, I'm sorry about that. We're talking about 20 years ago. This has that occurred to me. Ever since then, I've been doing everything I'm supposed to
No,
do.
we're talking about the whole.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. Okay, I understand.
But that's still taken into consideration.
Okay, no problem.
It's not like it just goes away.
Okay.
You still take things into consideration.
Of course. This what happened to me is, I know it's a misdemeanor, and it's not that. I know it was a trespassing. I'm sorry. Okay. But
So do you have any objection to pretrial? He could be, they said that he would probably, did you say that?
With the DUI
I
manslaughter?
wouldn't know. But you're sitting where pretrial usually sits, so, okay.
We would object, just given the DUI manslaughter prior and 2017 convictions as well.
Well, what I'll do is I'll do pretrial alternate bond. If they reject him, then he'll have to post his bond. And the alternate, what is the standard bond?
500, Judge.
So pretrial alternate bond 500. And you also have a stay away order from.
I don't understand then. What is this? Then I gotta plead guilty.
Wait, no,
Okay,
she has to read the stay away order.
Oh, so I won't be getting released today?
Listen to me. Stop talking and listen, okay? You talk a lot. You gotta just listen, all right? All right. Pretrial alternate bond 500. That means that you're able to get out if they're able to verify you, right, without having to post a bond. Now, the other thing you can do is you can go ahead and have somebody post your bond, which is $500, either with a bondsman or with a cash bond, all right? If you're unable to post your bond or pretrial doesn't take you, you'll be taken to the division judge within the next 2 days, all right?
The next 2 days then? So then I won't be going home today?
No. You could be going home today. More likely than not, you will. Okay. All right. Giovanni Herrera.
Herrera. Hello.
Mr. Herrera, you are charged with assault of a police officer, firefighter, or intake officer.
That's it.
Okay. Any PC argument?
Yes, Judge. So for these charges, it just appears to be, so for an assault charge, you would need what, the overt act or word, and then the apparent ability to carry out the threat. Based off of the A form, Judge, I'm not sure that there's apparent ability to carry out that threat. This, Mr. Herrera there's 1, 2, 3, 4, more than enough officers there. I'm not sure how he would have that apparent ability to carry out a threat. An officer with other officers being placed in fear. I just don't understand where exactly that would be the case.
Okay.
Your Honor, the state would request this be set for hearing, our PC hearing tomorrow, unless the defendant would like to stipulate the probable cause.
Okay, so let's reset for PC hearing. I see the issue also. Okay, PC hearing reset 3-3. Okay. Sir, you'll be brought tomorrow. We can have a probable cause hearing, okay? Nicholas Horst?
Your Honor, Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach.
Oh.
Right here, sir. All right there. Thank you.
Your Honor, I'd ask for standard bond in this case. Just to indicate one other indicia of camping is the suspect is asleep and when awakened, volunteers that he has no other place to live.
Okay, I find probable cause. What are his priors like?
I don't see any priors on our side, Judge. So I'll be requesting a dollar bond, or just ROR and place him on homeless calendar.
Okay.
I also don't see any priors, Your Honor, and I defer to you.
We can put him on the homeless calendar. So I'll go ahead. Listen, Mr. How do you say your last name?
I-course.
Mr. I-course. I'm gonna go ahead and give you an ROR, which means that you're being released on your own recognizances. That means that you're responsible for showing up. You're not gonna be held in custody. If you fail to appear, a warrant is gonna be issued for your arrest. And it's not just gonna go away. And then the next time you get picked up, you're gonna stay in custody until you see the judge again. So you need to make sure that you're coming to court. When is calendar?
It's March 26th, Judge.
So you have to be in court on March 26th, 2025
9 a.m.
at 9 a.m. in courtroom 6-7 of the Richard E. Gerstein building, okay? So that's the courthouse. The criminal courthouse was it's 1351 Northwest 12th Street, okay?
Yeah.
If you're not here that day, you're gonna get arrested.
Okay.
All right, have a nice.
Okay, I'll just.
All
Yeah.
Okay.
Milton Alexander,
There you go.
Corrado, Miranda.
Your Honor, Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach.
Sorry, because they're looking for him.
No, yeah. Right in, sir. You need to put your
Okay. This is camping. Sir, you're charged with camping. I prohibit ordinance.
Sorry, Judge, can we get a Spanish interpreter?
Your Honor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, sir, you're charged with camping in a prohibited location, Miami Beach.
Muy bien, señora, usted se le imputa acampamiento ilegal en un área prohibida, Miami Beach.
Okay, so I have reviewed the A form. I do find probable cause.
He revisado el atestado de arresto y encuentro indicios criminales.
Your Honor, we'd ask for a standard bond. There are recent arrests, but no, there's a recent arrest, but no convictions.
Okay, and what was the arrest for? Was he charged? Is it an open case?
No, it's not an open case, Your Honor. It's October 2024, entering park after hours. That was a withhold.
Okay, all right, why don't I go ahead and I did find probable cause. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna set a dollar bond. Actually, I'll send a $10 bond.
Como dije previamente, encuentro indicios criminales, pero voy a establecer la fianza en $10.
Okay, sir, if you do bond out, you need to make sure you come back to court. If you don't come back to court, this warrant will be issued for your arrest and you're gonna get picked up again, and then you'll have to wait until your case is resolved.
Si usted llega a pagar la fianza, le pido por favor que venga al tribunal el día que tiene que hacerlo. De no hacerlo, se va a emitir una orden para su captura y arresto. Usted va a ser detenido y va a tener que esperar adentro hasta que se resuelva esta causa.
If you're unable to be bond out, you'll be taken before the misdemeanor judge within the next few days.
Si usted no está en capacidad de pagar la fianza, usted va a comparecer frente al juez de delitos menores en un par de días.
Okay, and if you continue to camp out in Miami Beach, you're just gonna go ahead and get rearrested. So I would try to stay out of that area and find somewhere where you're permitted to be.
Si usted continúa acampando en el área de Miami Beach, le van a volver a arrestar. Así que trate de mantenerse alejado de ahí y busque un lugar donde se pueda quedar.
Okay, next case, Yorkie Batista Perdomo.
Ya me quedaría aquí entonces. ¿Qué te dio esa parte?
No habla español. No habla español, señor. It's your judge.
Okay, so this is a resisting without violence. Allegedly occurred March 1st at 4:56 a.m. Defendant was found asleep at the wheel. Okay. So the resisting is him trying to leave after loud verbal commands to not go. Sir, you speak Spanish or English?
Spanish.
Okay.
Muy bien, señor. Usted se encuentra acá por poner resistencia al arresto. También se le encontró durmiendo detrás del timón 1 de marzo a las 4:56 de la mañana.
Apparently, the officer told him to stop and he continued to try to drive away.
Aparentemente, la gente le pidió que se detenga, pero usted continuó manejando.
What are his priors like, if any?
No local priors, Your Honor.
Okay, so we could do pretrial services?
Yes, sir.
Pretrial services alternate bond is what, 150? 500? 500 alternate bond, okay?
Muy bien, entonces lo voy a poner bajo la supervisión del programa Pretrial Services o de manera alternativa paga una fianza de $500, ¿sí?
Okay. Is Nelson Perez, Nelson Jesus Perez, trespass after warning. Okay, so sir, this is for an incident that had previously occurred on February 14th, 2025.
Okay.
Do you
For
need the
trespassing? Huh?
Do you need the interpreter?
No, I speak English.
Okay, So this allegedly occurred on February 14, 2025.
Oh, it was for trespassing.
Information. I don't have any PC or I don't have the underlying A form.
State agrees, Your Honor, no objection to ROR.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and release you outright, sir. You need to pay attention to your mail and stuff though, because this case might not be over.
Okay.
But you'll be getting out today.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. You can go out.
All right.
That was RR, Judge?
Yeah, release outright, no PC. Puebla?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you're good. You speak English?
No, it's fine.
Judge, you need Spanish, assistance in
It's
Spanish
Spanish.
interpreter.
Okay.
I'm connected, Your Honor.
Okay, so this is a trespass of an unoccupied structure conveyance. Let's see what it's.
No.
Esta es por la entrada ilegal a una estructura desocupada o un vehículo desocupado.
This is for him trespassing in the Sea Oaks area, which is a roped off area.
I'm not
Yeah,
personally
that's
familiar.
what it says. You've never been to the beach where they have that area that's roped off and it says the Sea Oaks area.
I live in North Beach, but I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Throughout the Sea Oaks, 500 feet of each other. I don't see any indication of a warning.
Believe it's
There should be, I believe there are posted signs on the Theo's area.
signs and fencing. One moment.
It's a protected area.
Yes, Your Honor, at the bottom it says no trespassing signs, minimum 2-inch lettering are posted throughout the COs within 500 feet of each other. To further advise the public that the area is off limits.
PD, did you have any argument?
Yes, I'm just looking at the statute real quick.
Su abogada está revisando el estatuto rápidamente.
Obviously is regarding the charge. This is not an unoccupied structure conveyance.
Right, that's why I was looking at these.
And I think there's a more statute.
Oh, yes, Your Honor, one moment to.
Yeah, Judge, based off of the statute, it is not a structure and it's not a conveyance.
Let me see.
It's a roped off protected area that's being alleged. So I think there's a more specific statute.
Yes.
Están buscando el estatuto específico, el cargo específico que se le debe imputar, ya que usted entró al área de las dunas, el área que está acordonada, que no se considera ni estructura ni vehículo.
I'm looking at Florida Statute 810.09, trespass on property other than structure or conveyance. Subsection 1 alpha, a person who, without being authorized, licensed, or invited, willfully enters upon or remains in any property other than a structure or conveyance. Another subsection 1, as to which notice against entering or remaining is given, either by actual communication to the offender or by posting, fencing, or cultivation as described in 810.011.
So fencing or cultivation?
I would argue, Your Honor, that it's by posting.
Right. And then they also have the ropes, allegedly.
Sure.
We've had many cases in the past where people are trespassing on this area.
But is it charged like this?
I believe it's just charged as what he said it was. It's just trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance.
Okay.
It's like a protected nature area.
I know what the area. I was thinking about what the more specific charge, if there was a particular protected area or whatnot. But so did you see anything, Madam Public Defender?
Judge, so is the statute of the state charging them under the 810.09?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No arguments, Judge.
Okay, all right, so, and then what are you asking for as far as bond? Is he eligible for pretrial?
Judge, I would ask for ROR. He is homeless, based off of the A form, and there are no significant priors. He can also be placed on the homeless calendar.
Why don't we put him on the, and it indicates he's homeless? Is he homeless?
¿Es usted una persona desamparada o sin techo? Señor, ¿es usted una persona desamparada o sin techo?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go ahead and put him on the homeless calendar.
No objection, Your Honor. But just for the record, he does have an open petty theft.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and
I'm sorry, Judge. I do see that the statute, I don't see that it was amended. So are they gonna amend, get like felon information because it's still 810.08 to A. That's the
Counsel
one with
mistaken,
the structure.
amending once we file the information.
Okay, well, yeah, so it's still showing that it's charged under the 810, so with no PC be found in ROR and put on the homeless calendar.
You can find PC for another charge, which is what we're asking for.
Well, I was gonna give him an RR and put him on the homeless calendar
Yes.
anyway, so I don't think you guys can
Okay.
I think it's enough for PC for right now, but you guys can continue. So what was the date for the
26th?
3/26/2025 at 9 a.m. Courtroom 6-7 of the Richard Gerstein Building, 1351 Northwest 12th Street. Sir, if you do not appear on March 26, 2025 in courtroom 6-7, then a warrant will be issued for your arrest.
Muy bien, señor. Entonces, la Fiscalía va a modificar el cargo que se le imputa en el documento acusatorio. Con eso en mente, su soñaría la pone usted bajo el calendario de personas desamparadas. Usted tiene que comparecer ante el tribunal el 26 de marzo de este año a las 9 de la mañana en la sala 6-7 del Tribunal Richard E. Gerstein, que está ubicada en el 1351 Northwest y la 12 calle en Miami, Florida. Si usted no comparece el 26 de marzo en la sala 6-7, se va a emitir una orden para su captura y arresto.
Okay.
All right, have a nice day. Pablo Volchuk or Wojciech.
Your Honor, this is Joanne Hennessy for the City of Miami Beach. I'm just announcing my appearance. At this time, it's the state's case.
There's two counts. There's one for the ordinance and one for trespass. One
Right,
for the
and usually as long as there's a state or a statute, the state covers it if that.
cancels the whole thing. Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
all right. Okay, I find probable cause as far as the camping and let me see as to the trespass. I don't find probable cause though for the trespass.
State agrees, Your Honor.
Okay, so ROR as to trespass and then for the camping. Sir, are you homeless?
I am currently homeless. I do have a friend who allows me to stay in their apartment, and I just was enjoying the weekend, and I fell asleep. I was tired. I was just enjoying Saturday.
So what is the address?
I do not remember the address. It just I have a friend.
So let's
Who,
put him on the homeless calendar.
yeah, I just choose to be outside. I don't want to be in some.
Okay, so ROR and set for hearing 3/26/2025 at 9 a.m. Courtroom 6-7 of the Miami-Dade County Courthouse, okay, Richard E. Gerstein Building, 1351 Northwest 12th Street. If you are not here on that day, a warrant will be issued for your arrest. Okay?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Counts, count one, count
This is the, yeah.
two, the trust. PCS2, count. All right, Wilbur Medrano, Granja.
Wilbur Madrano.
Okay, so this was a bench warrant that was issued at trial. Does the gentleman speak English?
What? No? What do you think?
Okay, so sir, this is a bench warrant that was issued against you for failing to appear on December 2nd, 2024, which was your trial day.
Assistant, the Spanish interpreter, please.
Muy bien, señor, esto es por una orden de captura y arresto que se emitió porque usted no se presentó el día de su juicio el 2 de diciembre del 2024.
Why didn't you come to court?
¿Por qué no compareció ante el tribunal?
Porque no me di cuenta, porque según ya me había puesto un stay away, ya había venido a corte yo por ese caso que me pusieron un stay away.
Because I didn't realize I need to come again. A stay away order was already issued and I was present.
Regardless, you need to come back to court. You don't get to just decide that it's over. There's a finality to your case that you would know if it was over by getting some kind of final paperwork. Just because you got a stay away order doesn't mean the case is over.
Sin importar, usted no puede decidir si su caso se da por terminado o no. Este caso tiene que llegar a una decisión, tiene que finalizar y usted va a saber que esté finalizado porque le van a dar un documento, algo, no simplemente porque emiten una orden de alejamiento.
Oh, bueno, eso pensé, por eso no supe que había una corte emitida.
Well, that's what I thought, and that's why I didn't know there was another hearing.
All right, the bench warrant was for 1,600. I'm going to leave bond at 1,600. 1,600.
Vale.
The stay away order is still in place.
La
Sir,
orden.
the judge either tomorrow or the day after.
Muy bien, entonces la orden el costo de la orden de captura y arresto en su contra es de $1,600, por ende la fianza se mantiene a $1,600 y también se mantiene en efecto la orden de alejamiento. Usted va a ver a su juez de división mañana o pasado mañana.
The next case is Carlos Reyes Cabrera.
I'm sorry, Judge, what was the bond on that again?
1,600, 1,600.
Okay, thank you. Hello, right here.
Excuse me.
I'm a Spanish interpreter.
Buenas
He's here.
tardes.
Good afternoon.
Español.
Oh, yeah. Un momento.
Okay, sir, you're charged with petty theft allegedly occurred on the 1st of March at 2414 West 60th Street in Hialeah. You need Spanish interpreter?
Yes, Your Honor. Señora, usted se le imputa un cargo de hurto de menor cuantía. Supuestamente esto sucedió el 1 de marzo en la 2414 del Northwest y la 60 calle en Hialeah.
Sí.
It is alleged
Yes.
that you stole several packages of meat and that you exited the store without paying.
Excuse me, Your Honor, this is your interpreter. Carne, meat?
Yes, meat.
Thank you, ma'am. Se alega, supuestamente usted robó varios paquetes de carne y que salió de la tienda sin pagar.
Do you have an address where you reside, sir?
¿Usted tiene una dirección donde vive, señor? Yes.
What is your home address?
¿Cuál es su dirección, por favor?
Can you repeat that question? Sorry. You need to
Oh, sorry, this was at a, this occurred at a Publix. I don't know if I said Wednesday, I meant Publix.
Can you repeat the question of the address?
Yeah, just let the interpreter interpret what I just said.
Ok, Your Honor. Esto, de hecho, sucedió en una tienda Publix. ¿Cuál es la dirección donde usted vive, señor?
920 West 56 Street.
920 West 56th Street.
Is there an apartment number?
Número de departamento
920.
920.
And what city is that in?
¿En qué ciudad?
Hialeah, Florida.
Hialeah, Florida.
Do you have a zip code?
Código postal
33012.
33012.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead, allow you to go out. I do find probable cause. Any priors that I need to know of?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and allow you to be ROR'd, and I'm going to put you on the homeless calendar for March 26th at 9 a.m. at 1351 Northwest 12th Street, Miami-Dade County, 33129.
33125.
33125. You must be present in courtroom 6-7. You also have a stay away order from the Publix at 2414 West 60th Street, Hialeah, Florida.
Excuse me, Your Honor, this is your interpreter. Release a right or release on its
No.
own recognizance?
ROR, release on his
Thank
own
you.
cognizance. I do find probable cause.
Muy bien, encuentro indicios criminales para el delito que se le imputa. Lo voy a poner en libertad bajo palabra y en el calendario de personas desamparadas. Usted tiene que presentarse al tribunal el 26 de marzo a las 9 de la mañana. Al tribunal Richard E. Gerstein, que está ubicado en el 1351 del Northwest y la 12 calle en Miami, Florida, 33125. Así como también emito una orden de alejamiento a favor de la tienda Publix ubicado en el 2414 West 60 calle en Hialeah. Usted no se puede acercar ahí.
Ok, perfecto, sí. Sí,
Perfect.
ok.
Sounds perfect. Yes, okay.
Okay, have a nice day, sir.
Buen día, señor.
All right, the next one is Howard Reddy. Sir, you're charged with openly carrying a weapon. I do find probable cause. We had him earlier. I think, what did I give him? The bonds?
Pretrial alternate 1,000.
Okay, so any objection to pretrial on this?
No objection, Your Honor.
So we'll do what is the alternate bond? Pretrial services, alternate.
150.
Okay, alternate bond 150. And he did have, I think, a stay away order, right?
On the
Yes, Joe. It was a DV case.
It was a DV case. So he has to surrender all weapons. All weapons to sheriff as ordered in the DV case. You're not to have any access to those weapons, sir. All right? And pretrial services alternate bond is 150. Your stay away orders on the previous case are still in place. You understand that? Or do you understand that?
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you. Okay, so this is Oscar Lee Sawyer. Oscar Lee Sawyer is charged with 1 count of misdemeanor petty theft in the 2nd degree, allegedly occurred at the Wawa 11101 Southwest 184th Street, Miami, Florida 33157. I find probable cause. Any priors?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a rather somewhat long list, mainly drug priors, however. There's a CCF prior from 2018 where the defendant was convicted, a couple of probation violations. State would be requesting the standard bond.
All right, standard bond, $150. You also have a stay away order from the Wawa at 11101 Southwest 184th Street, Miami, Florida, 33157. Javier Levinsky.
Yeah.
He's at pretrial.
He's at pretrial, Judge.
Okay, so reset to tomorrow?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Reset 3-3.
Okay.
Edward Anderson. Edward Keith Anderson. This is
Your Honor,
campaign.
Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach.
Right here. He's here, Judge.
All right. This is, sir, you're allegedly camping on Miami Beach, having read the four corners of the A form. I do not find probable cause. ROR, release outright.
Which one is it, Judge? Release outright?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. You dropped the charge on me?
Well, I didn't find probable cause, so they have to
Your Honor,
go
can you clarify why you don't find probable cause? He was,
within the corners of the A form. I don't find probable cause. This allegedly occurred at 7:17 a.m., which is usually daylight hours. The beaches are usually open from sunrise to sunset. There's nothing that says you can't sleep on the beach during the day. I think any one of us could be found guilty of such a thing if that was the case. How many of us have fallen asleep in the sun with a blanket or not a blanket? It's just, there's no PC there to indicate actual camping.
thank you, Your Honor.
Alberto Garza.
Alberto Garza is a bond out.
Were you gonna say something to me? Thomas Zurowek.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Okay, this is a violation of a protective injunction.
May I explain maybe a little bit to
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. You need to get closer to the.
Your Honor? May I explain?
Let me finish. Before you say anything, make sure that you talk to your attorney, because anything you say can and will be held against you. Everything is being audio and video recorded.
Yes. So on January 27 in Summit County, Colorado, when we were skiing, it was verbal altercation. No. Okay. Judge Green, he was very lenient because my fiance is actually, we run the clinic together. He allowed us to work every day on our patients and electronic communications. So I would respect.
So according to this, there's an injunction that doesn't expire until January 27, 2026. Unless there's been some kind of altering of that order, you don't get to just say, you know, we're gonna hang out anyway. Even if she or he wants to, you still have to get an order from the court modifying it. And what you're telling me, and I just previously said to you that anything you say can and will be held against you, is that you are traveling with this person and that you guys are running a business together. So I find probable cause for the violation of the injunction order. What is the bond?
You have to set.
I have to set $2,000 bonds. Stay away order. Okay, Moses Lanier. Or Laner. Petty theft. So you're charged with the petty theft from Walmart. Okay, so this occurred at Walmart, 33501 South Dixie Highway, Florida City, Florida 3303. Is that a 4?
I apologize for my handwriting.
Okay, so I'm gonna issue a stay away order from there. I do find probable cause. Well, where's the receipt? Let me see what. Oh yeah, okay. I do find probable cause. Any priors?
Yes, Your Honor, very long list. One moment. Some are dated from the 70s, but then we have some more recent ones.
Looks too young to be having priors from the 70s.
Unless I'm looking at the wrong. This is Moses Lanier, correct?
This is, yeah.
Okay. We have lots of priors from the 90s. I'm trying to find something more recent, Your Honor.
Any does have a permanent address?
Here's a resisting conviction from 2024, petty theft conviction from 2024, grand theft conviction from this time. So there's a couple of thefts from the
Northwest Second Avenue.
So I'm just gonna set standard bond. What is it? 500 standard bond. Standard bond 500.
Judge, right now he's unable to afford it. A lot of our priors are older. Can you lower the bond amount?
So he'll be taken to the judge within the next few days. Okay, Patrick Gaines.
Your Honor, Joanne Hennessy for the City of Miami Beach.
Okay, this is indecent exposure.
Mr. Lanier, you can't do this for enforcer. I'm sorry, Judge, what's the, is it for Patrick?
Patrick Gaines.
Present.
I do have a PC argument here, Judge, for the indecent exposure.
I'm sorry, were you talking?
I'm sorry, I do apologize, Judge. I do have a PC argument for indecent exposure. Nothing in the E form.
I still can't hear you. You need to talk.
I'm sorry, can you hear me? I mean, can you hear me now? Okay. Sorry, Judge. I do.
I've asked you a few times. Just pay attention to making sure you're talking into the microphone.
Yes, Judge. I do have PC arguments for the indecent exposure charges.
What is it?
So specifically, nothing in the A form states for at least for indecent exposure, you would need some type of it has to allege that he was in a state of arousal while exhibiting one's sexual organs, and their actions are not what are considered indecent, lewd, or
so being naked in the middle of the street is not considered indecent exposure.
I mean, it's just being naked. It'll have to be some form of a.
So as long as you're not aroused, you can walk around naked, and you wouldn't be charged with indecent exposure.
You need more than just him being naked, Judge.
Your Honor, if I may. Your Honor.
Yes.
This is Joanne Hennessy for the City of Miami Beach. The ordinance refers to Florida Statute 800.03, and it says being naked in public. It says 2A is any exceptions. And one of those is, or actually, I'm sorry, 3 says the exposure of sexual organs by any of the following does not violate. And B there says an individual who is merely naked at any place provided or set apart for that purpose. Certainly the street corner that he was arrested at was not set apart for him to be naked at. So I would argue that there is probable
Gotta
cause.
let her finish, Madam PD. Let her finish.
I understand it, but I was not technically done. I was going to read you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, I was going to read you the statute specifically because you had asked about being naked in a public place. It does say 1B does say being naked in a public place in vulgar or indecent manner. And if you look up the statute, the vulgar and indecent, and there's only certain circumstances where vulgar and indecent would fall. Just being naked is not enough. It says being naked in a public place with.
But I think that what Ms. Hennessy was saying was that it says in where you're allowed to be naked, right? And can you continue what you were reading before you were interrupted, ma'am, Ms. Hennessy?
Sure, Your Honor. It's 800.033B, and it's talking about some exceptions where exposure of sexual organs by the following does not violate. And 3B says an individual, so this would not be violating, who is merely naked at any place provided or set apart for that purpose. This corner that Mr. Danis was arrested at is not set aside for the purpose of being naked. So in this case,
there's any public area that is, near the street or in plain view of the public that is actually set aside. I would imagine that this is for places such as bathrooms, public bathrooms where there's a possibility, changing rooms and stuff like that. But I most certainly have never seen that it is okay to be in public on a street corner completely without clothes on. So I'm going to find probable cause. And does he have any priors? Do you have any?
Your Honor, he does.
And what are you asking for? A standard bond or?
There is no standard bond. I think in this case, I would be asking for $500.
Okay.
Just to tell you his priors, in the last 12 months, he's a petty theft in January of 2025, guilty. In August 2024, some controlled substance and paraphernalia possession. July 2024, petty theft.
Enough. Let me see it. I'm going to find probable cause and I'm going to set the bond at $500. Thank you. Andy Suarez.
Suarez, you up?
Okay, Andy Capdevilla Suarez, you're charged with disorderly conduct at establishment and battery allegedly occurred at 551 Lincoln Road, Miami Beach, Florida, 3139 on the.
No, esa no es mi dirección.
Judge, he doesn't speak English. Spanish interpreter, please.
Right here, Your Honor.
Did you need me to repeat myself or you can go ahead?
Your Honor, disorderly conduct, and what was the other charge?
And misdemeanor battery.
Thank you, Your Honor. Muy bien, señor, usted se encuentra acá y se le imputan los siguientes delitos: alteración del orden público y agresión como delito menor. Supuestamente esto sucedió en el 551 de Lincoln Road en South Beach, Florida, 33139.
¿Puedo hablar?
May I say something?
Anything that you say can and will be held against you. Everything is being audio and video recorded. Even something as simple as saying, I'm sorry for this happened could be construed as an admission. So talk to your attorney before you say anything to the court.
todo lo que usted diga puede y será usado en su contra, ya que todo está siendo grabado tanto por audio como por video. Decir algo tan simple como lo siento se puede interpretar como una admisión a los delitos imputados, así que yo le aconsejo que antes de hablar con el tribunal, hable con su abogada.
Okay, so I do find probable cause, count 1 and count 2. What, any priors?
No local priors, Your Honor. However, based on the allegations in the arrest affidavit, the state would request a standard bond. To quote specifically, where the defendant threatened to stab the victim in the neck.
Yes, I saw that.
Muy bien, encuentro entonces indicios criminales tanto para el cargo 1 como para el cargo 2. La fiscalía dice que no tiene antecedentes locales más. Basándonos en las alegaciones que están incluidas en el atestado de arresto, se pide fianza estándar ya que usted amenazó con quebrarle o partirle el cuello a la víctima.
He threatened to stab the victim in the neck.
I am sorry, Your Honor. Thank you. Déjeme corregir que usted amenazó a la víctima con apuñalarle en el cuello.
So, bond is set at $150 on count 1, 1,000 on count 2. You have a stay away order from Henry Diaz, and you have a stay away order from Tepilia Restaurant, 551 Lincoln Road, Miami Beach, Florida, 33139. Sir, if you go back there or you have any contact with the victim, you will be facing by violation of the stay away order, which can result in imprisonment for contempt of court as well as new charges.
Judge, would you be open to offering pretrial services since he has no priors?
Not at this time.
Muy bien, entonces la fianza es la siguiente. Cargo número 1, $150. Cargo número 2, $1,000, más una orden de alejamiento a favor de la víctima Henry Díaz y del restaurante que está ubicado en Lincoln Road, en la 551 Lincoln Road, Miami, South Beach, Florida, 33139. Si usted llega a tener contacto con la víctima o se acerca al lugar, esto será considerado un quebrantamiento de la orden de alejamiento, lo cual daría como resultado que usted termine en la cárcel nuevamente detenido, enfrentando nuevos cargos.
Okay, have a nice day, sir. The next case is Lewis Wesley Scott.
Your Honor, Joanne Hennessy for the city of Miami Beach.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Scott, you're charged with drinking, having an open container in public. I do find probable cause. Sir, are you homeless?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead,
Your Honor, if I may, just to tell you his priors.
Yeah, go ahead, tell me.
And also, I would request a standard bond, but in February 2nd, there was an adjudication of guilt for the same charge. November, adjudication of guilt for the same charge.
Okay. So I understand that there's this adjudication of guilt, but I'm gonna go ahead and do an ROR, and I'm gonna put him on the homeless calendar. Sir, you must report to court on March 26, 2025 at 9 a.m. in courtroom 6-7 of the Richard E. Gerstein Courthouse, which is 1351 Northwest 12th Street, Miami, Florida, 33125. Okay? If you fail to appear, a warrant will be issued for your arrest.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Myers.
Come on, out. Myers?
Anything for juvenile?
No.
Okay, Todd Myers, you are charged with oh, he's not there.
Here. You are? Public defender, right here. Come up. No. Come on. He's here, Judge.
She told me to stand
I know,
here.
but I'm telling you to stand right here. Oh.
I'm reading the A form.
She can still hear you. You don't have to lean over.
I have to see. I'm sorry, this is a court proceeding.
I know.
Could you please not interfere? Your Honor, we're having some difficulty with the corrections facility here. Some of the managers here seem to be interfering in the proceedings.
Okay.
Let
me
you're obstructing my view. Your Honor, if you might be of assistance here.
I don't see an issue. I don't see an issue. She's just standing there. I can see you. Can you hear me?
Could we not do that? Yes, Your Honor, I can hear you.
Is there an issue with the public defender?
I haven't assigned counsel yet, Your Honor. I haven't signed anything. I don't agree to a counsel representation yet without sitting down and discussing strategy. I would like to move immediately to dismiss, Your Honor. I was never Mirandized. I was alternately taken into custody. I was detained. I was not detained. I was arrested. I was not arrested. And I was never Mirandized. My property was searched illegally and confiscated. It has not come with me to the prison or the jail. I move immediately to dismiss, Your Honor.
Okay, so your motion to dismiss is denied.
On what grounds? Grounds, Your Honor?
On the grounds that I need a written motion, and also that there is no requirement to Mirandize an individual simply because they are being arrested. A lot of people misunderstand Miranda. Miranda is if you're going to be questioned by a police officer about what occurred and will lead to your arrest. So,
Your Honor, I was questioned for an hour as I was handcuffed.
please don't interrupt me. Okay, that would be something for your attorney to investigate and file to suppress or a motion for dismissal. At this time,
It appears they're like yelling at him right now, so I don't think that he's pressing the button if they don't want him to.
I'm still trying to read this A form, but I've been interrupted a few times. So let me just read the A form.
Your Honor,
Judge,
I'm
are you
allowed
ready?
to speak.
I'm ready. I'm waiting for you guys. I'm ready. Okay, so
Your Honor, they're not allowing me to speak. They're turning off the mic.
well,
This is a huge due process violation.
You say can and will be used against you. So
Your Honor, that's fine. They're not allowing me to speak, period.
Okay.
Could you please move to the side? Your Honor, she's obstructing my view. This is a joke.
No, it's not a joke. She's
Your Honor,
there because she's concerned about
the
way
jailer is standing over me with another gentleman
over you. You're
threatening
not
me.
in control of corrections. They can stand right where they're at. Their job is to keep not only you safe, but also the public defender. Okay? So you need to comply with them. They don't need to comply with you.
I've posed no threat to anyone here, Your Honor.
Well, apparently that's not how they feel, and they are the experts in this situation. So I do find probable cause for the battery. I believe it was the pushing. And then as far as the disorderly conduct, breach of the peace, I do also find probable cause.
Honor, have you observed the video?
No, that will be for your trial. We
Well, I believe probable cause would come from the video, and there is no probable cause, Your
The
Honor.
probable cause is found within the four corners of the A form. I'm gonna also issue a stay away order from Trammell Logan. I don't think you can do a stay away order from a public park. Okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
I know that people think that they can do that, but I don't think that it's actual.
Your Honor, if I may give some background?
It's not gonna make a difference at this point. I can only go on based on the four corners of the complaint. You should.
Your Honor, it is relevant as you haven't seen the video yet, and you've only heard one side of the story. The defendant was sitting in a park. He was approached by evidently one of the employees with a leaf blower. The defendant asked him if he could work around him. She said no. I proceeded to get up and move away. I went to a facility with a bathroom. They chased after me and ran in front of me, so I couldn't use it. I did not instigate this in the least, Your Honor, and I touched no one.
It is not my job to investigate. That will be your attorney's job. I am making a probable cause finding on the four corners of the charging document, which is the A form. Further arguments are for your actual trial, your preparation of your case, which is something that the public defender who has been provisionally assigned on your case will be able to do. The alternative will be that you can either represent yourself or you hire a private attorney. Count one, bond is set at $1,000. Count two, bond is set at $150.
That's it.
Kevin Watson. Okay, I find probable cause to petty theft. Mr. Watson, what are his priors like?
No local priors, Your Honor.
No local priors. Is he local or, yeah, he's from Dania Beach. So I'm gonna go ahead and serve. I'm gonna give you an ROR. I do find probable cause. You must come back to court on, oh, he's not homeless. So it's just an ROR and then he'll get another court date in the mail, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so he doesn't need to be put on the homeless calendar. You also have a stay away order from Macy's. You are not to go back to the Macy's at 19535 Biscayne Boulevard, Aventura, Florida, 33150. Is that 50 or 80? Let me see. It's probably on them.
The 80, Your Honor.
Okay, 80. Don't go back there. Okay, as a matter of fact, stay out of the Aventura Mall. All right, if you fail to appear when you get your court date, it's your responsibility to make sure you have that. Just like everybody else that you've seen here, when they say, oh, I didn't get a notice in the mail or I forgot or whatever, you still get a bench warrant, you still get arrested. Nobody wins the criminal lottery. They don't just disappear. Stay on top of this and make sure you come back to court, okay? Daniel Sinclair, disorderly intoxication, Miami International Airport. Is the gentleman there?
It's coming now.
On the box.
Okay, Daniel Sinclair, you're charged with disorderly intoxication, Miami International Airport. Allegedly, you were denied boarding and you began to flail your arms and threaten passengers. Eyes were bloodshot, watery, and had an odor of an alcoholic beverage emitting from his facial area and person. He admitted that he probably had too much to drink. Mr. Sinclair was then arrested, charged with disorderly intoxication. I find probable cause. If he's saying anything, I can't hear him.
He's not saying anything.
No.
Judge.
Okay.
I travel quite a bit for work, and I've never had anything like this happen before.
I can't hear what he's saying.
I said I travel quite extensively for work, and I've never had a situation like this before.
It's always the first time. That's not an excuse, and it's not anything that I would take into consideration.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yes,
I find probable cause. His address is Las Vegas, Nevada. So I'm gonna go ahead. What is the bond on this? I'm gonna set $150 bond. Sir, this case is not over. You do have to come back to court to answer to these charges. Failure to appear will result in a bench warrant being issued. Okay, so
Okay.
make sure you come back if you bond out.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Arlando's Pettis. Okay, Mr. Pettis, this is a bench warrant that was issued June 21st, 2024 for failing to appear before Judge Betsy Alvarez Zane. Why did you fail to come to court?
I was stuck in Mississippi.
You were stuck in Mississippi.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, you have an obligation to the state of Florida to resolve your cases. When you have a pending case, it's not an excuse that you're in another state or anything like that. It is your responsibility to go ahead and make sure that you are not missing your court dates, and that if in fact you do miss your court dates, that you come back to court, you make arrangements regarding that, because it has now been well over 6 months since you missed your court date. I'm going to go ahead and set your bond at $1,500. You'll be taken to the bond hearing to the division judge within the next 2 days, okay?
Judge, I think the only issue was that he was supposed to send in fingerprints. I'm
sorry, what did you say?
It was that he was supposed to send in fingerprints based off of my notes, because this is a
Regardless, whatever it is, that's his responsibility to figure out. Jacob Thomas.
Your Honor, Joanne Hennessy for the City of Miami Beach.
Okay. Okay. I find probable cause. You're charged with smoking marijuana in public. Dave?
Is this a Miami Beach case or no?
It is a Miami Beach case, Your Honor. Yeah, I'd ask for a standard bond in this case. Mr. Thomas is not local, so I'm not sure if there's any priors.
Okay. Bond is set at $150. Or we could put him on the homeless calendar too. Which
Your
would
Honor,
mean
I'll defer to you. I don't.
Well, I want the PD to explain to
Yes,
him.
Judge, so yeah, he is, even though he's not from Florida originally, he is still homeless. He's homeless, so you'll put him on the.
But sir, do you want to listen? If you stay in custody within the next 2 days, you'll be brought before the division judge, and maybe they'll have an offer and you can get out and this will be done. Or I can, set you on the homeless calendar, which means that you would have to come back to court on March 26th, 2025 at 9 a.m. in courtroom 6-7. If you miss that date, you'll have a bench warrant. So what do you want to do?
The second thing.
Do you want to be, okay, so let's go ahead. I'm gonna ROR and I'm gonna set him on March 26, 2025 in courtroom 6-7 at 9 a.m. at the Richard E. Gerstein Building, 1351 Northwest 12th Street, Miami, Florida. make sure that you're here on that date and time. If not, your case will, a warrant will be issued for your arrest, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Jalen Gillis Ganaway.
Need to find out.
Okay. Juan Diego.
Can we pass him, Judge? He's en route.
Tavares Bender.
You don't have Mr. Caramello, number 34, before Bender, Judge?
Gillis Gay. Wait. Diego. I don't have that. Is it a traffic?
It's a misdemeanor.
No, I don't have it.
It's up to the side.
No, this one is. You know what? I do have it. Sorry. Okay. Camarillo Alejandro, do you speak English?
Just give us a second, Jed. We're gonna get him now. English?
Does he speak English?
Yes, Judge, she does.
Okay, so you're charged with trespass after warning. This allegedly occurred at 780 Southwest 7th Street, Florida City. Okay, I do find probable cause. Any priors?
He has a drug paraphernalia null pros from last year, Your Honor.
Okay. And he's indicated to be homeless, all the way in Homestead. Is that where this, I mean, Florida City is where this occurred. Is he homeless? Can you ask him?
Really?
I mean, for now, yeah. After this, yes. I was trespassing. She allowed me to move back over.
We'll talk about the trespass. She's asking a homeless question.
So so you can't go back to that location, 780 Southwest 7th Street, Florida City, Florida 33034. I'm issuing a stay away order. I'm finding probable cause. The question is whether I should ROR or have you come back either tomorrow or the day after before the division judge. The issue is that, look, it's obviously, it's not a great thing to spend a couple nights in jail. The other, you know, but you'll be brought to the division judge either tomorrow or Tuesday. The other option is that I can give you a report date and you need to make sure that you come to the courthouse down here. I don't know if you're residing in Florida City, but if you don't show up, then you're gonna have a bench warrant. So if I release you on your own recognizance and allow you to come back to court, are you gonna be able to make it?
Yes, I do work.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and give an ROR. You have a stay away order from that house. Do not go there. Don't go to the house. Don't go by the lady, Miss Montero. What was her name? Montero. Today.
Yes.
Sandra Montero. Okay, so you have a stay away order from Miss Montero also, and you must come back to court on March 26, 2025 at 9 a.m. Courtroom 6-7 of the Richard E. Gerstein Building. Okay, failure to appear will result in a warrant being issued for your arrest. That's 1351 Northwest 12th Street, courtroom 6-7. Okay, have a nice day, sir. Okay, Tavares Bender.
He's off calendar, Judge. His case has already been heard.
Okay. Ernesto Leyva Leyva Baez. Okay, yes.
Do you have any more of those like little papers for the TV stuff? Which one? The papers that have the, so you can write the
What's Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, you're charged with cannabis possession and driving while license suspended, knowing violation. What are his priors like?
Your Honor, he has a resisting without violence null pros from 2023 and a selling controlled substance null pros from, or no action, pardon me, from 2020.
So when I say priors, I mean actual priors. No process and no actions are not the priors. Any convictions, any?
No convictions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and, well, let me see. I do find probable cause on both counts. Listen, if you have money for weed, you should have money to pay your tickets and reinstate your license. You can't be, you know, doing all this stuff and not taking care of your bills. That's ridiculous. Okay. So I'm going to enter a no drive order. You're not to drive until you've gotten a good license. If you drive in violation of my no drive order, then you can be arrested if you're stopped. And then not only will you be facing additional driving while license suspended, but also potential contempt of court for violating my order. Now, once you reinstate your license, if your license gets reinstated, you can go ahead and drive. But until you have a good license, do not drive. ROR, no drive order. You are not homeless, so you will get a notice in to your house of what your next court date. It is your responsibility to make sure that you are coming to court. A failure to come to court will result in a warrant issued for your arrest. Okay, sir?
Yeah.
All right. Next one
Your
is
Honor, this is Joanne Hennessy.
What's the bond amount for Mr. Leyva Baez?
ROR on both.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, could corrections or the clerk confirm there's no more misdemeanor cases on the calendar?
I just have the Juan Diego one, which is...
He's present, Joe. We can call him now.
Okay.
And otherwise, it's only traffic. If I could be excused then, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. You're excused. Thank you.
The one thing.
Okay, Juan Diego. Do we need the interpreter?
Yes, Judge, we do.
Okay, tell him to get
Yes, Your
close.
Honor.
All right, sir, you're charged with trespass after warning. This allegedly occurred at 390 Northeast 8th Street, Homestead, Florida.
Muy bien, señora, usted se le imputa un cargo de entrada ilegal luego de haber sido advertido supuestamente en el 390 Northeast 8 Calle en Homestead, Florida.
So it looks like the A form from 2/16/2024 would be beyond more than a year old. For that, I think the warnings don't last more than a year or 6 months.
For the takeaway order?
No, on the trespass, because it says that there was, for Juan Diego, it says the listed male handed Sergeant Simmons an A form from 2/16/2024 in reference to a trespass after warning. The issue for the court regarding PC would be that the Hold on, let me finish so I can finish putting on the record what
Yeah,
I'm
go
saying. That the A form, one, is not necessarily a warning in of itself, but two, it's been more than a year, so is that warning stale?
As for the second question, Your Honor, I have never heard that before. I couldn't answer. I'm not quite sure. But as for the first issue, the state does agree with Your Honor.
Okay.
No objection to ROR.
Okay, so let's do that. We'll ROR him. Is he homeless?
Yes, Judge.
So I'm gonna ROR him, but I'm gonna give him a date certain, so he will have to come to court.
Muy bien, yo lo voy a poner en libertad bajo palabra, pero también le voy a dar fecha certera. Usted tiene que venir al tribunal.
On March 26, 2025 at 9 a.m.
El 26 de marzo del 2025 a las 9 de la mañana.
In courtroom 6-7 of the Richard E. Gerstein
Judge,
building.
Yes, for felony hold is an open felony case. And it is at the same location as, so
What is the felony case, please?
F24-13980. And it's the same victim, same location as this case.
Okay, all right, so then I'm not gonna ROR. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and set standard bond 150 is?
Yes, Your Honor.
150. Okay, and then
The jail call has 500 for the standard bond, Judge.
okay, thank you, 500. 500, and then he has the open felony F24-13980, where I will put a hold. Okay, all right, sir, you will not be getting out unless you.
Yeah, what's the felony case again that you place a hold again on?
F24-13980. And you do have a stay away order, sir, from the Sunoco at 390 Northeast 8th Street, Homestead, Florida 33039. You are not to go back there. If you go back there in violation of stay away order, you could be facing additional charges and contempt of court.
Muy bien, señor, me corrijo, ya que usted tiene un caso abierto con la misma víctima en el mismo lugar, le voy a imponer la fianza estándar. Son $500 más una retención por el caso mayor F24-13980 y la orden de alejamiento que quede en efecto. Usted no puede acercarse a la estación de servicio Sinoco, que está ubicada en la 390 Northeast 8 calle en Homestead, Florida 33039. Si usted quebranta esta orden de alejamiento, se van a imponer cargos adicionales en su contra. Usted se quedaría detenido por desacato a una orden judicial.
It's not saying anything.
Okay, the next 5 cases are off calendar. Resentencing, Actasando, Garcia, and Robles. So,
all right, so Jermaine Vereen.
Refuse court, reset tomorrow, Judge.
Okay.
How you doing, Judge?
Okay, you are Zachary Chase Mitchell. Is that you, sir?
No, Mr. Mitchell is reset for tomorrow, Judge, relocation.
Okay, so who is this gentleman in front of me?
Charles Well.
Charles Webb.
Webb, sorry.
How you doing, ma'am?
I'm sorry, who are you, sir?
His name is Charles Webb.
So
How you doing?
good. Give me a moment. Okay, so this one's also reset for tomorrow. Sure. Okay. Okay, sir. So Mr. Charles Nathaniel Webb, you have a bench warrant that was issued on November 7th, 2024 in the amount of $500. You failed to appear before Judge Martinez at arraignment. You also have another bench warrant that was issued on November 19, 2024 in the amount of $1,000 where you failed to appear before Judge Nunez.
Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't you come to court?
Because I moved into an apartment and they didn't put the building number and apartment number on there. I live in the building 8, apartment 103. They forgot to put
I'm
that
sorry,
part.
I can't hear you.
I live in an apartment and they didn't put the building number in the on the address that I have. I stay at building 8, apartment 103. They didn't put that. They just put the address 2051 Northwest 66th Street. They didn't put building 8, apartment 103 on there. I
It
stay in
says
an apartment.
apartment 108.
It's 103, building 8. They had it wrong.
However, Your Honor, the defendant does have an open felony for child abuse. The state would be requesting a felony hold regardless of the court's determination on bond.
So, sir, why didn't you update your address to make sure that the correct address was there so that you can get the proper notice?
I went to Just the Keller building. It's on 22nd Avenue, and I had got the document to call the lawyer to get the information to the assistant lady, but she kept setting me off to find a court
Yeah, but
date.
it's your responsibility to do that, to update your address. That's something really simple.
Ma'am, I do that.
Got a ticket, you look at the ticket. If there's something that's missing or incorrect, you go to the clerk of courts and you say, I need to correct my address, because if I don't correct my address and I don't get the notice, I'm going to be arrested, right? Nobody else is arrested but you.
Yes, ma'am. But I don't have a problem going to court though. I go to all my court dates. I don't have a problem going to court when I get the court date.
No, it's not necessarily about a problem going to court. The fact that you have so many court dates too, and you know, priors aren't always a good thing either. It's not like part of this analysis whether you're going to continue to commit crimes. If you're,
I don't commit crimes, man. That's over with me.
all right. So state, what are his? You said he has a felony hold on what case?
F245817 alpha.
F245817 alpha is a felony hold.
No, it's a bomb.
I'm sorry. Okay, 178 felony hold.
So it's set for trial tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, then he should be able to go to trial tomorrow because he's in detention, so he'll be there. Okay, so as far as the bench warrant on ADQM62E bench warrant, I'm gonna issue a $500 bond. All right, and a no drive order, sir. You're not to drive until you've gotten a good license. If you continue to drive without a good license, not only will you be facing additional charges for driving while license suspended, but also for violating my order, and that can result in a year in jail. And then on the AJWFEUE bench warrant was set at $1,000. I'm going to set a $1,000 bond and a no drive order also. Okay.
Does he have a criminal attached to it? Criminal ticket?
I think he did. He does.
So he doesn't have a bench warrant on that, but it's a criminal case. They typically are more than judge.
So on case number ADQFAAE, I'm gonna set a $1 bond. Okay, so that he gets credit for that also.
Which one, Judge?
That was case number, it's a criminal ticket. He's not in custody on it. So if you need to, do that, you can go ahead.
And you give him a bond on that case?
It's $1.
Can I have the case number, Jen?
A as in apple, D as in Diana, Q as in quiet, F as in Frank, A as in apple, A as in apple, E as in elephant.
Thank you.
Okay. And then drive order, I'm sorry.
So you're gonna, so I think it's gonna be 1,000. Sorry, Judge, what was the bond for the two cases? It's 500, 500?
No, it was 1,000 and it was the bonds that were set for warrants.
Yes, Judge.
Standard bonds.
The one that ends in E.
Oh, standard. Yeah. Just 1,000.
And 62E is 500.
So 1,500. The next person is Tyler Holtrust. Okay, so this is, sir, you have two cases. You are charged with DUI and you are also charged with leaving the scene of an accident.
Okay.
Okay, I find probable cause for both counts. Any priors?
No local priors, Your Honor. The defendant lives in Michigan.
Okay, so for case number AKT 070E, PC found, bond is set at $150. And for case number AEM K1EE, bond is set at $1,000. Sir, your case is not over. You do need to come back to court to answer this case. If you leave to Michigan or to your home state and you do not come back to answer these charges, a warrant will be issued for your arrest. You can be extradited. So make sure that you come back and you're staying on top of your case, okay?
Is this a release?
Okay, the next one is Richard Alberto Gonzalez. And this one also has a criminal ticket, so I need to do the same thing.
Please.
Right here.
Okay, so this is case number A77EQKE. This is a bench warrant that was issued for your failure to appear on the 9th of January, 2025 before Judge Nunez. You also have an associated criminal ticket, AI, V as in Victor, E as in elephant, H as in Harry, Q as in quiet, E as in elephant. It says that he is a resident of Miami. Why didn't you come to court?
Right here.
I had no, I didn't know I had to go to court. I didn't get any information telling me that I had to go to court. I didn't receive any information telling me that I had to go to court.
What did you think had happened with your criminal case?
I had a lawyer and I got a text message saying my cousin told me that she did not to worry about it, that she was going to court for me.
Your cousin told you she was going to go to court for you?
Yeah. My cousin is my lawyer, was my lawyer.
Okay, I was going to say, does it sound logical that another person can appear in court for you? What did you think? Didn't you think that you also have to come to court?
No, because she was representing me.
Well, this is also a refusal to submit to a breathalyzer test. Also, so, and it says right there that this is a criminal ticket. I mean, that this is a criminal action.
I think it's BS.
All right, I'm gonna set the bond amount on case number A77EQKE at 500. You also have a no drive order until you have a valid license. If you drive a violation of my no drive order, then I will issue, then I can have a contempt of court hearing. And then on the criminal ticket, A1VEHQE, take them into custody, set a $1 bond.
One more time. What's the case number again, Judge?
It's A as an apple, I as an ice, B as in Victor, E as an elephant, H as in Harry, Q as in quiet, E as an elephant. $1 bond.
Thank you.
Okay. Robert Moss. Okay, Moss is a bond out. Robert Andres Carrillo Rayran.
Yes.
Okay, you're charged with reckless driving. And no registration, that's criminal, that's also it, okay. Allegedly doing donuts in the intersection. West 28th Ave and West 84th Street. Again, started doing donuts, so two different intersections. Okay, I find probable cause. What are his priors like, if any?
Yes, Your Honor, one moment. He has, as far as for non-traffic, no other priors locally. And then looking at his traffic printout right now. No criminal priors, however, he does have some speeding tickets for driving too fast.
All right, so pretrial services, alternate bond, 500 on the reckless, and pretrial services, alternate bond, 100 on the no registration.
Is it 100 or 150? For the standard is 150.
Okay, so 150. 150 pretrial services, alternate bond. So you'll be able to get out without having to post a bond. Or you can post your bond and you can get out. And then you're gonna have to make sure you come back to court. Failure to come to court will result in a bench warrant and you'll be stuck in custody until you come back to court, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Drive safely. Listen, we all have loved ones on the streets. You might think it's all fun and games, but you can find somewhere to do that. You
Yes,
can
ma'am.
find like some kind of location where they allow you to race and whatnot. I think down in Homestead and there's other courts. Go to Disney World. Don't they have a track where you can get that Need for Speed out?
Daytona.
You know, I mean, you could really hurt a lot of people.
All right, thank you.
Okay, let's go to Charlie Donald.
Which one of them? This Ford. Yeah, okay. It's Donald.
This is a DUI charge. Okay, Mr. Donald, you're charged with driving under the influence.
Who you calling, Judge? Oh, Donald Ford. Okay.
Ford, Donald Charlie Ford. I think I called him by his first name by accident. Mr. Donald. Okay, so this is a DUI. Okay, does he have any priors? I do find probable cause.
No priors, Your Honor, just a law enforcement contact.
Okay. So, probable cause found. Pretrial services, alternate bond, 1,000. Sir, your bond is set at 1,000, but you can get out on pretrial services without having to post a bond. Make sure that you don't drive in violation of your no drive order. If there was one issued because of the blow.
Okay.
Or for a failure to vote, okay? Make sure you come back to your court date. If you don't, a warrant will be issued for your arrest. Okay, the next person I have is Michael Lee Chastain. So this is for no valid driver's license, allegedly never had a driver's license. Any priors?
Yes, Your Honor. He has the cocaine withhold 2005 with coupled with an RWAV. We have cocaine 2018 conviction. We got
No drive order. Yes.
mainly just petty theft and drugs, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna give you an ROR. I'm gonna also put a no drive order, sir. Are you homeless?
Anyway, I'm staying with my girlfriend in North Miami Beach.
Okay, so I'm gonna, when is the, is it gonna still be the 27th? So I'm gonna give you a date certain, the 26th. I'm gonna give you a date certain. Your date to come back to court is March 26th, 2025. You must
Okay.
be at the Richard E. Gerstein Building in courtroom 6-7, no later than 9 a.m. Okay, so that's 1351 Northwest 12th Street, Miami, Florida, 33125. Yeah, okay. So 9 a.m. 6, 7. Okay. And you have a no drive order. Don't drive until you got
Next court date.
What's his address?
Right
at?
here.
comply with my no drive order
Oh,
to
is
result
that
in
in
charges.
Miami Springs?
No, it's in Miami-Dade County.
Oh, downtown.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Jose Trujillo. Bench warrant was issued on February 28th, 2025 by Judge Ubrestando. You failed to appear. Why didn't you go to court?
He needs the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, judge.
Okay.
Usted no se presentó frente al juez de su división. ¿Por qué no compareció ante el tribunal? Your Honor, did you hear me?
Que no me presenté dónde.
Answer. She asked you why did you fail to appear to court?
I heard you, ma'am.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
A usted se le imputa no haber comparecido ante el juez de su división. ¿Por qué no fue al tribunal?
Oh, porque yo no tenía esa dirección, ya yo no tengo esa dirección y cuando fui a pedir a las personas que viven en esa casa, le fui a pedir la correspondencia, me dijeron que la habían votado.
Oh, because I have a different address, and when I went and tried to talk to the new tenants to get my mail, they told me that they disposed it.
All right, sir. It is your responsibility to make sure that you are updating your address. That's your responsibility. If you get a ticket and you see that on that ticket, it has a different address than you live at, you should go ahead and update your address at the clerk of courts, because this is exactly what happens. You can't just miss court. And if you're being let out on your own recognizance, it's because the court is trusting you that you're going to do what you need to do to appear. And then you get a bench warrant and you didn't appear. So what should the court do next?
Muy bien, es su responsabilidad actualizar su dirección. Solo y únicamente su responsabilidad. Si usted recibe una citación o una notificación y ve que la dirección que aparece es diferente, pues es su responsabilidad ir a la secretaría del juzgado y actualizar su dirección. Si no, ya sabe qué es lo que pasa, no se encontraría aquí. También el tribunal lo pone a usted en libertad bajo palabra porque tiene la confianza en usted de que usted va a comparecer ante el tribunal. Y como no lo hace, se emite esta orden de captura y arresto.
Pero es que de verdad lo siento, yo no pensé que tenía esa dirección. Yo pensé que tenía la dirección nueva. Entonces, al ver que no me llegaba nada, fui a la dirección vieja y me dicen que votaron los documentos.
I am so really sorry, but I really thought that they were using my updated address. I never imagined that they were using the old one. So when I tried to fix the situation, went to my old address, I found out that they got rid of the notifications.
But this bench warrant was issued for Friday. So you found out, and then what did you do afterwards? Did you make any inquiry? Did you think, hey, let me go figure this out before I get arrested?
Pero a ver, esta orden de captura y arresto es del viernes. ¿Qué hizo después de que se dio cuenta que la dirección era incorrecta? ¿Trató de resolver
Yo,
la situación?
yo
¿Dijo,
sí,
ay, a ver qué hago para ver si resuelvo esto?
yo quería venir aquí a donde la corte, a donde se hacen los juicios y eso, pero, pero ya cuando yo salgo hoy en la mañana, ayer en la mañana que voy al trabajo para pedir permiso, para venir acá, me detienen y me dicen, hey, tú tienes una orden de arresto. Yo, pero imposible, si creo que tengo tiempo. Y me dicen, no, ya te pusieron una orden de arresto.
Okay. I really, really wanted to come to court, to the places where trials take place. So yesterday, when I was on my way to work to request permission to come to court, I got stopped, and they told me, "Hey, there is a bench warrant pending against you." And I was like, "No, that is impossible. I have time for that." And they were like, "No."
So if you were issued this case back in November, what makes you think it takes this long to get before the court? What makes you even think that you had time?
A ver, vale, si este caso se emitió en noviembre, ¿qué es lo que le hizo pensar a usted que usted tenía tantísimo tiempo?
No es que tenía tiempo solamente, sino que no sabía que tenía la dirección vieja, la dirección anterior.
Okay.
Mi abuela, que es quien vive conmigo, yo vivo solo con mi abuela, me dice, hey, debes chequear, no vaya a ser que te hayan puesto la corte para la dirección vieja, debes ir allá.
Okay. No, it's not only that I got time. It's just that I wasn't aware that they were using my old address, and it was actually my grandma, because I live with my grandma, who told me, "Hey, check out because the notices are not coming here." So that's why I went to check to my old address.
All right, I don't find good cause for, he's putting off his responsibility on even his grandma. Okay,
Oh, man.
I'm gonna leave the bond at 500, no drive order. Sir, you'll be taken to the judge either tomorrow or the next day.
He still has a probation warrant for an open felony, and 2 other open felonies besides the probation warrant.
What's the probation warrant for?
Probation warrant is for F248625. It is a fleeing and eluding. And then he has a open burglary under F254283 and another.
4283, so he just got this charge.
That's on the bond hearing, McCollum, the judge.
Oh, my apologies, no one.
Yeah.
But either way, there's a
Okay,
probation.
so yeah, I'm gonna keep the bond at 500.
Muy bien, como veo que usted no toma responsabilidad, que incluso le echó la culpa a la abuela y no encuentro que existe una buena causa, voy a dejar la fianza tal cual está, $500 y una orden de no manejo. Usted va a poder ver al juez de su división mañana o pasado mañana para también hacerse cargo del delito mayor que tiene pendiente con respecto a la libertad probatoria, que es el F24-8625.
And I'm gonna put a probation hold, a hold on that probation warrant.
He's already being held, no bond.
Okay, perfect. Okay. The next case is Isaac Hepburn. Isaac Patrick Hepburn, I'm sorry.
Hepburn?
Yeah. How you doing, Judge?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hepburn. You failed to appear on April the 8th, 2024 before Judge Bach Armas. Why didn't you come to court?
I was hospitalized with gunshot wounds.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What?
I was hospitalized with gunshot wounds. Me and my fiance.
Oh, when did this happen?
Around like March, like the end of March. We both
March of
were
last
shot.
year?
Yeah.
And how long were you in the hospital for?
Probably like I was in the hospital for like 4 weeks, and she was in the hospital longer than that because she was on life support.
I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. Any objection to pretrial services? Does he have any open?
He Your Honor, the defendant does have prior law enforcement contacts for robbery, although they're not convictions or withholds. Last law enforcement contact was in 2023 for obstructing / disguise.
He does have a petty theft conviction from 2024.
I didn't see that.
All right, so what I'll do is I'll allow pretrial services alternate bond 250, okay?
PTS, alternate bond 250.
And a no drive order, don't drive until you've gotten a good license. Once you get a good license, you can drive. You can drive in violation of my no drive order. You can be facing up to a year in jail just for the contempt of court charge, okay? But once you get a good license, if you reinstate your license, you'll be able to drive and you might even be able to get some of these charges dismissed. Who knows? Talk to your attorney about that, okay? Javon Andre Hayes, DeAndre Hayes.
We will be filing a motion for pretrial detention on the felony matters, so we'd be fine with $1 bond on the traffic.
Okay. Which one is the felony matter?
It's a lewd and lascivious molestation of a child.
2 counts.
2 counts under F25.
Okay, so I don't have that yet. We can talk about that when it comes back up.
Right.
Under felonies. All right. So what I have here for Mr. Javon DeAndre Hayes is a bench warrant in the amount of $3,000 for failing to appear back in 1995.
We can just do it $1 bond. He
Okay.
has the more serious matter.
I mean, and there might be another issue with this, which is the delay in prosecution, 1995.
It was probably discovered when he was picked up for this case.
I know, but if he's been, the state has an obligation to find somebody, and if they delay in prosecution, I mean, this is 1995, it's like almost 30 years. I don't, and all it says is reckless driving. I don't have any form, so I can't find PC on the reckless driving. That's the State v. Robinson case. So if you want, I can do $1 bond, but I don't find PC. What do you want to do, public defender?
Judge, ROR, if he's gonna be ready to be held on the felony case.
$1 bond, he'll get the credit for time served.
Yeah, but
yeah, then that's
means one. Honestly, this type of case, a lot of the times what a motion for failure to prosecute and staleness ends up being filed.
I mean, it's reckless driving, so I don't.
And not only that, it doesn't say within the 4 corners of the charging document what was the record. Right. So I don't know that it's, do you want $1 bond, PD?
Fine, but Judge, that is fine.
Okay, so because he's got the other charge that we don't know what's going to happen with. So I'll put it, I guess I'll put $1 bond on this one. And on the criminal tickets, I'm not going to take him into custody on that either.
Just ROR.
Just ROR. Okay. You see, these things don't go away. This is from 1995. It always creeps up on you. You can't just ignore these things. All right. Next case is Javier Lee Matthews. Xavier Lee Matthews. No driver's license revoked.
Number?
Luis Alberto no la pasó.
Okay. Judge, we need the assistance of the Spanish interpreter, please.
We need the Spanish interpreter?
Right here, Your Honor.
Judge, Mr. Matthews is reset for tomorrow. He's in Ward D.
Okay.
Is a bond out.
Okay. Is this Luna Paso?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. So, sir, you are charged with no driver's license. And then you have a bench warrant that was issued on February 26, 2025 for failure to appear before Judge Gonzalez Cuervo. and a bench warrant was issued for $1,000.
Muy bien, señor. Sir, Your Honor, what was the last statement?
Why didn't he go to court?
Okay. Muy bien, usted se encuentra acá por haber manejado sin una licencia de conducir. Además, también se emitió una orden para su captura y arresto el 26 de febrero de este año por no comparecer frente a la jueza Rita González Cuervo. La orden es de $1,000. ¿Por qué no se presentó ante el tribunal ese día?
Porque no me había llegado ninguna carta para presentarme y yo me metí en online y me salía que todavía no tenía el juicio todavía, pues. Todavía no tenía fecha para presentarme.
Okay.
Entonces, dejé de meterme y justamente, bueno, ya yo había sacado hasta la licencia y todo. Bueno, no, fui a hacer curso, pues. Tenía todos mis papeles para ir el lunes y le mostré al oficial y todos los papeles y todo que tenía, porque me pidieron, cuando fui a hacer la visión, me pidieron los lentes y esperé 3 semanas para que me dieran los lentes.
Ok, momento.
Sí, pues.
Because I did not receive any notice to appear, I was checking online, but no new data appeared on it. So then I stopped checking. And as a matter of fact, I was getting ready to take the written exam. I had an appointment for Monday. I showed the lady the paperwork. I also did the eyesight test, and I waited 3 weeks for my eyeglasses to arrive.
The issue is also that you had a bench warrant, you had an open case that you picked up on November 13th, 2024. There's no indication that in between your license became valid. So you had no business driving anyway. So it shows the court that you were continuing to commit crimes while out pending a hearing and the outcome of a current criminal case. I'm gonna leave bond at $1,000 on AKPLKUE. I'm gonna issue a no drive order, and bond will be $150 on AL4KI4E. Sir, you have a no drive order. Don't drive until you've actually gotten a good license. If you drive in violation of my no drive order, you will be facing contempt of court charges as well as new charges, where you can face up to a year in jail.
Okay. Muy bien, el problema es el siguiente, es que usted tiene una causa abierta también del 13 de noviembre del 2024. Entonces, de ese punto hasta el día de hoy, no aparece en el sistema que usted haya obtenido una licencia de conducir válida. De hecho, usted no tenía nada que hacer conduciendo. Esto simplemente le demuestra al tribunal que usted va a continuar cometiendo delitos mientras que este caso está abierto esperando que se resuelva. Así que voy a mantener la fianza a $1,000 en el caso AKPLKUE y una orden de no manejo. Ahora, en el caso AL4KI4E, la fianza es de $150. Recuerde, está la orden de no manejo, así que no es buena idea que lo agarren manejando, sino sería un quebrantamiento explícito a la orden que acabo de emitir y usted estaría enfrentando nuevos cargos más desacato a una orden judicial y usted enfrentaría hasta 1 año de pena privativa de la libertad.
¿No puedo decirle que yo hice el curso? O sea, que yo ya hice el curso.
Can you tell her that I already did the
Yo hice el
class?
curso y fue bien libre.
Sir, at this point, that's irrelevant. You can't listen. It's not when you think that you have enough to be able to drive. It's when the law says that you have enough to be able to drive. And until you have a valid driver's license, you can't create your own exceptions. Doing your course or whatnot does not put a valid driver's license in your hand. So I don't know why you're continuing to argue or say anything about it. It's not acceptable, okay? There are laws, you have to follow them.
En ese momento, señor, lo que usted diga es irrelevante, así que escúcheme, por favor. No es usted el que determina que tiene lo suficiente como para empezar a manejar. Usted no tiene una licencia de conducir vigente. Usted no es el que crea las condiciones o las excepciones para poder determinar si puede manejar o no porque terminó un cursillo. Su licencia de conducir no está vigente, así que le pido, por favor, que deje de responder o que diga cosas porque lo que ha hecho no es aceptable y es la ley la que determina cuándo usted puede trabajar, manejar o no.
Okay, let's go to the next case. Carlos Alberto Abreu.
Your Honor, your interpreter is going to take a 5-minute comfort break.
Judge, this one also needs the assistance of the Spanish interpreter.
Okay, okay, never mind.
No, she's just gonna stay.
Okay, so this is driving while license, with no driver's license.
Judge, he's also a fugitive from St. Lucie County.
Oh, he has a warrant from St. Lucie?
Yes, Judge.
How much is the warrant? Is the bond?
5,000.
You can go ahead and interpret.
Ok, muy bien. Usted también se encuentra acá por no tener una licencia de conducir. Además de eso, usted tiene una orden de captura del condado de St. Lucie. Usted figura como fugitivo y la fianza es de $5,000.
All right, so, bond on AKKXKHE is set at $150.
La fianza para la causa AKKXHE es $150.
And then the other one is the felony, which will be addressed afterwards.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, sir. Your bond is set at $150. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Muy bien, para este delito, señor, su fianza es $150. Yo le vuelvo a ver en breve.
Okay. All right, you can take your comfort break. I have the next one is Daryl Williams.
Thank you.
Let me know when you're back, ma'am.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, Daryl Williams is charged with no driver's license, no motor vehicle registration, attaching a plate or decal not assigned, any probable cause arguments?
I'm sorry, Judge, I was saying, for this to be
Yeah,
addressed
go
by
ahead.
felony attorney, I'm sorry.
I was just asking the state if they had any priors I need to know of.
Oh.
Yes, the defendant's been to prison for selling cocaine and tampering with evidence. This was back in 2012. It was for 30 months. He went to jail 270 days in 2023 for grand theft auto. He has he has a couple of probation violations from 2023 indicating that he fails to abide by court orders in addition to that. But
Is the driving one without the tag assigned, that's a felony, right?
it's a criminal misdemeanor, Your Honor. He also has a driving with license suspended, third and subsequent conviction, a felony.
Oh, the felony
From
is the possession of the
2004.
controlled substance. No, I was looking at the current charges. So he has an F3. We'll address that at the felony bond hearings, which is next. And so for these three that you have, that the vehicle registration, no valid driver's license, and tag not assigned, I'm gonna set standard bond on each one, 150 each, okay? And you have a no drive order. Also, don't drive till you've gotten a good license. Once you get a good license, you can drive. But if you drive in violation of my no drive order, then you can be found in contempt of court. And you can face up to 1 year in jail. All right, let's go on to Angel Ramirez Gomez. Let's find out if he needs the Spanish interpreter because she's on a quick break.
He speaks English, Judge.
Okay, perfect.
Good afternoon,
Okay,
Your
so
Honor.
this is a bench warrant for financial obligation. Your license is allegedly suspended. State, any priors?
All priors, Your Honor,
Okay.
at least on the floor.
All right, any objection to pretrial?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm gonna do pretrial services alternate bond 150. Sir, you also have a no drive order. You're not to drive until you've gotten a good license. Once you get a good license, you can drive, all right?
Your Honor, if I may make a request, I'm in the military, I'm an intelligence
I'm
officer.
sorry, I can't hear you. Go ahead and say it again.
If I may make a request, I'm an intelligence officer in the Florida Guard, and having this case open would possibly hinder my security clearance and some training I have scheduled. Is there any way we can close this case
No.
today?
No. You should take that into consideration, that you have this issue and be on top of your stuff, because you're suspended. So if that is so important, then you need to be on top of that. All right, I'm giving you pretrial services, alternate bond 150, all right? Okay, Yoandi Torres.
Mr. Torres needs a Spanish translator. Has she returned, Judge? No. The Torres.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll pass it.
Okay.
Joanne Williams.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Williams, this is a bench warrant. You failed to appear February 12th, 2025 before Judge Nelson. Why didn't you go to court?
Because I think I had overslept that day.
Oh, that's not an excuse. You overslept. That's not an excuse. That's the worst excuse. Because you know what you have to think of is the fact that this is the situation. You find yourself in jail, and you know what you're not going to be doing in jail? Oversleeping. You had a whole bunch of days, 2 weeks or more, to go ahead and find out what happened with your case and try to set aside that bench warrant. That's a full-on 100% lack of responsibility.
I believe it was my phone that died that day. That's what I believe.
Again, you're not going to have a phone to wake you up if you're in jail. And those are the consequences if you oversleep. When you have something important, such as coming to court, if I have court, it's really hard to get a good night's sleep before you have a very important appointment anyway, especially one that can result in you being detained against your will in the Dade County Jail. I'm gonna set bond at $150.
It was already done.
Lowering it, but listen, you need to get it together. You can't be doing stuff like that.
What's the bond amount, Judge?
150.
And this one, you want to take it, Judge?
$1 on the criminal ticket.
Yeah.
Okay, Eddie Adalberto, Eddie Adalberto de Leon Briones. I don't know that I said that right, I'm sorry. This is a DUI. Do we need an interpreter for
Yes,
him?
Judge, we need an interpreter for the last two, I believe.
Okay, so
He
let's
spoke Spanish.
ask him. How about Aguirre Galan?
Ricardo. He needs a Spanish interpreter as well, Judge.
Okay, so we just have these three. We're just waiting for the interpreters to come back. Can
You have two, right, Judge?
For the felonies?
Judge, you have two cases left?
I have three. I have Yoandre Torres, Eddie De Leones Briones, and Ricardo Aguirre Galan.
De Leon Briones is the bond out.
Okay. Briones is a bond out. De Leon Briones bond out. We love those.
Your Honor, your interpreter is back. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So who do you want me to call first? Torres?
Torres, Judge, yes.
Aguirre Galan.
Torres, Judge.
Okay. So with Mr. Torres, this is the bench warrant. You failed to appear on June 27, 2024 at trial before Judge Ferrer. Why did you go to court?
Muy bien, el señor Torres, usted tiene una orden de captura y arresto que fue emitida el 27 de junio del 2024 por no comparecer frente a la jueza Ferrer. ¿Por qué no fue al tribunal?
No me llegó la cita, la dirección que como la cambié, como saliendo de aquí la cambié y no me llegó la cita.
I didn't receive the notice to appear to my address. I updated it, but I didn't receive it.
Your Honor, the state has an announcement.
Sure.
As to Alpha Hotel Bravo Delta 00 Echo, the state announces a null process for compliance.
Okay.
Su señoría, la fiscalía anuncia que en la causa AHBD00E no se va a proceder debido al cumplimiento.
Okay, so I think that what it is that you have a good license at this time, right?
Wait, which case did you know, Pross?
So they went ahead and they dismissed the charges against you, sir. You'll be getting out in a couple hours.
Muy bien,
Which
señor.
case did you know, Pross?
Yes, the state announced the no pros.
What's the case number, Judge?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you?
AHBD00E.
Thank you.
Muy bien. Lo que eso quiere decir, señor, que usted va a salir en unas horas.
Okay, the next one is Aguirre Galan. Mr. Aguirre Galan, you are charged with a DUI, leaving the scene of an accident without giving information, DUI with crash and property damage.
Señor, señor Aguirre, what else, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're gonna have 3 charges. Is that okay?
There's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 charges.
I'm missing one then.
So the first one is crash, leaving the scene without giving information, more than $50 of damage. That's AL3FW7E. That's a $150 bond. The next one is ADO7ARE. That's DUI misdemeanor. That's a $1,000 bond.
El primer cargo es haber huido de la escena de un accidente sin dejar su información, causando daños mayores a los $50. Ese cargo son $150 de fianza. El otro cargo es manejar bajo los efectos como delito menor, fianza $1,000.
Okay, the next one is DUI property damage and or personal injury.
Más bien están equivocados
Momento.
porque a mí me chocaron, no choqué yo.
Ok. El otro caso es manejar bajo los efectos causando daños a la propiedad o daños a la persona. I did not cause the crash.
You don't have to cause the crash.
Usted no tiene que ser la persona que cause el accidente.
No, the person can be under the influence and not be the cause of the crash, but it can be determined that that person, had they not been under the influence, they would have been able to prevent the crash.
Usted no necesita haber causado el accidente, puede haberse encontrado bajo los efectos de algo y se determina de que está suficientemente bajo los efectos de alguna sustancia que esto impidió que usted evitara el accidente.
So it's not just a matter of whether you caused a crash. And at this point, anyway, all this stuff would have to be proven beyond and to the exclusion of all reasonable doubt.
Como le digo, no, usted no tiene que ser el causante del accidente. De todas maneras, todo esto tiene que probarse más allá y excluyendo toda duda razonable.
And then so we have DUI, property damage, personal injury, which is AL3FW4E. And then we also have DUI, property damage, personal injury, AL3FW5E. And then there's DUI, property damage, personal injury, AL3FW3E. And then that's it. Okay. There are, I mean, what is the reason for the separate charges? They all seem to be stemming from the same incident.
I have to read the A form, Your Honor, but I assume from my experience in county that this was usually from maybe multiple car accidents during the DUI, different vehicles or different properties individually that were damaged.
All right. So it says that on the above date and time, complainant Dennis Adonis Delcio called 911 emergency service line to report a motor vehicle accident where the driver causing the accident was fleeing the scene of the accident, leaving behind at least one vehicle crashed at the scene. The reporter stated that he followed the vehicle that had caused the accident while reporting his location to the 911 operator. Sorry, Madam Interpreter.
Your Honor, that's going to be kind of difficult.
Yeah, I just realized that. Okay, so it is alleged that a complainant, which is identified here, called 911 services to report a motor vehicle accident where the driver had caused an accident and was fleeing the scene of the accident with at least one vehicle.
Okay. Lo que se alega, ¿verdad? El documento acusatorio dice que una persona identificada llamó a los servicios de emergencia para reportar un accidente vehicular, donde decía que el conductor causante del accidente estaba tratando de marcharse de la escena, por lo menos accidentando a otro vehículo.
And then allegedly while he was fleeing and the complainant was following him, he also struck several parked vehicles.
También se alega que durante la huida, mientras que la persona que había contactado a los servicios de emergencia lo seguía, él chocó otros vehículos que se encontraban estacionados.
Several blocks away from the original location.
Esto varias cuadras lejos del incidente original.
The complainant then stated that once he reached a secondary location after the crashing into other parked vehicles, that the defendant was passed out behind the wheel of the car.
Luego, la persona que hace la denuncia, el denunciante, declara de que luego que se llegó al segundo punto de incidente donde se chocan los carros estacionados, el acusado estaba completamente ido, sentado detrás del timón del vehículo.
The complainant then observed the defendant exit the vehicle looking impaired and holding a half-consumed bottle of Flor de Caña rum, which he dropped and it broke on the ground.
Ok. Luego de eso, el demandante dice que vio al acusado salir del vehículo, que se veía desorientado, que tenía en la mano una botella de el ron Flor de Caña a mitad de beber y que esta botella cayó al piso y se rompió.
The officer then says that they observed the defendant approximately 20 feet away from his totaled vehicle with a broken bottle of Flor de Caña rum within arm reach of the driver.
Luego los agentes dicen que observaron al acusado más o menos a 25 pies de distancia de su vehículo que tenía, que era pérdida total, a poca distancia de la botella de ron Flor de Caña que se había caído al piso.
And then there's the report regarding the test there or the exercises, the sobriety exercises that he failed. So I find probable cause as to AL3FW7E. And that's a $150 bond. I find probable cause as to ADO 7ARE, that's a $1,000 bond. I find probable cause for AL3FW4E, that's a $1,000 bond. I do not find probable cause for AL3FW5E. It doesn't state the number of different vehicles that were hit and whatnot. So I'm finding probable cause for the DUI, property damage, leaving the property damage and vehicle damage, the DUI, the leaving the scene of an accident, and the other two, I'm going to go ahead and ROR on. So AL3FW5E, I don't find any PC. AL3FW3E, I think they're repetitive. I don't find PC on that. Do you want to reset for PC here?
No, Your Honor, but there's also an open felony under F23 22840.
And what is that for?
It's for domestic violence, battery, and assault.
Okay, so did you, for the other two tickets, the DUIs that I didn't find probable cause, did you want to reset this for tomorrow for a PC hearing?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. However, the state would like to lay a record if it's all right. The A form does mention how the defendant struck several vehicles. It's not necessary for the officer or for the arrest affidavit to show a prima facie case. Several vehicles can indicate, I would argue, at least more than two.
Right, so what I did was I found the PC on the DUI property damage. I think within the four corners of the A form though, to charge the multiple. I think they're already encompassed, and that's why I was asking if you wanted the probable cause hearing to see if there's even more.
When we do the pre-files and get more information, then we'll determine how many counts of property damage we're going to proceed on, but we're fine with Your Honor just finding one.
Okay, all right, so then as to AL3FW5E and AL3FW3E, do you want me to set a dollar bond or just ROR on those, Madam Public Defender?
ROR, Judge, please.
Okay, so ROR as to those two, okay?
You found PC, Judge?
Not over, sir.
And he will be held for the felony?
Yeah, I'll see him at the felony.
Okay.
Judge, did you find PC on the last two traffic cases?
Felony DD. So either way, I'll see him in a few minutes.
It's
Your Honor, may I?
23.
Yes.
22840.
Ok, muy bien. Entonces, en el caso AD07ARE es, ¿no? Ok, la fianza es de $1,000. Eso es por el manejar bajo los efectos causando daño a la propiedad privada, quizás lesiones personales. A L3FW7E, la fianza es de $150. Y a AL3FW4E, fianza $1000. También manejar bajo los efectos causando daño a la propiedad privada. Los otros dos casos, AL3FW5E y el 3E, su señoría encuentra que no existe indicios de criminalidad y en esos dos casos los pone en libertad bajo palabra. Recuerde que tiene un delito mayor abierto, F23-22840, agresión en forma de violencia intrafamiliar, delito mayor. Su señoría lo ve en breve.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. All right, sir. That concludes our misdemeanor calendar. And
Excuse me, Judge.
the next one is felony.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
For the last defendant, did you find PC? Would it be released outright or RR?
ROR.
Thank you.
Let's sign the last two, please.
All right, we have the felonies.
Judge, I'm waiting for the felony APD to come in. So thank you so much and enjoy your day.
Thank you. Have a nice afternoon.
You too, Judge.
It's hard for me to get, so I don't know if you want to pass them to me, or this is one person. These are all stapled together. Okay, so I don't know if you, just tell me.
I'm going.
It's better for you to just tell me. Thank you. Thank you. Let me start reading. And then if everybody can, if they haven't been sworn in, if we can get them sworn in. Okay, perfect.
All rise and raise your right hand.
Todos de pie y levanten la mano derecha.
All rise and raise your right hand.
Todos de pie y levanten la mano derecha.
Do you swear in front of testimony about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do.
One more time, Ashley.
Do you swear in front of testimony about to give me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say I do.
I do.
Juran o afirman que el testimonio que van a dar es la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad. De ser así, digan, lo juro.
Say I do.
Digan, lo juro.
It said I do.
You may have a seat.
All right, the first defendant is Altiza Rose Weiss. You're charged with battery on a person 65.
Who?
Or
Who's that?
That's out of turn. That's out of turn.
I don't know his name. Hold on.
Oh, yes. Okay. Can I have the public defender and the state attorney announce their names for the record? And also the public defender is appointed pending affidavit. The bond hearing tape has been played in English, Spanish, and Creole. Madam State,
Taylor Rich on behalf of the state.
Madam Public Defender.
Maria Ordonez is the public defender and will accept that appointment.
Okay.
Judge,
Yes,
can we
ma'am.
call one out of turn, page 17?
Sure. What's
Mr. McDougal?
McDougal?
Oh,
Yes.
I believe the state has already filed a motion for pretrial detention on this one. He was finally brought to court. I think he was ordered to be here today.
Mm-hmm. 17.
I'm gonna fill out if they were ordered right now. One wasn't filled out.
McDougal. Okay, I have McDougal. There is, is he present?
He's present before you, Judge.
Okay, so Mr. McDougal, you are charged with count 1, sexual battery on a victim, 12 to 17. Count 2, contributing to the delinquency dependency of a child. The state has filed a motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 907.041, subsection 5, subsection D. All right, I do find probable cause.
He's also out on felony bond.
All right. This is an added charge. He's already in custody.
Oh, okay. I mean, okay.
So no bond order. I'm gonna grant the pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute 907.0415D. And on count 2, what's the standard bond? $1,000 bond. And then we have a stay away order from the victim also. I need a stay away order. Do you have it here? Oh, thank you. Okay. There's 2. I have, okay. All right. So you have a stay away order from KP, the victim in this case. You're not to have any contact directly or indirectly with this person in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, or through a third person. Defendant must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times. Also, electronic contact such as email, texting, Facebook message, or by Twitter is prohibited. All right. Or the one.
So I didn't do the initials because he's 18 now and didn't invoke Marcy's law.
It's initial. Okay. I have the one with initials right here.
Okay,
So I'll just reference
that one.
Yeah.
But he's not a minor. Yes.
Okay. I'll Alitza Weiss.
It's on the page. So this one, the arrest, the age of the victim is not within the four corners of the arrest form, I can proffer to the court that the victim was born September 11th, 1938, but we will stipulate to probable cause for misdemeanor battery.
Okay.
And that would have been my argument, Judge, so that's what I would request.
So I do find probable cause for misdemeanor battery. What is her priors like, and do you object to any pretrial?
The defendant completed PTI for 2 counts of battery on a law enforcement officer in 2018. She also has a battery that was no cross in February 19th, 2020, but Your Honor can still consider that charge for the purposes of bond. The state would just be asking for standard bond and battery, which is $1,000.
Okay. Standard bond, $1,000. Stay away order from Caroline Weiss. You are not to engage in any criminal activity. You are not to possess or use any illegal drugs. Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. The defendant is prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with Caroline Weiss, including contact in person, in writing, by telephone, through social media, or any other electronic means, or through a third person's. Defendant must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times. The defendant may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of the entry of this order, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve her personal clothing, personal health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. Going to the home or remaining at the home without the police will subject the defendant to arrest. The police officer shall request all keys and garage door openers to the home from the defendant and turn them over to the victim. Okay? So the bond was $1,000? $1,000 bond.
$1,000.
PC found for battery. Okay. Rita Maria Lopez.
Your Honor, Mrs. Lopez is out on probation, F231848 11848.
Judge, Ms. Lopez will need the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Okay. All right, Ms. Lopez, you're charged with 4 counts. The first one is possession of cocaine, crack cocaine. The second one is possession of a controlled substance, methamphetamine. The third one is possession of a drug paraphernalia with intent to use. And the fourth one is possession of marijuana, 20 grams or less.
Muy bien, señora
He has 5
López.
counts, Your Honor. He has 5 counts.
There are 2 counts of possession of drug paraphernalia.
Oh, yeah, it's 2 counts of drug, sorry. 2 counts of drug paraphernalia for a total of 5 counts.
Muy bien, señora López, a usted se le imputan 5 cargos. El primer cargo es tenencia de cocaína en piedra. El segundo cargo es tenencia de una sustancia controlada, metanfetamina. Luego tiene 2 cargos de tenencia de adminículos para el consumo de droga con la intención de usarlo. Y el quinto cargo es tenencia de marihuana, 20 gramos o menos.
Did you have any PC arguments, Madam PD?
I do not, Judge.
Okay, so count 1, what's the standard bond?
The standard.
Okay,
So we would be asking for a slightly elevated bond due to her recent convictions and priors.
She has, though, 5 counts. So I'm going to do standard on all of them. So
Okay, and she has the probation hold, so,
Right, and she has the
okay,
probation.
that's
so-
fine, Judge.
So count one, 2,500, count two. Count two, 2,500, count three. I'm sorry, 325, 500 each?
Yes.
Okay. So
Okay.
500, 500, and 500. Okay. I do find probable cause and a hold for the probation case F 23-11848, okay?
Muy bien, entonces encuentro indicios criminales para los delitos que se le imputan. El cargo número 1, la fianza es $2.500. Cargo número 2, $2.500. Cargo 3, 4 y 5, $500 cada uno, más una retención en el caso de la libertad vigilada, que es el F23-11848.
All right. Sharonia Berry, next case. Okay, Miss Berry. You're charged with 2 counts, burglary of an unoccupied conveyance and petty theft. State any priors?
She has no local priors, out of state. She, has cases that were no action. However, note that there were warrants issued for her failure to appear in those cases. So we would object to anything other than standard bond.
Okay. Madam PD, did you have any argument?
Judge, I was just gonna ask for pretrial services based on the lack of priors.
But she's out of Douglasville, Georgia.
I don't even think
I don't think the pretrial takes him, right?
Her charge,
She doesn't qualify, so I'm just gonna set standard bond on each count.
Understood.
What's standard bond count one? Okay, so I'll set,
25, it's a F2 5,000.
so 5,000. And then count two.
500.
100?
500 for count two.
500? Okay. And you also have a stay away order, ma'am, from AutoZone, 610 Southwest 8th Street, but this didn't occur at the, this was against the individual. This was in the car. She took the tablet. It's not the business. So the stay away order should be from the victim. And this happened allegedly was at the Sunnyside Motel.
a name for the victim.
Well, then there's no stay away. Okay, so I don't have a stay away order then.
We don't have a full name of the victim, so we can make a note for them to issue one once it gets to division.
Yeah, you could do that. Okay.
Your Honor, what was the bond for count one?
5,000 and then count two was 500, right? Yeah. Thank you. The next one is Leticia Howard.
¿Qué? ¿Qué? Has puesto piedras, ¿no? Is this Miss Howard?
This is Howard, Leticia Howard. I don't know.
Nada más, ¿no es cierto?
Somebody.
I think it's the interpreter unmuted, maybe.
Yeah, she probably doesn't realize she's.
Well, the state's moving for pretrial detention on count one.
Okay. So, ma'am, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 charges. Count one is as an first degree felony, battery, aggravated battery, great bodily harm. The second one is a felony in the 3rd degree, aggravated assault with a firearm. The third one is aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The 4th one is child abuse, no great bodily harm. And the 5th one is criminal mischief. I'm gonna read the A form. Okay, I find probable cause. And
No
you're
bond.
asking for detention pursuant to Florida statute 907.0415 subsection 5 subsection D.
Yes, no bond on count one.
Right. Any argument from the public defender?
No PC arguments, Judge.
Okay. So no bond on,
The state filed the motion.
Yes, we did.
yeah. So count one. Bond. You also have a stay away order from NH, a minor, from AL, a minor, from Carrion Winter, and from Damian Campbell. Ma'am, you are not to have any contact with the individuals that I have just mentioned. You are further not to engage in any criminal activity, either out of custody or in custody. So if you're violating this while you're in custody, it can also be an added charge, okay? Do not use or possess any illegal drugs. Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. And as I stated before, you have a stay away order and you are prohibited to have any contact, direct or indirect contact with the following persons: NH, a minor, AL, a minor, Carrion Winter, and Damian Campbell. You are not to have any contact in person, in writing, by telephone, through social media, or any other electronic means, or through third persons. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times. All right, let me just do that. Okay, so I am also, let's see, that's that. Count two, what is the standard bond on count two?
5,000.
So count two, 5,000. Count three,
5,000.
5,000.
Count four is listed as to be set. The state would ask for 2,500.
Okay, count four, 2,500, and count five?
500 each.
500.
So that's counts 5 and count 6.
And count 6.
It's no 6 count. It's just 5 counts.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. You have to sign certificate of service. They have to sign. Okay, Christie and Butler. Any priors I should know on Miss Butler?
She has a withhold on a petty theft from 2022, completed PTI for possessing a fraudulent ID, and F3 grand theft in 2017, completed PTI. The arrest form does state she's on probation for illegal possession of a credit debit card. I couldn't find any information on that. For corrections, do you have any information of her being on probation?
I'm not showing anything on the card for that.
Okay, so we're not asked for a hold at this time. We'll just ask for standard bond.
Okay. She doesn't qualify for patrol? She does? Okay. So what are her priors like?
So, let me make sure she has nothing out of state. Okay, everything's, so going back from the earliest, 2013, she has a withhold for misdemeanor petty theft. 2014, she has a withhold for misdemeanor petty theft. 2017, she completed PTI for felony in the 3rd degree, possessing a fraudulent ID, and felony grand theft. And then there was then the next one is a withhold from 2022 for petty theft.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna count one, $2,500 bond, count two, $2,500 bond. Stay away order from the victim in this case, which I believe was
here, Elizabeth Brennan.
Elizabeth Marie Brennan. You're not to have any contact with her, and you're to stay away also from Walmart at 19501 Northwest 27th Avenue, Miami Gardens, Florida 33056. All right, ma'am.
Thank you.
Keep in touch with your attorney. Kia Randall.
It's the bond out.
Which one?
Kia Randall.
Got it. Thank you.
Richard Long Metayer.
It's a bond out.
Desania Little. All right, I find probable cause. So, what are the priors, if any? And in the meantime,
she has no priors. We would just ask for standard bond.
Okay. So in the meantime, I'm gonna issue a stay away order from Rose Gathers and from Florida Memorial University, 15800 Northwest 42nd Avenue, Miami Gardens, Florida 33054. You are to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times. You are also not to contact her via any electronic means such as email and texting, Facebook, Twitter, whatever it is. Do not have any contact. I'm also going to order that you surrender any firearms that you may have in your possession to the sheriff's office immediately upon release. Okay, so within 24 hours of your release, you have to turn any firearms that you have to the sheriff's office, and you must file your receipt with the court. Oops. Does she qualify for patrol? No. Okay, so count one standard bond is
The standard bond on both is 5,000.
5,000 each?
Yes.
Okay, count one, 5,000, count two, 5,000, plus the stay away orders. Great, ma'am. Have a nice day. Ivan Padron.
Your Honor, we need to pass them.
Okay. Ibrahim Gonzalez Valdez.
Who's this one?
Gonzalez.
And Judge, Mr. Gonzalez will also need the Spanish interpreter.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez Valdez, you're charged with one count of tampering with physical evidence, attempt, one count. Are we addressing the misdemeanors or did we already address these? No, we're addressing. Okay. One count misdemeanor drug paraphernalia with intent to use, one count misdemeanor resisting an officer without violence to his person, one count of second degree petty theft.
Muy bien, señor González Valdés, a usted se le imputan los siguientes delitos: manipular evidencia física, un cargo de tenencia de adminículos para el consumo de drogas con la intención de usar, cargo 3, poner resistencia al arresto sin violencia, y cargo 4, hurto de menor cuantía en segundo grado.
Okay. Prior state?
Yes, Your Honor, the defendant has a long list of priors, ranging from petty thefts, convictions, including no actions and no process, to burglaries, to, go ahead.
Yes, the most recent, he has convictions from June and May of 2024 for resisting without violence and petty theft. He has a February 2024 conviction for felony petty theft with 2 prior convictions, another 3 convictions for the same in 2021, conviction for cocaine possession 2021, 2018 conviction for disorderly conduct, 2021 conviction burglary. We would ask for a slightly elevated bond.
All right. I'm gonna set count 1, 5,000, count 2, 500, count 3, 500, count 4, 500. Okay.
Muy bien, debido a que la Fiscalía ha solicitado fianza elevada debido a su prontuariado, su señoría le pone en el cargo 1, $5,000 de fianza, en el cargo 2, $500, cargo 3, $500, cargo 4, $500.
I am also going to issue a stay away order from 11401 Northwest 12th Street, Sweetwater, Florida 33172. The location of where this allegedly happened. Okay. This is a store. What was the name of it? Do we have the name of the store? Well, that's the address. So I don't see the name.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, this is your interpreter.
Is it Burlington Coat Factory?
Burlington.
I think it's Burlington Coat Factory.
Sure.
Yeah. So you have the address there. It should be. It's. Yeah.
Your Honor, before 12th Street, what are the numbers of the address?
11401 Northwest 12th Street.
Thank you, ma'am.
Water, Florida 33172. This is probably the Dolphin Mall. Burlington Factory.
Muy bien, entonces, aparte de la fianza que le acaba de poner su señoría, ella también emite una orden de alejamiento donde usted tiene prohibido acercarse a la tienda, que probablemente está ubicada en el Dolphin Mall llamada Burlington Coat Factory, que está ubicada en el 11401 del Northwest y la 12 calle en Sweetwater, Florida 33172.
All right. Have a nice day, sir.
Buen día, señora.
Northlands, 2 cases. Oh. All right, so this is a battery on a detainee or visitor. for case number F25004297. Okay. And the other one is F25004-281, which is aggravated battery.
The victim for that case indicated that she would be present and would like to be heard regarding the stay away order.
But she's not a detainee, the victim.
No, the victim of the aggravated battery.
Okay.
Oh,
Latoya Hill, ma'am. Madam Clerk. The one you took away was for the victim of the case. So-
Yes, they hit the wrong place.
Oh, okay.
4281.
So Latoya Hill, you have a stay away order from Latoya Hill. You're not to have any contact with her in person or through a third party. You're not to engage in any criminal activity. That includes while you're in jail, while you're detained. You're not to engage in a criminal activity. You're not to use or possess any illegal drugs. You're not to purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with Latoya Hill, including contact in person and writing by telephone, through social media, or any other electronic means, through a third person, or you can't have or through a third person. Defendant must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and school at all times. Okay? So as far as the bond on the first one, I'm gonna set a $2,500 bond.
That's on which case, Your Honor?
That is on F25. Okay, so it's F25 4297, which is, what did I say? 2,500.
It's listed as to be set.
Yeah.
We would ask for 2,500.
So 2,500, that's battery on a detainee. And for the aggravated battery, that's an up to $5,000 bond. And the stay away order. Okay, just yours.
I have some.
Thank you, I appreciate it. All right, Osvaldo Vallejos.
The state has filed the motion for pretrial detention, or he's handing it to the court now, and it will be e-filed.
Okay. So they filed a motion for pretrial detention as to the possession of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a school. Any argument from the public defender?
No argument, Judge. I'll just note he's not currently here in the room with me.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Is he not brought?
They're going to get him now, Judge.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
English? Okay, Judge, so he's present with me and he will need the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Muy bien, señor, se le deja saber que la Fiscalía ha entablado un recurso de detención preventiva por el delito que se le imputa, que es tenencia de cocaína con intención de venta a menos de 1,000 pies de distancia de un centro escolar.
Okay, and there's no argument from the public defender regarding the pretrial detention. I'm going to go ahead and set no bond on count 1. On count 2, I'll set a $150 bond, and count 3, is that the standard bond?
On drug paraphernalia, it's 500.
Okay, so I'll set $500 bond on count 2 and count 3.
500.
500. Okay?
Your Honor, what was
Excuse me, Your Honor.
one? Count one, Your Honor.
No bond.
Count two, 150. Count three, 500.
500.
500 and 500. Sorry, I said 150, but I was incorrect.
Ok, muy bien. Entonces, la defensa no tiene ningún argumento que presentar con respecto a la detención preventiva, así que su señoría otorga el recurso de detención preventiva y la fianza es la siguiente. Cargo 1 no tiene fianza, cargo 2, $500, cargo 3, $500.
You also have a stay away order from 1160 West Flagler Street, Miami, Florida, 33130. You must stay at least 500 feet away from that location.
Además de eso, usted tiene una orden de alejamiento a favor del lugar que se encuentra ubicado en el 1160 West Flagler Street, Miami, Florida, 33130. Usted tiene que mantenerse a todo momento a no menos de 500 pies de distancia.
Okay, the next one is Jocelyn Romeo.
Your Honor, the next defendant we have is Castro Gonzalez. May we take him out of turn? He's been here since DV court.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Castro Gonzalez.
Yes.
What page, ma'am? Madam Corrections, what page is Castro
That is
Gonzalez?
page
Judge,
8.
page 8.
Page 8, Your Honor.
Found him, thank you. Is it just one case?
You are already notified of the ISO that he have earlier this morning.
A burglary with assault and battery, it's a punishable by life. Does he need the interpreter?
He does, Judge.
Okay.
The state is filing a motion for pretrial detention.
Your Honor, will you mind repeating the charges for your interpreter, please?
Yes, it is burglary with an assault or battery. It is a first-degree felony punishable by life in prison.
Ok. Muy bien, señora. Usted se le imputa allanamiento con agresión física o ataque. Esto se considera un delito mayor de primer grado y es punible con cadena perpetua. La Fiscalía acaba de solicitar su detención preventiva.
Are you filing the pretrial detention?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm handing it to you right now.
Did you
along
have
with the
any
stay away
argument,
order.
Madam Public Defender?
I do not, Judge.
Okay, so I'm gonna issue no bond.
La defensa no tiene ningún argumento que presentar con respecto a la detención preventiva. Su señoría no le pone fianza.
Sir, you also have a stay away order. If and when you do bond out, you must stay away from the victim, Salvadora Seas, in this case. Oh, this is the gentleman that we had earlier. Okay. All right, so you already have those that you've been instructed on the stay away order before. It's the same thing in this situation. You are not to have any contact. You're not to go within 500 feet. You're not to visit any of her places of business, school, home, or where she's known to hang out. If you do get him, was this a cohabitation where he has to go back to collect any of the
I
stuff?
believe so, Judge.
So you may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of the entry of this order, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve your personal clothing, belongings, health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools.
Excuse me, Your Honor, this is your interpreter. Sorry for the information, but before I have two victims in the DV case, here is only one.
This is one, Howard Castro Gonzalez, and yes, this one is Zeas Salvadora.
Thank you, Your Honor. Muy bien. Señor, como le dijo su señoría, usted no tiene fianza y se emite también una orden de alejamiento a favor de la víctima, Salvadora Sáez. Usted ya se le ha dado las instrucciones de qué es lo que tiene que hacer y cómo funciona la orden de alejamiento. De todas maneras, le repito, usted tiene que mantenerse en todo momento a no menos de 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, el lugar donde ésta viva, estudie o trabaje. Además, usted tiene 48 horas a partir de la emisión de esta orden para retornar a la vivienda compartida, escoltado solo por la policía para recoger sus artículos personales. De ir sin permiso o quedarse ahí, esto será considerado un quebrantamiento explícito de esta orden y solo enfrentará más cargos.
He also has a nice hold.
He has a nice hold? Okay.
Y tiene una retención migratoria.
Sir, you also are not permitted to contact the victims via a third party or any electronic means, letters, or any type of sending anybody to go talk to them. Lucas.
Además de esto, usted no puede contactar a esta persona, la víctima, usando a terceras personas a través de mensajes electrónicos o a través de una carta. No puede comunicarse con ella.
Okay. All right, sir. The next person is Jocelyn Romeus. Okay. Mr. Romeus, you are charged with driving while license suspended, third and subsequent violation.
The defendant has no local priors, no objection to PTS if he's eligible.
Okay. All right, so I'll allow pretrial services. What is the alternate bonds?
Thank
you. Okay, pretrial services, alternate bond is 2,500. Sir, you have a no drive order. You're not to drive until you get a good license. Driving in violation of my no drive order can result in you facing additional charges.
Oh, thank you.
Xavier Matthew.
He's Ward D. You're on a reset for tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, Ward D, reset 3-3. Thank you. Joshua Barrett.
That's a bond out.
She know that he refused.
She said
James Brown.
We need to pass him, Your Honor.
Pervins Lewis. Any priors on Pervins Lewis?
Yes, Your Honor. The most recent is he has a no crossed from September 2024, an armed robbery with a weapon.
But that's an all cross.
I'm instructing my co-counsel to look to see if it's domestic in nature. But other than that, he has a 2019 withhold for trespassing and completed PTI in 2010 for 2 counts of felony battery.
Would this person be eligible for drug court? This is a possession of crack cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia with intent to use.
How
do you do referrals to drug court from here?
I think that goes from division,
Oh.
yeah. And they have to be like, accepting referrals, but no objection to PTS.
Okay, pretrial services. Let me see. Alternate bond 2,500.
Well, it does say his permanent address on the A form is homeless, so if we could clarify.
Oh, yes, Mr. Lewis. You know what? He could get tapped though.
Yeah, whichever.
Yeah, whichever one he would qualify for. So count 1 is 20, alternate bond 2,500. Count 2 is alternate bond 500. Is he homeless? Does he tap or does he want pretrial services?
Judge, he's informing me that he does have an address.
He does?
Yes.
Okay, what's the address, sir? I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
This is how it's in a building apartment K5.
Is it the apartment 7P, number 7P?
Is that it? That's your apartment? Listen to the question.
No, I didn't even understand what he said.
I think he said it was an apartment building.
No, but I'm asking for the address.
I don't know by my head.
Judge, it seems like he's not able to provide one. I would just ask if we could have him refer to TAP.
All right, so I'll do TAP, alternate count 1, 2,500, alternate count 2, 500, okay? They'll have to go through that verification. And if not, you'll be taken to your judge within 21 days. Carlos Abreu?
He's present now, Judge, and for this one, I will have a PC argument.
Okay.
Yeah, has a fugitive.
Your Honor, Mr. Abreu.
And I'm sorry, he will need
Mendez is a fugitive from Lucy County with a $5,000 bond.
And he does need the interpreter, Judge.
Okay. With the interpreter, sir, you're charged with leaving the scene of an accident with serious bodily injury. That's a felony in the 2nd degree. And count 2 is the no valid driver's license. We read that earlier. Yeah.
Muy bien, señor. Recuerde que usted tiene una orden de captura y arresto por ser fugitivo en el condado San Lucio y ese es de $5,000. A usted se le imputa haber dejado la escena de un accidente con heridos graves. Es un delito mayor de 2º grado y ya nos hemos hecho cargo de el cargo por manejar sin una licencia de conducir vigente.
Okay. So as to count 1, $5,000 bond. And the
I think she had a piece.
Oh, you said you had the PC argument.
Yes, Judge. I'm sorry. And just for the leaving the scene, I would argue that within the A form, it doesn't indicate that he actually left. It actually, or that he took flight. It indicates that he actually did stop, get out of the vehicle, engage with the victim.
Yeah, but he took it upon himself to say, oh, well, the guy looks okay. So the child, the minor child, so he's going to go ahead and leave. He wasn't instructed that he should leave.
Well, I understand that the victim himself also did state that he was okay. So I would just, again, for purposes of this charge, I would just argue that the A form does not meet those requirements.
Okay. All right. I do find probable cause, and I'm going to set bond at $5,000 on count 1. And then there's the stay away order from JA, a minor. You're not to have any contact directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, or through third persons. You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times. Electronic contact such as email, texting, Facebook message, or Twitter is prohibited. Okay?
He will need that transcript.
Yes, thank you. Muy bien, a pesar de los argumentos de la defensa, su señoría todavía encuentra que existen indicios criminales para el delito que se le imputa. La fianza es de $5,000 más una orden de alejamiento a favor de la víctima, que es un menor de edad y cuyas iniciales son JA. Usted no puede tener contacto directo o indirecto en persona, por escrito, vía telefónica, a través de un pager, fax o terceras personas. Además de eso, en todo momento usted tiene que mantenerse a no menos de 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, el lugar donde la víctima viva, trabaje o estudie. Tampoco puede tener comunicación electrónica, que eso incluye correos electrónicos, mensajes de texto, Facebook y Twitter.
Okay. Let me go to the next person, John Harper.
Your Honor, we need to pass him.
Kenneth Arriaga.
We need to pass him as well, Your Honor.
Junior Oseis. He's also on probation. I have a probation.
We need to pass him as well, Your Honor.
Yeah. The next one that we have is Mr. Rice, and he is on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me hear first what corrections has said as to Mr. Oseis.
Yes.
Your Honor, Mr. Oseis, we need to pass him as well.
Okay.
Mr. Perez Nelson, he refused. Reset for tomorrow.
Okay, NBC refused. Reset 3. That one's easy. All right. And then who is this? Is this Freddie Rice?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Rice, you're charged with burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, attempt, and loitering or prowling, which is a misdemeanor in the 2nd degree. Any PC argument?
No, Judge.
Okay.
He does have priors from Broward County, with conditional release violations. So the most recent, conviction that he has is from, sorry, just a moment, from 2019 for, burglary of an unoccupied conveyance. He has a 2017 conviction for burglary of an unoccupied structure. He has a 2017 conviction for resisting without violence and loitering. And he has a 2016 conviction for resisting, a 2016 burglary conviction, a 2013 battery conviction.
All right. Is there anything you wanted to tell me, Madam PD?
Judge, I was just gonna ask for TAP. He is homeless.
I'm gonna set bonds, count 1, 2,500, count 2, 150. I'm also gonna give a stay away order from 8920 Southwest 61st Court, Pinecrest, Florida 33156. Sir, you're to stay at least 500 feet away from that business. Failure to comply will result in additional charges. Okay, sir. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Joseph Zintek. Shouldn't this be a domestic? I mean, a felony domestic, but a domestic, we need a stay away order? Well, I'm sorry, I'm looking at Arteaga. That's the next one. This is Zintek.
Oh, Arteaga,
Yeah.
sorry, I have a domestic stay away order for that one.
I was just reading.
No, it's-
Okay, so Joseph Zintek, do we have him?
He's coming up, Your Honor.
Thank you.
He has priors from out of state. I can go into them if you'd like. We just asked for standard bond.
Okay.
Anybody got it? Okay, okay.
What page number 16 on?
Did she say something to me? Okay.
Oh.
Informate me, goddammit! You goddamn nigger!
The way you get it.
Go ahead.
See what I'm saying?
I'm asking you, do you want to calm down, sir?
Yes. Take me out of this thing and your little African partners and things. Okay, you've hit me 3 times and you spit on me.
I don't know.
No,
I'm trying to get him seen right now.
With your fist.
Is he finished?
Let me
No,
adjust it.
we just started.
I'm just asking if I can have somebody that can, I said, may I speak to a supervisor? I'll take care of it. No, this is after they hit me. He was the same rank as you. He said, I'll take care of it. They threw me down. They punched me in my fucking face. That's what he said. I'll take care of it. Do you all want to file a complaint?
Yes, you can.
Well, yes, Toby, I do.
No problem, sir.
Deal with your nasty pig motherfucker.
Right now, you in court right now.
Okay, my tooth is chipped where your fucking
After
officer
that,
hit me.
we'll get you the medical, sir. Just.
Oh, great.
Is this who it is? Is Harper? Okay. Oh,
I was running away from people who were trying to rob me and was arrested. I didn't assault anybody.
or the same language was used in the in allegedly in the.
That looks like Mr.
It's described in the A form.
And Your Honor, he's out on felony bond F251380.
Yes, we'd ask for a hold in that case. It's an aggravated battery.
You know, I was looking at this and it says that the defendant was allegedly chasing a female with an axe down Collins Avenue.
Did you guys see that?
And made racial slurs to her. Allegedly. Did you file anything?
No, Your Honor, because it is a third-degree felony, not doesn't qualify under the pretrial detention statute. However, we would ask for an elevated bond of $10,000 along with the felony hold.
Any argument, Madam PD?
Judge, I would just ask for a standard and would object to any elevation.
What is the basis for the elevation?
The nature of chasing a female with an axe down the street, and his other case is another attack of a woman on the street. So the state believes he is a danger to the community, and thus that's why we're asking for an elevated bond. And he's also from out of state, which is a flight risk. And he has several priors from out of state too.
I have a driver's license here. I live here.
It's indicated that he's homeless. And there's also, I do notice that there are alleged racial slurs that were being shouted out at the alleged victim during the commission of a crime. I'm gonna go ahead and set the bond at 10,000 with a stay away order from the victim. In this case, which is Karina Imade, you are to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim in this case. You're also not to communicate with her either directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, or other third persons. Defendant must stay at least 500 feet from the victim's home, the place of employment, and or school at all times. No electronic contact. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a nice day.
Your Honor, we have Mr. Padron Ivan. We passed him. He's here if you want to take him.
You're good to go for now.
Okay. And we need the interpreter for this? Do we?
Page 4, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Padron. English? Okay, face the judge. Let me. Oh, come here, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have no objection to pretrial if he's eligible. No, he's not eligible. Oh, then we just ask for standard bond.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed the.
He's not eligible for pretrial, according to pretrial on count 1.
Okay, would he also not be eligible for TAP then? I'm guessing.
What are his priors like?
He only has locally, he completed PTI for a felony criminal mischief in 2022. Other than that, he has no priors.
And this is pretty dangerous. He's allegedly throwing objects at passing vehicles. No, I'm gonna set standard bond. So on to count 1, deadly missile. Was that 5,000? Or does it say to be set?
To
be set, okay.
We'd ask for 5,000.
$5,000 bond. Count two, what is that? 500. 500 and count three? Okay, so 500 count two, 500 count three. And the resisting an officer without violence is 2 counts. So actually, it'll be 5,000, count one, count two, 500, count three. I'll put it at $1. On count four, 500. And then the stay away order is from Yadira Hernandez and Starbucks at 2925 Northeast 8th Street, Homestead, Florida 33033. You are to stay at least 500 feet away from the victim in this case, and from that location. You are not to have any contact directly or indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, page, or fax, or through third persons. You must stay at least 500 feet from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times. And you must stay at least 500 feet away from the Starbucks. Okay?
Your Honor, the next defendant we have is James Brown. We passed him, page 5.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's page 6. Petty theft. Previous conviction.
I thought the door hit you.
No.
This is allegedly occurred at the Marshalls at 3401 North Miami Ave, Miami, Florida 33127. And I have his address as 1900 Northwest First Place. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So he has a home. Any priors?
I promise it won't happen again.
As of priors, the most recent is a conviction for petty theft from 2024. From 2022, he was convicted and sentenced to 2 years for tampering with an electronics monitor. In 2010, notably, he was sentenced to 15 years for 2 counts of robbery with a deadly weapon, punishable by life. He also has a conviction for robbery by sudden snatch from 2022. And that's
okay. So I'm going to set count 1 at 2,500. You also have a stay away order from the Marshalls at the location.
Oh, that's.
Who's Colby Richard?
My apologies, Your Honor.
The location is 3401 North Miami Avenue, Miami, Florida 33127. Okay, you're not to go back there. If you do, you'll be facing the charges. All right, next person, please.
Mr.
Joseph Zintek.
Sorry. Flesh and blood, Joseph, capital J, small O, small S, small E, small P, small H, Zentex, a capital Z, a small I.
Yeah, we have them. Okay. All right, sir. So you have 1 count of possession of cocaine residue, a felony in the 3rd degree, 1 count of misdemeanor paraphernalia possession, and 1 count of resisting an officer without violence to his person. Any PC argument?
No, Judge.
state's requesting standard bond. He has priors from out of state. Many driving under the influence, an assault.
Okay. Well, okay, so that's count 1. What's the bond?
500.
Count 2.
500.
And count 3.
500.
Okay, so 2,500, 500, and 500. Sir, those are your bonds. If you're not able to bond out, you will be taken to the division judge within 21 days, okay?
I'm not gonna be able to bond out.
Your Honor, the next defendant we have is Osis. We passed him, Junior. Page 7.
State has a motion for pretrial detention on count 1.
And he also has a probation warrant, no bond.
So he has a probation warrant, no bond, which is F217437. You're gonna put a hold on that. And then on count 1 is the state's motion for pretrial detention.
Counts 1 through 3, sorry.
Counts 1 through 3 is the state's motion for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute, section 907.041, subsection 5, subsection D. Any argument from defense?
No PC argument, Judge.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm also showing the Nebia hold on the card.
Okay. So as to count 1 through 3, there'll be no bond. On count 4, which is the fleeing and the eluding, it's what is that? 2,500.
Count 5 is also 2,500.
Count 5. Count 5 is 2,500, and then the probation hold. Okay.
No Nebia hold, correct, Your Honor?
Hold for F217437.
Yeah.
Probation hold.
Yeah, so
And the
we
Nebia
don't
hold.
need a Nebia because he's got no bond. So he's not having a bond.
I mean, yeah, they'll probably address that
move, yeah,
after the pretrial detention hearing if he
Just
is.
needed it for verification for the jail card because it's showing a Nebia hold. So I was just
No Nebia for now.
No
Once-
Nebia.
Yeah.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay, who do you have next?
We have Ortega Correglo Roden.
Okay, I have that. So, sir, do you need an interpreter?
He does, Judge.
Okay, what the service is looking. Okay, Madam Interpreter, are you there?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
Perfect. Okay, so count 1 is tampering with a victim, which is a 3rd-degree felony, and count 2 is battery. Any priors?
The defendant has no local priors. The state is requesting standard bond.
Muy bien, señora. Usted se le imputa un cargo de manipulación de una víctima, es un delito mayor de 3er grado y un cargo de agresión. No tiene antecedentes locales y la fiscalía solicita fianza estándar.
2,500 on count 1 and 1,000 on count 2.
Okay, so you said he has no priors?
That's correct.
Okay, but this is a tampering with the victim. Allegedly, he battered the victim and tried to restrain the victim from being able to get to their
Yeah, I think
phone.
also like robbery by sudden snatch, Your Honor, could possibly find PC for that. And criminal mischief.
Does look like that they are husband and wife, or they have children in common. So I'm gonna go ahead and issue a stay away order from Giselle Due Del Rio. You're not to have any contact with her. You're not to engage in any criminal activity, not to use or possess any illegal drugs. Go ahead, Madam Interpreter, sorry.
Muy bien, señor. Entonces voy a emitir una orden de alejamiento a favor de la víctima, Giselle Due del Río. Usted no puede tener contacto con ella de ninguna manera. Tampoco puede participar de ninguna actividad delictiva, así como tampoco puede tener o consumir sustancias ilícitas.
You're not to use purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition, you must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Usted tampoco puede tener, usar, comprar o portar arma de fuego o municiones. De tener alguna de estas, tiene que ir a la comisaría más cercana y entregar arma de fuego, munición o permiso para portar arma oculta que usted tenga e ir al tribunal a dar la prueba de la entrega.
Okay, you also are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with Giselle Drew Del Rio, including contact in person and writing by telephone, through social media, or any other electronic means, or through third persons.
Muy bien, usted tiene terminantemente prohibido tener contacto directo o indirecto con la víctima, Giselle Drew del Río. Este contacto incluye en persona, por escrito, vía telefónica, a través de las redes sociales, a través de cualquier otro medio de comunicación electrónica o a través de terceras personas.
You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times.
Además, usted tiene que mantenerse en todo momento a no menos de 500 pies de distancia de la víctima, el lugar donde ésta viva, estudie o trabaje.
The defendant may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of the entry of this order, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve his or her personal clothing, health items, medication, business and personal related paperwork, and work tool.
Usted puede retornar una sola vez a la vivienda dentro de un periodo de 48 horas. Una vez se emite esta orden, tiene que ir escoltado por un agente policial para recoger sus artículos personales, ya sean ropa, medicamentos, documentos personales o de negocio y herramientas de trabajo.
Going to the home or remaining at the home without the police will subject the defendant to arrest. The police officer shall request all keys and garage door openers to the home from the defendant and turn them over to the victim.
Ir a la vivienda o quedarse en la vivienda sin haber sido escoltado por un agente policial hará que usted esté sujeto al arresto. El agente policial que lo acompañe le va a pedir todas las llaves de la propiedad, así como también los controles remotos de los garajes, para luego él entregárselo a la víctima.
Okay, so let's see, bond is 2,500 count 1 and 1,000 count 2.
Entonces la fianza es cargo 1, $2,500, cargo 2, $1,000.
All right. Have a nice day. Brian Pineda Abreu.
The state has a motion for pretrial detention on count 1.
I saw him earlier, right?
The cannabis possession, yes.
Okay.
I'm not sure what. Oh, we are addressing that now? Okay.
Oh, okay. All right, so your chart, do you speak English? Do you need an interpreter?
No, ma'am, I speak English.
I didn't hear him.
He speaks English.
Yes, I speak English.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, so the first count is felony in the first degree, which is cocaine trafficking greater than 26 grams. And the second one is a misdemeanor in the first degree, cannabis possession. Did you have any probable cause arguments, Madam PD?
I'm sorry?
No, Judge.
No? Okay. So the state has moved for pretrial detention pursuant to Florida statute section 907.041, subsection 5, subsection D, for the charge of, no, you didn't. You didn't move for that.
Yes, I did.
You did? Because this one is for...
On the cocaine trafficking.
Okay, yeah, you're right. You did. Okay, so it is on the cocaine trafficking. Did you have any objection to that, Madam PD? Any arguments at this time?
I mean, no, I don't have a legal basis for any argument, Judge.
Okay, thank you. All right, sir. So I'm gonna issue as to count one, it will be no bond. And then as to count two, what's the bond?
500.
500. All right, sir.
Your Honor, did the state file a motion, correct?
Yes.
They did. And I signed the order. The next person I have is either Rodriguez Martinez, or if you want to call the gentleman that you passed, Kenneth Arriaga. We're getting there.
Mr. Rodriguez Martinez has a hold for immigration.
Oh, okay. ICE hold. Is it called ICE hold or immigration hold, or does it not matter? It's the same. Yeah. Okay.
We would just, given the ICE hold, we would just ask for standard bond.
So this is possession of cocaine, 2 grams of suspected powder cocaine inside of a $1 bill.
Oh, sorry. And Judge, I'm sorry, he's gonna need the services of the Spanish interpreter.
Okay.
Muy bien, señor, usted tiene una retención de inmigración o ICE. A usted se le imputa tenencia de cocaína. Se encontró residuo de polvo blanco dentro de un billete de $1.
Okay. All right, so I find probable cause. What is the standard bond, please?
$2,500.
$2,500 bond.
Muy bien, encuentro indicios de criminalidad y la fianza es de $2,500.
So, sir, if you do choose to bond out, remember that you can be taken directly by immigration services and you might not be let out. You do have to make sure that you resolve this case if you do happen to bond out, or if you're taken to immigration services, as this a bench warrant could be issued for you if you don't appear in court, and that can be regardless if you are in detention. So you would need to make sure that you let your attorney know that you are in ICE detention. They usually have a number that you can call toll free, okay?
Muy bien, señor. Entonces, si usted decide o paga la fianza, es muy probable que los servicios de inmigración lo recojan antes de que usted pueda salir. Asegúrese de resolver esta causa antes de pagar fianza, porque por más que se lo lleve inmigración, porque se puede emitir una orden para su captura y arresto si es que usted no comparece ante el tribunal, aunque usted se encuentre detenido. Es por eso que es importante que le deje saber a su abogada que usted se encuentra detenido en inmigración. Ellos tienen un número de teléfono libre de cargo.
Okay. So, good luck to you, sir. Have a nice day.
Buena suerte, señor, y buen día.
Mr. Walker is out on felony bond F24-25893.
Okay. What are the charges on that? The felony bond?
It's a burglary of an unoccupied dwelling and an F3 grand theft.
Okay. All right, and this is also a burglary of an unoccupied structure, conveyance.
I'm not sure why it says prejudice.
And I was going to bring that up too, Judge. I don't believe that there's anything within the A form that establishes that element.
I still believe.
Can you look up the statute? Does it have anything to do with prejudice? It's just a.
Judge, I looked it
up.
Yeah, I sometimes they.
Yeah, no.
On the drop down, they. But I believe this would just be a burglary of an unoccupied structure conveyance, which is an F3.
Yeah. I think that's what the count, the Florida statute 810.02 subsection 1. I don't think that there's any element of prejudice or hate crime that I know off the top of my head. I think
that's correct, Judge. I looked it up and it's not in the statute at all, so I'm not sure if it was
okay, so I don't think that has anything to do with the charge.
I think it might elevate it to an
right, but I don't think that it has anything to do.
Yeah, not with this case.
It could just be a typo regardless. So this is an unoccupied structure conveyance. Allegedly, there was some alcoholic bottles that were stolen from the back cabinet of her backyard. All right, so I'm gonna put a hold for F24 25893, and on this one, I'm gonna give standard bond and a stay away order from 625 Southwest Fifth Street, Florida City, Florida 33034. You're not to go to that location, and you're not to have any contact with Miss Mirabal, who is the alleged victim in this case. You're to stay 500 feet away from her and from the location, and not to have any contact in person, through third parties, or any electronic medias. If you're not to go to her place of business, you're not to go to her place of work, you're not to go to her home, and you're not to go to her school or anything like that. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
There's
Okay.
another stay away order with another name.
Okay, and the other stay away order, which is the same, will be the same conditions for Yordani Rodriguez, also 625 Southwest Fifth Street, Florida City. So as to this one, it's what? It's the standard bond, count one?
On a F3 burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, it would be, or structure would be 2,500.
They have it as an F2.
That, I think that's because it was charged as with prejudice. Or
is prejudice an element?
I know
That's
prejudice
what I'm
elevates,
saying. No, I understand that, but I don't think that it is at all a part of this. If you look up the statute, can you look up the statute?
That's correct, Judge. I did confirm the same thing that the
I
court is
don't
saying
think
is
that's
accurate.
title. It just, we don't need to, I don't think we need to consider that at all.
Here's the statute.
He was riding a yellow bike with the 2 bottles of liquor under his arm and fled the area. Some coordination there. Did you look it up?
I'm reading the statute right now.
No, but I don't think there's an element.
I don't see that either.
That's just something that was put there by accident. It's got nothing to do with the charge, so there's no reason for enhancement or dismissal. 8810 02.
The bond is still listed as to be set. So we would just ask for 2,500.
Yeah, the 810 .02 doesn't have an added element that has anything to do with hate crime or anything like that, any prejudice or anything. I think it's just a typo or something that was added. So there's no reason to elevate or to find no probable cause. So I do find probable cause. And what is the standard bond?
There is no standard. Oh, for
the F2.
For the F2, it'd be 5,000.
So $5,000 bond. And the stay away order. Orders. Okay. Sheikh Raz.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, we passed number 20, Araga Kennett.
Yes.
Maybe take him, please.
That's from page 7.
Page 7, correct.
This is also an F2.
And he will need the service of the interpreter, Judge.
This is an F2. This is a burglary, though, of an occupied dwelling, which is considered a violent crime. And this is a resisting without violence.
A usted se le imputa un delito mayor de segundo grado, que es allanamiento de una vivienda desocupada, el cual es considerado un delito violento, y también se le imputa poner resistencia al arresto sin violencia.
All right. I do find probable cause. So, any priors that I need to consider?
He has no local priors, Judge, and I don't see anything from out of state either.
And I don't see an ICE hold or anything? No, I don't see an address. Do you have an address, sir?
Señor, ¿usted tiene una dirección acá?
Solo tengo una dirección en New Jersey.
I have an address in New Jersey.
I'm sorry, what?
I have an address in New Jersey.
Okay, so I'm gonna set
Teléfono porque
standard bond on count 1, which is a second degree felony. That is a $5,000 bond.
If
$7,500.
listed now is to be set, the state would ask for 5,000 for
Okay,
an
5,000
and 500
and
for
500. So count 1, 5,000. Count 2, 500. It used to be when I was in criminal
Vale.
7,500. I guess they changed them.
Entonces, encuentra indicios de criminalidad para los delitos que se le imputan. Cargo número 1, que es un delito mayor de segundo grado, la fianza es de $5,000 y el cargo número 2 es $500.
Okay, and you also have the stay away order from 435 East 50th Street, Hialeah, Florida 33013. You are not to go to that location. You are to stay at least 500 feet away from that location, as well as from the victim in this case. Do we have her name?
No, Judge, I don't believe so. You check.
I can check.
No, we don't.
Okay.
I'll write a
Okay.
note to issue
Okay.
stay away order from the victim in division.
All right, sir. Good luck to you.
Muy bien, señor. Entonces también emite una orden de alejamiento a favor de la ubicación o de la vivienda ubicada en el 435 East 50 Calle en Hialeah, Florida 33013. Usted no puede ir a ese lugar y tiene que mantenerse en todo momento a 500 pies de distancia del lugar y de la víctima.
All right, the next person, Dick Roz Casanova.
Okay, so stand right here and then just put the judge, okay? Face the judge.
Okay, sir, you're charged with 1 count of possession of cocaine, a felony in the 3rd degree, 1 count of misdemeanor marijuana possession, and 1 count of possession of paraphernalia with intent to use. This allegedly happened at the 900 block of Ocean Drive in Miami Beach, Florida. Says that you are from Weston, Florida. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, any priors?
No priors. We're fine with PTS.
Okay, so we can do pretrial services, alternate bond on count 1, standard bond. What is that?
2,500.
Count 2, standard bond.
500.
500, so that'll be alternate bond 500, and the drug paraphernalia?
Also 500.
So 500, okay, so pretrial services, alternate bond, it was 2,500, 500, and 500. Okay, sir, so you should be able
He
to
has
get
4
out.
counts, Your Honor.
Bond.
He has 4 counts.
There's 2 counts of drug paraphernalia.
Okay, so we'll do 500 on count 1 of the drug paraphernalia, and then I'll do $1 on the other count of drug paraphernalia. Okay? So that would be count 4, which would be $1. 20. And $1. So, sir, you'll be getting out with pretrial services if you're if you're unable to post your bond, they'll let you out. You do have to report, and you do need to make sure that you come back to court. Failure to appear will result in a bench warrant being issued for your arrest. Okay? All right, sir. Have a nice day. Next one is Joshua Rivera Martinez. Does he qualify?
He's coming now, Judge. And for Mr. Rivera Martinez, I will have an argument for one of the counts.
Okay.
Drugs and guns.
Drugs and guns don't go well together. All right, Joshua Rivera Martinez. You said you had a PC argument, Madam PD?
Judge, just for the second count, the concealed carry, I would just argue, I mean, as of, I think it was January of 2023, it's legal to carry, so I would just
I
ask.
can't hear her very well.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now?
A little bit better.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, if I would just ask for an ROR on that one because of the law change. I mean, it's not, as far as I'm understanding, it's not illegal at this time to carry.
Conceal carry.
Yes.
That is one of the changes that happened. I think it was last year, right?
I think it was July of 2023.
Was it
Doesn't have a license.
But you don't need one anymore.
Need a license, right? Well, what I'll do is I'll set a dollar bond for that or alternate $1. We'll see. What are his other, does he have any other priors? All right, so the controlled substance possession with intent to sell is also armed. That's a felony in the second degree.
Bond is listed as to be set. The state would ask for 7,500.
But where's the intent to sell? This looks like, is it because of the amount?
The
I don't,
One possession.
It's the baggies, the $100 bills and assortments that are consistent to street narcotic sales.
well, it says I located a clear baggie with a bag, so it says a clear.
And according,
What paragraph are you reading from the A form?
I was reading the second to last paragraph on the second page.
Okay, so page 3 of 5, right? It says at the bottom 3 of 5, second to last paragraph, the secondary search of the vehicle was conducted by Deputy T. Olvey, where he located grayscale residue of suspect cannabis and $200 in assorted bills consistent with that of street sales.
This state argues that with the scale, the baggies, and the bills, that's enough for probable
I
cause.
still only see one baggie. I don't see baggies.
Hmm.
Do you see baggies? I only saw, it said a baggie. That's pretty intentional. What is that? I mean, it's not just based on the gram.
So you-
and it doesn't, and
We can-
so this, hold on a second. Let me just ask, okay. So it was 28 grams of suspected cannabis. How much was of the cocaine, suspected cocaine?
More or less 3.5 grams.
3.5 grams. I don't find intent to sell.
We
I
can,
don't, yeah, I don't find that.
we can stipulate to PC for possession of cocaine.
Okay. All right, so count 1, possession of cocaine. I find PC for possession of cocaine. So that is then 2,500?
Yes, Your Honor.
So 2,500 would be the bond for count 1. The concealed firearm, I would do a $1 bond on it. The possession of cannabis, I don't know about the armed with the possession of cannabis. I think there's only, what is 83.136A say? Does it say that? 83,
893.136.
right? 893.13 subsection 6, subsection A.
You had it right.
Use to his or her own personal, let me see, is this the right one? Person may not distribute, but in affliction 6. So I find probable cause for misdemeanor possession of marijuana.
That would be standard bond of 500.
Okay. So count one, what did I say?
2,500 for count 1.
2,500, count 1.
$1 for count 2.
$1 for count 2.
500 for count 3. And count 4, possession of drug paraphernalia is 500.
Okay. So I can do, I'll do $1 on the drug paraphernalia. Also, does he have any priors?
No, Judge.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll leave count 4 at 500, but I'll give him pretrial services. I know that he wouldn't normally qualify, but I don't find the probable cause. So pretrial services, alternate bond would be on count 1, 2,500, count 2, $1, count 3, 500, and count 4, 500, okay? Sir, so you're gonna be able to get out without having to post a bond. Make sure that you comply by coming to your court dates, okay? If you fail to
Yes.
come, then you're gonna end up getting a warrant for your arrest.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, have a nice day. So the next person I have is William Munoz Rodriguez, and I have that he refused yesterday. Is he here today?
He's here today, Your Honor.
Okay. And does he need the interpreter?
Oh, this 45. I'm like, what I got there right there?
Oh, okay.
I do have to stay away from him. Grand theft.
He is out on felony bond. Oh.
So you added charges, does that mean I don't need to put a hold because he's already being detained on that? Okay, good. Is he here? William Munoz? I know yesterday.
He's walking in now, Judge.
Okay, perfect.
He's present now, Judge.
All right, Mr. Munoz, you speak English?
Yes, Your Honor. And good afternoon.
Okay. So, sir, you're charged with felony, the 3rd degree, grand theft, 3rd degree. This allegedly occurred at Simple Mobile, 3185 West 76th Street, Hialeah, Florida, where you allegedly took off running with an iPhone 16 Pro Max with a value of approximately $1,500. Any priors?
Yes, Your Honor. In 2021, he is convicted and sentenced to 364 for dealing in stolen property. In 2021, he was also convicted and sentenced for F2 burglary of an unoccupied dwelling. In 2021, he was convicted for tampering with an electronic monitor, was placed on probation, and then violated said probation when he was convicted for misdemeanor petty theft and contributing to the delinquency of a minor in 2023.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and issue standard bond, $2,500, and a stay away order from Simple Mobile at 3185 West 76th Street, 33018. Sir, you're not to go there. If you go there in violation of the stay away order, not only could you be facing trespass charges, but also up to a year in jail for contempt of court, okay? Have a nice day. Bernardo Cardoso Perez. Should I pass him?
He's coming up, Your Honor.
Coming out, Judge.
And then the next one will be Perez Echevarria.
Yeah, English?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Mr. Cardozo Perez, do you speak English?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
I didn't hear his answer.
He does, Judge.
Okay, thank you. You're charged with possession of cannabis, more than 20 grams. And you're charged with trespass of an unoccupied structure or conveyance, a misdemeanor in the second degree. The first one is a third degree felony. Okay.
He has a prior from Orange County of the same charge, possession of more than 20 grams of cannabis, a withhold from 2017, along with possession of drug paraphernalia. We would just ask for standard bond on each, which is 2,500 and then 150 for count two.
He's standing at the rear of the building, standing and eating behind a wall of the property next to an AC unit.
It was a locked and gated area outside of business.
Okay. Any argument from the public defender?
No legal argument, Judge.
Okay. All right. So what about his priors?
He just has the prior from Orange County as withhold from 2017 for possession of cannabis over 20 grams and drug paraphernalia.
So he would qualify for pretrial. Okay, so let's do pretrial services. The alternate bonds will be the standard bonds. So on count one, it would be.
He's identified as homeless in the arrest form. Does he have an address for pretrial?
Or TAP?
We would ask for TAP, Judge. He doesn't currently have an address.
Okay, so TAP, alternate bond would be count one.
2,500.
2,500 and count two, please.
150.
150. Okay, sir. So if you do happen to get out on the TAP program, you need to make sure you come back to court. If you don't come back to court, you're going to have a warrant for your arrest. And he has a current warrant, right? You said in Orlando? Or
No, Judge, not just a prior.
Okay. All right. And you also have to stay away from 1700 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, Coral Gables, Florida, 33134, sir. Okay? Have a nice day.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, thank you. Waltari.
English?
Perez Echevarria.
Mr. Perez has a hold for immigration.
And he does need the service of the interpreter.
Okay, sir. So you are charged with 1 count of possession of crack cocaine.
Muy bien, señora, usted se le imputa un cargo de tenencia de cocaína.
Okay, I find probable cause. Any priors?
No, Judge. We just asked for standard bond.
All right, so standard bond in this case would be 2,500. Sir, if you do bond out, well, is it just because of the ICE hold then that he wouldn't be? So do you want pretrial services or TAP alternate?
I think
because he's not homeless.
Under the new law, if he has an ICE hold, he has to have monetary release.
Okay, all right. So 2,500. All right. Thank you for letting me know.
Muy bien, entonces la fianza para el cargo número 1 es de $2,500. Recuerde que usted tiene la retención migratoria.
All right, sir, you're free to go. All right, the next one is Penarvis Thompson.
Is he?
Yes, ma'am.
Which is this?
So in here, it says that there was a semi-automatic rifle that was seized. Any priors?
Yes, Judge. He has a conviction for fleeing and eluding a police officer from January of 2021. He has a conviction from October of 2021 for false name after arrest.
And he says that it says on the A form that he had an ankle monitor, so he has an open case. Is he out on probation or is he out on house arrest? That says that he was on probation as of June 7th, 2024 for felon in delinquency, possession of firearm, and fleeing and eluding a police.
Do you have anything on that, corrections?
What's the question, Your Honor?
Is he on probation?
We're not showing it on the jail card.
All right, so count one is a felony in the third degree, possession of ammunition by a convicted felon. Count two is unlawful possession of 5 or more identity cards. Count three is third felony identification, possession, fraudulent use. Count four is unlawful possession of a stolen credit or debit card. And count five is forgery. I find probable cause for all 5 counts. Is what I don't understand though, it doesn't look like there's any charges for threatening the postal person. Because it says that he followed her and he threatened her on Thursday, February 27th. City of Miami Police responded to 1045 Northwest 41st Street in reference to threats made to a postal service carrier. Witness stated that she suspected fraudulent activity due to multiple correspondences. And then we see go on to, she bypassed the residence, and then on page 3 of 5, it goes on in the second sentence. I think it was the second sentence. Let me see. Thompson then demanded the mail to be handed over. The witness advised Thompson that at the times the notification is off by a few days. Thompson became agitated and verbally threatened the witness by stating, "Let me find out you have my curse word. I'm going to pop your ass." Thompson then pointed to his ankle, demonstrating his ankle monitor, and said, "Call the police." The City of Miami Police responded, and the United States Postal Inspection Services was notified. So there is no count for the threat to the postal worker?
I mean, there's no indication of that she was in fear from the form. I mean, obviously, I would believe she was. Your Honor can find PC for an assault.
But it's not charged, so I'm just gonna, you guys can decide if you're gonna do that. All right, I'm gonna issue standard bonds on counts 1 through 5. Can you tell me what those bonds are?
Count 1 is to be set. The state would ask for 5,000.
Okay.
The remaining counts are all 2,500 each.
Okay, so count 1, 5,000, count 2, 2,500, count 3, 2,500, count 4, 2,500, count 5, 2,500. I'm also gonna issue a stay await order from your mail person, although it's not actually charged. But what was her name? Was Thompson, I think it was.
Thompson's the defendant.
Oh, that's the defendant.
The
Let's see, does it
victim,
say? And
there's 3 listed. victims.
Yeah, so I'm gonna issue a stay away order from those 3 victims. What are the victims' names, please?
The victims' names are Winston Wu, Christopher Collins, and Patricia Hidalgo.
Okay, so you have a stay away order from those 3 victims. Okay. Jose Trujillo.
Mr. Trujillo, Your Honor, has a probation warrant, no bond.
He needs the interpreter, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Trujillo, we're informed that you have a probation warrant, no bond. I'm also, so I'm gonna put a hold on that. And then you're also charged with 1 count of grand theft 3rd-degree vehicle and 1 count of an alter ID. I find probable cause for the grand theft.
Muy bien, señor Trujillo, se me ha informado que usted tiene una orden de arresto por un caso de libertad vigilada, no tiene fianza, así que voy a mantener esa retención. Además, se le imputa un cargo de hurto de mayor cuantía, robo de un vehículo en 3er grado y de haber modificado o alterado una identificación. Encuentro indicios criminales para los cargos que se le imputan.
Okay, so, and I also find probable cause for possession of the altered ID. Any priors?
1 second, Your Honor.
I'm gonna issue a stay away order from Northwest 36th Street and Northwest 37th Avenue. But wait, why are we issuing a stay away order from there? That's just the arrest location. That's not a home or a business. So no stay away order as to that.
Oh,
What
so
about-
I wrote the stay away order for that area because he was observed coming out of a gated area on that
Yeah, but
property. It's in Your Honor's
It's not,
discretion.
it's not specific enough, you
Okay.
know? And then what about the Carlos Seafood? Why is that? Why a stay away order from Carlos Seafood?
That's the victim of the theft.
That's on, oh, that's the second case. That's F25-004-283. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so, what did I say? Count 1 is, what's the bond on count 1? For the F25-004-268.
2,500 for the grand theft of the vehicle, 2,500 for the altered ID.
Okay, so count 1, bond 2,500, count 2, bond 2,500, and then as to case number F25-004-283, you're charged with burglary of an unoccupied dwelling. And that's the Carlos Seafood place. So I'm gonna include a stay away order from 4041 Northwest 28th Street, Miami, Florida, 33142, and I'm gonna issue the standard bond, which is 5,000. Is that correct? Or to be set?
It's to be set. We
Okay.
would ask for 5,000. He does have some priors.
Okay, so 5,000 in a stay away order. All right, sir?
Your Honor, do you show 2 counts for that case?
Muy bien, señor. Entonces, en la causa F25004268, hurto de mayor cuantía, hurto de un vehículo en 3er grado, la fianza es de $2,500 y en el cargo número 2 también la fianza es de $2,500 por haber alterado o modificado una identificación. Ahora, tiene otra causa abierta que es el F2500422683. Se le imputa ahí allanamiento de una vivienda desocupada. Es que hablamos de Carlos Seafood. Entonces, También voy a emitir la fianza estándar de $5,000 más la orden de alejamiento. Usted tiene prohibido acercarse al 4041 Northwest y la 28 calle en Miami, Florida, 33142.
I do find probable cause also for count 2. There's 2 separate occasions where the defendant allegedly broke into the location. So count 2, I will also issue a $5,000 bond. Okay? Thank you.
Y tiene un segundo cargo en el que supuestamente usted trata de entrar de manera ilegal al lugar 2 veces. Así que para el segundo cargo, fianza $5,000 también.
Oh my God. That's crazy. Nothing else.
That's it for right now.
Es todo por hoy.
Okay, George Diaz, Jorge Diaz.
Español? Okay. And he will need the interpreter.
All right. So you're charged with possession of cocaine. The defendant was allegedly riding his bicycle in an erratic manner. Madam PD, do you have any PC argument?
I don't have any arguments, Judge.
Okay. Any priors? Is he eligible for pretrial?
I don't think so. He has a lot of priors.
Okay.
Would you like me to go through the priors?
No, it's okay. We'll do
Okay.
Standard bond, cocaine possessions. He's not eligible for pretrial because he's a career criminal and allegedly he's homeless. Does he qualify for TAP?
We would object given the amount of convictions and probation violations.
Okay, all right. And there's no argument for PC?
No, Judge, we would just be requesting TAP. I understand the state's objection.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and set this at a $2,500 bond.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Have a nice.
Señor Díaz, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Señor Díaz, se le imputa tenencia de cocaína. Supuestamente usted estaba manejando su bicicleta de manera errática. Además, tiene muchísimos antecedentes, por lo cual usted no califica para pretrial services ni para el programa TAP. Así que la fianza es de $2,500. Que tenga buen día.
Daryl Williams.
Mr. Williams? You all right? This her, right? You okay? Sorry? Yeah, that's what we're gonna try to do, okay? I don't know.
All right, any argument from the public defender, Ray, probable cause?
Nothing about probable cause, Judge.
Okay, all right, so I find probable cause for count 1, controlled substance possession, methamphetamines. Count 2, failure to have a vehicle registration. Count 3, no valid driver's license. And count 4, tag not assigned. Can you tell me, does he qualify for pretrial?
No,
Is he homeless?
he has priors.
Your Honor, you've given him bonds already on his traffic earlier. You gave him a $150 bond, so we're just here for the felony.
He has many prior convictions from 2024 all the way through 1980s. The 1980s convictions are a lot of robberies with force, but the more recent convictions are DWLS, the felony, DWLS, third or subsequent conviction, several of those from 2024, probation violations in 2023, convicted for selling cocaine in 2016 with a term of 364, selling cocaine in 2012, tampering with evidence. Would you like me to go?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
I have enough information. I'm gonna go ahead and set the standard bond at 2,500, okay? Sir, if you're unable to bond out, you'll be taken to your felony judge within 21 days. If you do bond out, make sure that you come back to court. If not, a warrant will be issued for your arrest.
Ma'am, is this where I can get out with pretrial release or something? I did that before and I completed it successfully. I just got a job. You know what I'm saying? She took about some old case and I never had a robbery.
You don't qualify for the pretrial release, right?
I just had pretrial release, ma'am.
Yeah.
I just had pretrial release.
Okay, you don't qualify, sir. Let me go to the next case, Edward Ekdai.
English, right? Speak English?
Yeah, I already.
Hi, good. Don't say too much.
Sir, you're charged with 1 count of domestic violence by battery by strangulation. State.
The defendant has no local priors. The state would request standard bond. Or there is no standard bond. It's labeled as to be set, so we'd request 2,500 for a third-degree felony with a stay away order.
And Judge, we would just ask for pretrial services. I would also just ask if we could address the stay away order. I do believe that he lives with the victim. I'm not sure if this could be a no harmful contact or no violent.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I keep forgetting. You guys can't hear me. I was talking about the stay away order. I know I'm imagining, obviously, I know the court is going to grant or issue one. My understanding is he does live with the victim. They are brothers. So I would just ask if there's any sort of modification that can be made so that he can.
Without the victim present,
under the
I
law,
I wouldn't make a modification anyway. Victim needs to be present to address that, so.
Understood.
I'm just gonna issue the standard bond, which in this case, I'll issue at 25, I'll issue $2,500 bond plus a stay away order from the victim. The victim in this case, Frederick Ekdai, you are not to engage in any criminal activity. Mr. Edward Ekdai, you do not use or possess any illegal drugs. Do not use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearms, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. The defendant is prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with the victim, Frederick Ekdai, including contact in person and writing by telephone, through social media, or any other electronic means, or through third persons. Defendant must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school. At all times, the defendant may return to the victim's residence one time only within 48 hours of the entry of this order, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve his or her personal clothing, personal health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. Going to the home or remaining at the home without the police will subject the defendant to arrest. The police officers shall request all keys and garage door openers to the home from the defendant and turn them over to the victim. Sir, make sure you don't violate my stay away order. If you do, you'll be facing additional charges, including contempt of court for violating my order.
Okay, I understand.
All right.
Someone will speak to you on that from when we get a little more into the case. Okay, for now, you can bond out and then stay away from the victim.
Raulo Rivera.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
This is strong arm robbery.
He has 2 cases, Judge.
2 cases. Okay.
And it does appear, he is present now, Judge. It does appear like those are both the same incident.
I'm sorry. Let's start with the first case. You said that they are the same incident?
Yeah, yes, Judge. It appears that it's the same. It's one incident. Maybe just a charge was added later, but within minutes. And I do have a PC argument for the strong arm element.
Okay. Let me go ahead.
Yes, Judge. Just so that I don't believe that within the A form there is any probable cause for strong arm. There's no indication that there was any intent to take the property, which is an element. So I would ask that there be an ROR for that count.
The defendant grabbed her by the hand and then snatched her Apple Watch off her wrist. It wasn't I think evidence of intent is by him grabbing her hand. He didn't just, it didn't fall off on accident.
So it has to be intent to take the property is what I was referring to.
The intent to permanently deprive the victim of her property by smashing it on the ground. Take or permanently deprive.
Yeah, I do find probable cause. What are his priors like, if any?
He does not have any priors.
All right, so on case number F25004-299, I find probable cause for count 1, strong arm and robbery, and count 2, criminal mischief. And then as to F25004-298, this is a charge of aggravated battery on a pregnant victim. Okay, so I find probable cause for that also. So as to F25004-299, count 1, what is?
To be said, we'd ask for 5,000.
Okay, $5,000 bonds as to count 1, and then as to count 2.
500.
$500 bonds. And a stay away order from the victim, in this case, Brenda Traveras. You are not to engage in any criminal activities, sir. You do not to use or possess any illegal drugs. You're not to use, purchase, possess, or carry a firearm, gun, weapon, or ammunition. You must immediately surrender any firearm, ammunition, and any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court. The defendant is prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with Brenda Traveras, including contact in person, in writing, by telephone, through social media, or any other electronic means, or through a third person. Defendant must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times. The defendant may return to the victim's residence only one time within 48 hours of the entry of this order, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve his personal clothing, personal health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools. Going to the home or remaining at the home without the police will subject the defendant to arrest. The police officer shall request all keys and garage door openers to the home from the defendant and turn them over to the victim. So then as to F25004-298, battery on a pregnant victim, $5,000 bonds. Same stay away order. Okay. All right. Let's go to Hector Garcia. Mr. Garcia, do you speak English?
Yes.
Okay, you're charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and a felony in the 3rd degree and criminal mischief, a misdemeanor in the 1st degree. We're going to find probable cause for count 1. And for count 2. I'm also going to issue a stay away order from Adrian Silva. The defendant is prohibited from having any contact with Adrian Silva, directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, or third persons. Defendant must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times. Also, electronic contacts such as email, texting, Facebook message, or Twitter, any type of social media is prohibited. All right, so count one is 5,000 and count two, 500? Okay, so count one, 5,000, count two, 500.
English?
Yes.
Jorge Israel Arteaga.
Your Honor, Mr. Arriaga is out on felony bond, F2216785.
Oh, I had it at F254129.
I don't even see a 2022 case. Corrections, you have F254129.
I'm showing that on the calendar, but not on the jail card. On
That's
jail-
the case that it indicates he's out on felony bond.
So is this an added charge or this is, so he's out on bond. I'm gonna put a hold on F254129. So you have one count of second degree felony, possession of cocaine, intent to manufacture, sell or deliver. Count two is also a second degree felony, possession of a controlled substance, allegedly crystal meth. Count three is also possession of a controlled substance, allegedly MDMA. Okay, also known as 06.
Oh,
What?
we had a co-defendant with that last name earlier today.
Yeah, all this stuff says OSAs. I haven't gotten to the end of the form, but I haven't seen anything about Arteaga yet. Oh, there it is. Okay. Or this case, so second paragraph, page 3 of 7. Hereinafter referred to as Arteaga. Okay. So he's the alleged buyer. Or he's the alleged passenger who's later identified as Arteaga. All right, I do find probable cause. So as to count one, is that 5,000?
Well, they're all to be set. We would ask for 5,000 on all of them.
Okay, I can do that. 5,000 as to each count for a total of 15,000. What about any he's not eligible for pretrial or anything like that, or any priors?
He has a withhold from January 22nd of this year for possession of a controlled substance.
But on an F2, they're not, or is that?
Your Honor, he's out on felony bond.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right,
yeah.
he's out on bond anyway, so I put a hold on that. So 5,000 each, thank you. All right, sir. Have a nice day. Yason, Rojas, Clareville.
And he will need the service of the interpreter, Judge.
But I'm gonna go.
Is this Creole or Spanish?
He's telling me Spanish, Judge.
Hola, Creole.
Oh, Creole you prefer?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, he prefers
Creole.
Creole.
Okay. Can
Your
we get a-
Honor, allow me a couple of minutes, please.
Sure. Can we pass them in the meantime? Just let me know when the Creole interpreters are. I'll go to Davis. Warren Sean Davis. He's also out on felony bond F2.
Davis?
23147.
Sean Davis, not him.
147.
This guy? Sean Davis, this one?
Right there. It's getting smaller.
We're trying to locate where he is.
Well, whoever they have next, if they want to bring somebody up, I can go, they can
Okay.
announce me if they have.
The next one should be Roja.
Should it be what? Rojas?
Marcelo?
Yes, ma'am.
No, Rojas is the one we passed. Who is this gentleman? Leopoldo Marcelo?
Yes.
Okay. So Leopoldo Marcelo, do you need the interpreter?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. You're charged with tampering with an electronic monitoring device.
He is out on probation.
No, I'm not on probation.
No,
Off bond.
he was, it looks like he was out on some kind of electronic device. Like ankle monitor.
He was on probation on January 9th of 2025. Case F24-17624.
So as to F24-17624. This is 15. Page 15. Leopoldo Marcelo. Okay, so I'm gonna put a probation, I'm gonna put a hold for that case. And then as to the tampering with electronic monitoring device, $5,000 bonds.
Your Honor, next we should have Warren Davis.
Okay. All right, Mr. Davis?
Is he out on felony bond or is this an added charge?
Sorry, which one are we on?
Warren Sean Davis.
Okay, he's not here.
Okay.
I have him out on bond on F24-23147.
Yes, I have that as well.
David?
And this is one.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, he refused. Reset for tomorrow.
All right, NBC refusal, reset 3-3.
No, how?
Stephen Powell.
Powell is coming up, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, your Creole interpreter is connected and waiting to be promoted.
Oh, okay. Can we go ahead and do that one then? That was Jason Rojas Serville.
She's now in here with me.
Hello.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, Mr. Rojas Serville, you are charged with 1 count of aggravated assault with intent to commit a felony and 1 count of drug paraphernalia possession with intent to use.
Is it the case for the Creole interpreter, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Ok, monsieur, raison que yo arrêté ou là, c'est pour une agression grave, côté l'intention pour aller commettre un gros acte. Et là, fini tout, yo joint nous avec drogue paraphénéline.
Okay.
Okay, I do find probable cause on count 1. And let me see for count 2, the possession of drug paraphernalia.
Juste là, dit que il joint une bonne genre raison pour arrestation pour premier charge là.
Pour le premier charge là, c'est m'tap goumé avec beau-père, mais non, so he's my stepdad.
No, I don't.
Oh my.
The first charge is I was fighting with my big brother is my stepdad.
Big brother, no, I
No,
don't
no,
have
no,
big brother.
no, I do not want to. And I'm not sure if I'm able to do this, but if I could just have the interpreter tell him to not speak about the case, please.
Monsieur, avocat qui campe côté ou là, li di ou pas bay aucun détail sous cas. Pas raconter.
Okay, so as to count 1, I find probable cause. As to count 2, I don't see anything about any residue or anything like that.
Judge, on the second page of the A form, he stated that he uses the crack, he uses the pipe to smoke.
Yeah, but it doesn't say what to smoke what.
And it says that,
Alors, juge là dit constat que li joine bon genre raison pour premier charge, non, mais deuxième non, li pas joine parce que li simplement montré que gon résidu. Alors, avocat l'État dit dans deuxième page, li dit que li te prend ça que te pour te fumer.
there's no indication of any residue, so we're fine with the finding no PC on count 2.
Okay.
Alors, avocat l'État finalement dit que pas aucun côté qui montre, aucun preuve qui montre que tu aucun résidu. Donc, yo d'accord que pas une bonne raison pour deuxième charge là.
And any priors?
No priors, Judge.
So pretrial services is I'm sorry, he doesn't qualify. No?
Alors, juge la demandé si tu as une arrestation avant ça, si tu as un dossier la police, il dit non. Alors, juge l'a suggéré que mettre dans le programme, il y aurait les pretrial services.
It's an aggravated assault.
Yeah.
Son agression grave.
So they tell me he doesn't qualify for pretrial.
Le fait que dit là que il pas qualifié pour mettre dans le programme pretrial service là.
So as to count 1, it will be a $5,000 bond and a stay away order. And count 2, I'll just do an ROR on that one because there's no PC.
So you run this release out, right? Correct?
Yeah.
Alors, juge là dit que pour premier charge là, c'est pas une caution de $5,000 pour être capable de blaguer et yo pas le mettre l'autre pour camper loin, en monde. Et puis pour deuxième charge là, il y a appelé à ou sous promesse que vous venir dans date que yo ba ou et rendez-vous audience tribunal là parce que pas de bonne raison pour deuxième charge là.
All right, and I'm going to issue a stay away order. You're not to engage in any criminal activity. You're not to use or possess any illegal drugs. You're not to use, purchase or possess or carry a firearm, gun, weapon or ammunition.
Monsieur, moi pas le mettre l'autre pour camper loin au monde. Là fini ou pas supposé participer dans aucune activité qui est illégale. Là fini ou pas supposé prendre drogue, ni utiliser ni aucune substance qui pas légale, ou pas supposé gagner armes, ni armes à feu, ni ammunition en possession.
You must immediately surrender any firearms, any ammunition, any concealed weapon permits to the nearest police department and file a receipt with the court.
Alors, si toutefois qu'on a une arme, ammunition ou arme à feu, c'est pour ta remettre li tout de suite dans les stations police qui pi près ou là. Là, fini, même si vous avez un permis qui caché, tout ça, c'est pour remettre li et là, bon reçu ou aller dans le tribunal là pour bailler reçu pour aller dans preuve dans le bureau et greffier.
You are prohibited from having any direct or indirect contact with Dagoberto Metilis.
Alors, ou pas supposé qu'il y ait communication ni contact direct ou indirect avec Dagoberto Metellus?
Dagobert Joseph Metellus.
This includes any contact in person, in writing, by telephone, through social media, or any other electronic means, or through third persons.
Et l'autre ça, pour camper loin moun nan, ça veut dire que ou pas capable procher devant ni, ou bien devant ni en personne, ou pas capable écrire, ou pas capable voyer texte, ou pas capable voyer relais dans téléphone, ou pas capable voyer message bali, ou pas capable communiquer avec à travers les réseaux sociaux tout.
You must stay at least 500 feet away from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times.
Ou doit maintenir tout le temps en distance de 500 pieds côté moun nan rete, côté moun nan travail, côté moun nan l'école.
The defendant may return to the victim's residence only one time within 48 hours of the entry of this order, accompanied by a police officer to retrieve his personal clothing, personal health items, medication, personal and business-related paperwork, and work tools.
Monsieur, ou capable retourner dans kay lan, on grande fois, à partir du moment que le juge l'a signé l'ordre ça, ou gen 48 heures qu'on ka aller, seulement accompagné par un policier, pour aller prendre radou, et bagay, et pour, enfin, pour toilette tout, là fini médicament ou, sou gen papier ou bien outils pour travail.
Going to the home or remaining at the home without the police will subject the defendant to arrest. The police officer shall request all keys and garage door openers to the home from the defendant and turn them over to the victim.
Alors, si ou retourne dans kay lan sans pas accompagné par la police, yo capable arrêter ou parce ou pas respecter l'ordre tribunal là. Si toutefois qu'on gen clé ou bien remote pour capable l'ouvrir porte garage là, c'est pour remettre tout ça by la police là pour police là by victime nan li.
So moi t'es dans efficiency.
I live in an efficiency.
You know, more than 500 meters. So I have to explain myself.
I don't understand.
I live in 500 meters.
In the same matters, but in efficiency, outside from the house.
The judge is ordering that you're not allowed to be within.
But you're not allowed within 500 feet of the victim, so that's something that if you're within 500 feet of the victim, I don't know what the situation is there, but before you decide that you're going to stay, I would suggest that you contact your public defender so that they can look into modifying the stay away order if there's a separate entrance or anything like that. But for right now, you're not permitted to go there.
Alors, monsieur, ou pas, pour mettre nous en distance de 500 pieds de côté moun nan rete, ou pas supposer aucun contact avec lui, ça veut dire que si toutefois ou t'as capable de contact avec bureau la défense publique là, avocat cap défendre nous, là ça y a ouais, c'est capable modifier lui, si toutefois que t'as une entrée qui pas même entrée côté que moun nan kon entrée dans kay là, dans propriété dans kay là.
Okay? All right.
Okay.
Next case, Stephen Powell. Did we have anybody else who needed the Creole interpreter while she's here?
No one else, Judge.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Interpreter. Have
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The interpreter will be excused. Thank you.
Okay, Stephen Powell.
Yeah.
Stephen Powell, you are charged with possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia with intent to use. Any PC argument?
No, Judge.
Okay. You are indicated as being homeless. Do you have an address?
I don't.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and set standard bond as to the cocaine possession, which is 2,500.
Yes, Judge.
And then as to the drug paraphernalia, it's 500.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you. All right, so 2,500 and 500, sir. If you're unable to bond out, you'll be taken to your judge within the next 21 days, okay?
Yes.
Kevin Riley.
Mr. Riley? Stand here, look at the judge.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Riley. Mr. Riley, you are charged with petty theft, 2 or more convictions, and then also criminal mischief, more than $200, less than 1,000. Any probable cause argument, Madam Public Defender?
No, Judge.
All right, I find probable cause. For count 1, what is the standard bond?
The standard bond is 2,500.
All right, count 1, 2,500, and then for count 2?
500.
Count 1, 2,500, count 2, 500. You have a stay away order from Arkub Adderhim and from 703 71st Street, Miami Beach, Florida, 33141. All right, Lazaro Oliver.
Yes.
You speak English?
No.
Oh, Judge, he needs the services of the Spanish interpreter, please.
Okay, we have the interpreter. Madam Interpreter, the defendant is charged with 1 count of controlled substance possession, suspected crystal meth.
Señora, usted se le imputa un cargo de tenencia de una sustancia controlada. Se sospecha de que es metanfetamina en cristal.
Okay.
The state's requesting standard bond.
La fiscalía solicita fianza estándar.
Is that 2,500? Any objection?
No, Judge, no argument.
$500 bond. Sir, if you're not able to bond out, you'll be taken to your felony judge within 21 days. Okay?
Muy bien, señor. Entonces la fianza en su cargo es de $2,500. Si usted no está en capacidad de pagar la fianza, usted va a ver al juez de su división dentro de 21 días. ¿Sí? Okay.
All right. Have a nice day. Jermaine Vereen.
Mr. Vereen refused, reset for tomorrow.
Okay. Wasn't a year earlier though?
Yes.
Sorry again?
Wasn't
He
earlier?
refused earlier as well.
Oh, yeah.
Traffic. Okay. All right. Reset for tomorrow. Jovan Hayes.
The state is filing a motion for pretrial detention on counts 1 and 2.
Any priors?
Yes, Judge. So, oh, wow, okay. Okay, so in 2010, he was convicted and sentenced for attempted felony murder, strong arm robbery, burglary with an assault or battery, and 3 counts of kidnapping punishable by life. That was in 2010. In 2001, before that, he was convicted and served 24 months for dealing cocaine. And then he has convictions for selling cocaine from the early 2000s. Yeah, that's it. If anyone wants to see it, it's a little hard to read it. There's a lot on here.
I find probable cause. Let me see. Did you file your? I find probable cause. The charge is L&L, molestation of a child under the age of 12.
No, listen.
I'm also gonna issue a stay away order. And I'm gonna hold you no bond. Sir, you're not to have any contact in person or through a third party with AT, a minor, directly, indirectly, in person, in writing, by telephone, pager, fax, or through third persons. You must stay at least 5 feet from the victim's home, place of employment, and or school at all times. You are also not to have any electronic contact such as email, texting, Facebook, messages, Twitter, or anything like that.
What do you want to say?
She said no bond. How come I get nothing? I know, but they say they supposed to have been doing some DNA stuff, so.
Yeah, I heard that.
Daniel Felix Perez.
Your Honor, what was the bonds for count 1 and 2?
No bond.
The state filed the motion, correct?
Yes, they did. They filed.
Thank you.
And I signed it. But count 2, is there, it's the whole, yeah, both of them are no bond.
Your Honor, Mr. Perez refused, reset for tomorrow.
Okay.
Student groups, yeah.
All right, Zachary Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell was relocated, reset for tomorrow.
Matos Gonzalez, Yasmani Matos Gonzalez.
Yes, Manny is Ward D, reset for tomorrow.
How about Franny Brito Gonzalez?
Also Ward D, reset for tomorrow.
Okay, reset 3-3, Ward D. Richard Spalding.
Spalding refused, reset for tomorrow.
Albert Bethia.
But they are also refused, reset for tomorrow.
Okay, let's see. Crawford Ladarius.
Crawford refused, reset for tomorrow.
What about Adam Gibson?
Gibson also refused, reset for tomorrow. Gilbert refused, reset for tomorrow. And the last refused, Ortiz Machado, reset for tomorrow.
We're all done then. Woo. All right, thank you so much, everybody. You did great.
Thank you, Judge.
Have a nice afternoon.
You too.
Court is adjourned. I know.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
What's left of it, right?